start a furniture business in Nigeria, you don't require an expert furniture making skills. You can hire the services of skilled furniture makers to help make the furniture while you run and own the business. You can keep them on your payroll and source for your customers. The furniture business has a very high profit margin, making it a very high profitable business to venture into. You don't have to wait until you have millions before you can start furniture business. You can start furniture making with small capital and grow into a big shop. With about 450,000 naira, you can start a furniture business. But the profitability of the business is mainly anchored on the area or location of the business, the bargaining power of the furniture maker, and the level of experience in the business.
Hello and welcome to another episode of Ladies Talking Business. I am Moremi Akonwo. Our guest today is the founder and CEO of Jones Wood Creation Limited, a reputable furniture producing company that creates bespoke furniture products and decorations. She is an enterprise entrepreneur with demonstrated experience in project management, business supervision, development, negotiation, customer service, strategic planning, and analytical thinking. She studied chemical engineering and bagged her BEng degree from Anambra State University. In 2018, she was awarded a certificate of the yearly Emerging Leaders Program at the Regional Leadership Center, West Africa, Accra, Certificate of Appreciation by the Ready Set Work Faculty, Lagos, a beneficiary of the Seed Stars World Investment Readiness Program 2019, and an organizing member of the Girls Skill Up Initiative 2019, a certified Goldman Sachs 10,000 Women alumni. Wow, that's quite a bio. Our guest is Joan Mbogu. Hi, Joan. Thanks for coming on the show today.
Hi, Moremi. Thanks for having me.
That was quite a bio. Like, I was running out of breath at some point. Okay, so how did you find yourself in the furniture making space from engineering?
Okay, so, well, for me, it was at the time where I just resigned from an engineering company I was working in, I think, 2011. And I had a colleague of mine. We went to the same university and he visited. He's an architect actually, but apparently he was running furniture making company. And he came that day and he was just telling us about what he's been doing in the furniture space. It was quite an interesting story and I picked interest. I wanted to know more. Even though he was operating from Abuja, I was in Lagos. I wanted to know more. So I told him, okay, you know what? I want to know more about this furniture thing, being an architect. So he was all about how you could design, procure materials, build the furniture piece, and finally install. For me, it was quite interesting. And before I knew what was happening, after the discussion that day, anywhere I go and I see a furniture piece, I'm trying to relate it with the story he had just told me. And I remember telling him that, okay, you know what, I want to do this. Because at that time, I had just resigned. I was not really doing anything within that space. So he said, okay, and he was willing to bring me on board. So we did quite some jobs. We did quite some jobs that time. I got some small jobs. Maybe you want to make your table, your chair, and I was involved. And it's been from one small job to the other, and the story has...
here today.
Yes, I'm
so
here
did you
today.
actually have to learn how to put wood together?
Yes,
and
I did. Yes,
oh, wow.
So I did. So at least from the engineering part, I'm a very hands-on person, and I try to know details of everything I want to do. So yes, I did. At the initial stage, maybe not, yes, but later on, after I began running my own company, I saw the need to really get into the operational aspect of furniture making. So yes, I did, and also, of course, I've taken a lot of training since then. So you see some videos online on DIY, how these things are done. So
okay.
I really put my interest in that, and yeah, I'm hands-on.
Oh, well, I'm really trying to just imagine you being hands-on.
I am. I spray.
Together. Wow.
I spray. At least I can operate my equipment. I have a panel saw. I can operate it. I can operate my head binder. I can operate my planer. So it's not like I do it, but hey, if you are making a guide for me, I'll tell you that I can do this thing. Yes.
I think that's one of the perks of actually learning.
Yeah.
The putting furniture together itself.
Yeah.
So that people won't as you say, shakara you.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay, so you've been in this industry for quite a while.
Yeah, quite a while.
And we know that there are very few females in this industry.
Yes.
Okay. Even though a lot of people are getting into it now, but it's still more male dominated. Anyway, so what improvements would you like to see in this furniture making space in Nigeria?
So improvements, well, first of all, I would like to see increased in the kind of quality we make overall in the furniture industry.
You mean locally?
Yes, locally, of course, locally. And also increase in productivity. And I'm looking forward to a time where maybe our NUC can have furniture making as a course people can study in school. Yes, so because it's really interesting that we have a challenge presently in the industry of having skilled workers. So if somebody can go to the university and study furniture making or carpentry, I mean, you can imagine somebody graduates and I'm a furniture maker, BSc holder.
I'm a furniture maker makes it
look too right?
I'm a carpenter.
Although there was a time if you ask me, I'm like, okay, I'm becoming like carpenter. Yes, that's what I am. So if we can have that in the university curriculum, I think it's going to be great. And it will help bridge that gap of when we're saying that there's shortage of skilled furniture makers in the industry. And of course, encourage the ladies because, hey, we pay attention more to details. And furniture making actually involves paying attention to what you're dishing out.
And getting hands-on as well.
So those are some of the things I'm looking out for we can have in the industry, especially from abroad. I think it's obtainable abroad, but Nigeria, we have not really embraced it. So there's this thing about you're a carpenter, like you said, they just look at you like you're the roadside hammer. No, it's beyond that. There is the technology has really shifted from that part to, you have state-of-art equipment right now that you use. There are lots of, it's really, really taxing. It's not an easy thing. Yes, those artisans, they just hit these, join things together, but
it's more than that.
Yes, so if you come from the design point of view, there's a quality part of it, there's an installation part of it, so those needs like professional guidance, and that's what we're looking at. Okay, if we can have furniture maker graduates, it's going to be awesome.
I agree with you. I agree with you. So how's the journey been running this establishment? Tell me about some of the challenges.
Let me say this up front. It is not easy, right? But hey, there's been highs, there's been lows. It is not an easy, especially like you said, being in a male-dominated industry. So it's not something like you can just come and sit down and work. Most times you have to, like I said, you have to know your onions so that when the guys are not doing it well, you can always correct. So challenges majorly is having access to those skilled carpenters, like staffing. Yes, it's a huge challenge. So what I've tried to do personally is that I have this training arm in the organization. So what I do, I encourage people, especially the females, even if you don't know how to do anything, just come. I have some cheap, the good carpenters, so they can actually put you through like apprenticeship. So when they've gone through a certain period of time, we can enroll you as a proper staff, and some of them will just, you know what, I want to start doing my stuff. So the major challenge is really staffing. Yeah.
So that's been your major challenge, staffing?
Yes, staffing, and maybe another thing will be clients not having to pay completely. I don't know whether it's a Nigerian thing, but you have people when you've delivered
this particular one about clients, we'll talk about it shortly.
Yes.
I want to hear how clients make it a challenge for you running your business.
Okay.
So we'll do that after the break.
Okay, thank you.
We will be back for more conversations with our guests after the break. I'm still here with Joan Mbogu, founder and CEO of Jones Wood Creation Limited. Okay, Joan, so very quickly, I want you to touch on the client issue very quickly. So how have they made it challenging running your business? So
when I mean challenge, you don't get funds as when due.
So is it that, okay, they don't pay in time,
yes,
or they overprice your work? Underprice your work?
No, they don't pay on time.
Okay.
So, most times, really what we have payment term that like, before we execute your job. But you see some clients, they just decide to hold, maybe you have like a 15% remaining after you've delivered the job, or a 20%.
But that's the Nigerian way.
But it's not good. It's not helping the business, because the truth is that most times we're actually running or trying to deliver your project with your funds. So it's not like I have one fund somewhere that I want to use, then maybe after I've delivered and then you pay. So we expect that, okay, once your job is delivered and you're okay, some clients will just be waiting for you 1 month. So it's like they're waiting for something to spoil. Okay. So they can now hinge on it. Do you get? So it's really, really sad. Like you have contract, but they don't keep to their own side of the contract. You've delivered, but
how about you specifying it? Like, this is how we work, sir, ma. This is expected on this date and that date and that date.
We do that. So the corporate clients are good. They comply. Right, I think most of the times the challenge we have are individuals, so they don't keep to the contract. So you tell them, they'll say yes, but when you now finish, sometimes you're calling them, you're begging, like. But you know what? There's something that I've started doing recently. So I'll try as much as possible, even though it's not working, but somehow it has improved the payment, the final payment thing. So we try. What I do is that I will finish your job. Yes, then I'll send you pictures. You can see your job, and I'll tell you I'm not coming until you pay that money. So some comply.
You found a way around it.
Yes.
Hopefully that works in the long term.
Yeah.
Okay, so amidst all these challenges, you're still in business. I want you to give us some tips on how to run, just very few tips on how to run a profitable furniture making business in Nigeria of today.
Well, in Nigeria of today, I like that, because running an entrepreneur in Nigeria, it's not an easy feat. So, well, for me, I would say, I think basically have a business plan. I think that's like the first thing. Not just a furniture company. For any business you want to do, have a business plan, develop it, be part of that business plan so that you can understand everything your business entails. So maybe I'll just highlight some key things from the business plan you should have in relation to furniture making. Okay. So one of it is understanding your audience. What niche are you trying to serve? Okay. So you need to understand that. And maybe secondly will be, what part of furniture do you want to specialize in? Because furniture as a whole is broad. Do you want to do woodwork, like you said, woodwork, or do you want to do man-made materials? Sorry, I'm going to be using some jargons. Do you want to do woodwork, or you want to do man-made materials? That's the engineered boards. So those are two different things. And there's a metal part of furniture. So do you want to combine that? So you need to understand that and the people that will need those products. Because again, you can't be making something that is not needed. So when you understand those two and know your audience, know what is entailed from the beginning to the end. Even if you don't want to get involved, at least have that knowledge. Have an idea. Yes, so that you can make informed decisions as the owner of the business. And maybe lastly will be, of course, know your numbers. Yes, you must know your numbers, have a proper bookkeeping record, and promote your business. Should it be visible, carry it on your head, say it, let people know what you are doing. Because if after you've done your business plan, you are sure that what you're doing is profitable and there's a need for it, market your products and you'll be good to go.
Interesting, Jane.
Yes.
So let's have some furniture talk.
Okay.
So what are the things to look out for when creating a furniture piece?
Things to look out for. So like I said earlier, there are different categories. I would like to stay on woodwork.
Okay, woodwork.
Because I like woodwork. So interesting thing about woodwork is forgiving. You can play around woodwork compared to the man-made materials. Now, why I said that is man-made materials are like the engineered boards. They've been processed synthetically. Okay. Unlike wood. No, wood is from the forest, like raw wood. So those other ones have been prepared. So you have limitations to what you can do because it's already like what they call it, like ready-made, refined. So you have limitations. But with woodwork, you can exhibit your creativity. You can think of something to make as a furniture person and you do it with woodwork. Like you can play around with it. It's robust. You can, and it's forgiving. So even if you make errors in woodwork, you can always maybe cut it, plane it, or grind it to just make but with man-made, you can't do that. Once you've made an error, you might have to start getting another material to do that. So with woodwork, it's easier. You can exhibit, you can do a lot of creative stuff with woodwork. So that's one interesting thing about it. And having to design like a piece, like conceptualize something and producing it, there's nothing as fulfilling as that. Like it's a great feeling. So yeah.
I already feel like I know how to do it. But we'll talk
I know,
more about
I
this
know, I
shortly.
know, I know.
We will go on a short break. Please stay with us. Thanks for staying with us on Ladies Talking Business. We have been having conversations with Joan Mbogu of Jones Wood Creation Limited on the business of furniture making in Nigeria. Okay, Joan. As someone who's been in business for a while and is involved in, the business of everything itself, what common errors do you see business owners make? In business.
In business.
Small business.
Okay.
owners.
Okay, common errors. Well, I think one crucial one is wanting to do everything by yourself, because you feel that you're the visionary, you're the one that know everything. Like, I was in that space at the time, I wanted to just be everywhere. I think it comes with the fact that maybe with profession, it's like you just want to be everywhere. It's a very big mistake. So one is going to wear you out. You're going to be burnt out. And as a visionary, you're not supposed to be like everywhere. You're the visionary. You're supposed to be thinking strategically. What's the next business, and not really getting into the nitty-gritty. Yes, you can oversee, but not carrying everything. So get people, employ people. Even if you cannot employ, you can outsource, right? So you can just get maybe like work with somebody for a period of time and get it sorted out. Don't try to carry everything. You're going to wear out. And if possible, if you need to get a partner or somebody to collaborate with, do that. There's
Collaboration.
nothing.
How easy is collaboration in this part of the world?
Well, like you say, I think for us in Nigeria, or for this our client, we see it as competition, but it isn't. Or maybe most people won't rather collaborate with you because they see you as a competitor. But I don't. Like, I have like two or some of my colleagues that once in a while we work together. So for me, it's about, like I said, not doing everything. There are some jobs that when I know that at this time, I don't have the capacity to execute. Why don't I want to now bug myself? Then I will not meet timeline. I'm now having to now try to beg the clients. I mean, why do I need to go through that stress? So I call my colleague. I say, okay, I have this job. Let's take this part. I take this part and deliver. Everybody's happy. And again, it's just about me trying to concentrate on my strength. I can't. Yes,
which is?
Yes. So my strength.
Running the business.
Yes. So running the business when it comes to having to collaborate. So there are some parts of furniture that I know that I can do without any stress. Right, the woodwork thing. So I can do without any stress. Anything outside that is still within furniture, maybe the upholstery type of furnishing, or maybe the man-made type. I try to get my other colleagues in the industry to handle that part. Although not that I can't do it, but I have my strength. So when it comes to those parts that I'm not very good, I outsource them. Do you get? And apart from the operational part, there are other parts of the business you need to get involved. There's a marketing part of it. I don't have to be the one to always market. I can get a digital marketing person. But sometimes you have an entrepreneur. He's the person going to look for the business. He's the one procuring the materials. He's the accountant. He's the everything. Yes, at the beginning stage, those things you tend to wear a lot of hats. But as time goes on, you should consciously know that you need to shave out, and because you need to grow beyond that level. Like I said, I was in that space at the time, but hey, I know better. Yes, I know better, and so that I can live to enjoy this money that we are all chasing. You just be making money, and you're tired or you're falling sick because of the work.
Okay,
yeah.
So how would you advise small business owners to raise capital, to upscale their business? I'm sure you know that raising capital, getting funding in this part of the world can be difficult. Let me say it that way. Let me put it that way. Can be difficult. So, but what's your advice?
Well, my advice for people trying to raise money, first of all, I would say that don't try to raise money to run an idea. So, because I've been in that space before. So while I was running Jones Wood Creation, there was this idea that was coming up, another business, and I was just like, this thing is going to be great. I need to launch it. But I tried to talk to a few of my friends about it, and I discovered that it was great on paper and talks, but this thing might not be profitable, especially in this our climate. Maybe abroad, yes, that idea would flourish. So don't try to raise money to run an idea. Now, if as a business person you want to raise money, I would say, first of all, start with your own funds. Like, I'm telling you practically from what I did, and that has worked for me. Start with your own funds. If you have family, if you have relative friends, try and get those pool funds. Run that idea. I would say do like an MVP analysis. Validate that MVP. Make sure that you're meeting a need and it's profitable, at least with the funds that you have gathered within. Once you've tested the waters and it's working, then you know that, okay, you are ready to raise funds, because at that time you have a traction. I mean, if you carry that idea or whatever you're doing to any prospective investor or any bank, at least they can see what you've done. You have history, they will fund you. So one of the ways you can raise money at that time, when you've tested the waters and you know that what you're doing is profitable, you can do pitches. There are lots of pitch competitions where you can win a grant. At least start with that. Accelerator programs, because yes, they might not be big money. It's like maybe 3 million, 5 million, but once you get that, because again, you are building a traction, you're building a history for the bigger players that want to play into your own business. So you need to start, you need to, go through that. Except maybe you have one relative or uncle that has one big money that they don't care.
How easy do they part away with it?
So with that, anybody will listen to you at that stage, and yeah, you will get the
Amazing,
money.
Joan. Before I let you go, what advice do you have for women in business?
Women in business. First of all, it's not, like I always say, some people make this thing look glamorous, but in real sense, it isn't. So I'll tell you something. I had somebody that was kind of watching me on social media, seeing all the beautiful things we're doing, young graduates, building technology person. So I think he was observing me for like a year. Then later he now applied that he wanted to be an intern. And when he came, I had an interview with him and we enrolled him. And the guy said something to me. He said, "Madam, like, I don't know, this job is this, is like this. Like, you make it so easy. We see the glamour on Instagram, on social media, but man, this is serious work. So it's not hard, but giving up is not an option. Go through the process. It's a journey. And as long as you're consistent, the fruits are in front. Opportunity will meet you based on what you have done, based on your track record. And also, as a woman, I think it's necessary we build our confidence. Confidence stems from the fact of knowledge. So if you're running a business, even if you don't have a knowledge, like I didn't have a knowledge of furniture, but I consciously had to seek knowledge. I'm still training as I speak to you. There are lots of things that I still do, I still learn. So build your confidence by being knowledgeable of your craft.
Thank you so much. I've learned a lot today. Don't be surprised if I actually start doing some woodwork tomorrow.
You're welcome. You're welcome.
Well, we wish you all the very best at
Thank you, Murray.
I hope you've been imparted on this episode of Ladies Talking Business today. Do join us the same time next week for another episode. Don't forget to follow us on PlusTvAfrica Lifestyle on YouTube to catch up with our programs. I'm Murray Akon. See you next week.
Hello everyone and welcome to the fitness section of today's show. As you can see, we're on the floor today because we're working abs and our core muscles. As always, my name is Dolly Phillips and with me is Elvis in the house. All right, so we're going to start with a quick stretch while we're here and then go straight into our workout of the day. So deep breath in and out, in and out, in and out. Last one, in and out. Drop your head side to side, nice and gentle. Don't strain that neck. 2 more. 1 more and relax. Now head down and up, down and up. Make sure your chin touches your chest. That's a good one. Good. 2 more. 1 more. And relax. Now from this position, you're going to stretch your hands forward and just relax those shoulders and your lower back. Drop your forehead down to the floor if you can. If not, just stay in a neutral position. 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And let's roll up gently. Hands behind your back, clasp, and squeeze those shoulder blades together as you raise your chest to the ceiling. 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And relax. Hands on your shoulders, rotate backwards for 4, 3, 2, and 1. And opposite direction, 4, 3, 2, and 1. And shake it out. Okay, so we're going to start with our bird dog. Now, bird dog is always in your all fours position. We're going to extend the left leg out and the right leg. And now we're going to touch our ankle in this tiger crunch here. So here, here. Have we got it? And your time starts now. Let's go. Now, reach for those ankles. Extend your leg back and try to touch your ankles. It's very easy to touch the knees, but we want you to go further. Touch your ankles. Very good. You have 10 seconds left. Come on, push. 2 and 1 and time. Awesome. Next workout is push-ups. Now, Elvis is going to do normal push-ups, but I'm going to do my push-ups on my knees. So pelvis to the floor, and we work down and up. Take your time. Don't rush it. Just make sure your chest goes all the way down. 2 and rest it. Good job. Now your next workout is up and down plank. So we go down and up. I'll do the easy version and Elvis will do the hard version. Come on, let's go. Down and up. Keep your knees down. If you can't do what Elvis is doing, just stay with me. And rest it. Good job. Our next workout is bicycle kicks. We're going to send the elbows to the knees. Are we ready? Let's go. Come on. That's it. Come on. Push those elbows to the knees. If this is too quick, slow it down. Slow it down. 1 more. And relax. Now, leg raises. Sit on your hands. It makes it easier. Extend your legs out. We're lifting those legs up to the ceiling. Let's go. Up. Woo! And down. And up. Now, if this is too difficult for you, let your legs touch the floor. If this is still too difficult for you, lift one leg up at a time. All right? There are options, but I'm going to stay here because I want my six-pack to be complete this February. All right? If that's your goal, stay with me. 1 more. And relax. Now we're going to stretch really quickly. So let's sit down, legs crossed, nice and easy, and relax. Deep breath in and out, into the stomach, and out. So imagine you're blowing air into a balloon, and out. Last one, in and out. Left elbow down on the mat, reach over. 4, 3, 2, and 1. Take it to the other side. Stretch the sides. 4, 3, 2, and 1. How flexible are you? Let's try. Walk those hands forward and head down. 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. Walk back. Excellent job. Shoulder stretch, clasp hands together, turn over and push. Let's take it up to the ceiling and grow tall. Very long torso. Lovely. And release those fingers and down. Hand across the chest. Good job. Trap that elbow. Very nice. And the other side. This is a good stretch for the shoulders, especially after the up and down planks. And relax, shake it out. Head circles, last one. Head down, circle right, all the way around. Try and relax while you do this. One more. And let's rotate in the opposite direction. Left. One more. And relax. Awesome workout, everyone. Thanks for joining us, and we hope to see you very soon. Bye-bye.
Welcome to Timeless Conversations. This is the very first edition of the program, and it's such a privilege for me that my first guest is someone with whom I have this very personal relationship. A great performer he is, a leader, an icon, someone who at the very tender age of between 13 and 14 formed his own band. This man has put so much into the music industry in Nigeria. He's turning 79. That means he has spent close to 63 years performing. My guest is a member of the Federal Republic, someone who has mentored great numbers of young, aspiring, and successful musicians. Please welcome with me Chief Commander Ebenezer Obey. Ebenezer Obey began his professional career in the mid-1950s after moving to Lagos. After tutelage under Fatai Rolling Dollars Band, he formed a band called the International Brothers in 1964, playing high life and juju fusion. The band later metamorphosed into Inter-Reformers in the early 1970s with a long list of juju album hits on the Decca West Africa music label. Though he did not create the juju music style, Ebenezer Obey has been a seminal force in reinventing what has become part of Nigeria's national sound. Well, sir, I know that everybody calls you evangelist now, but we're going deep into music. Welcome, sir.
Thank you very much, Lego.
Yes, sir. It's good to see you. And I see that you're looking very healthy.
It's my pleasure to see you too.
Yes, sir. It's really, really nice to see you. I want us to go back to Idogo.
Okay.
That's your roots.
Yes.
What was it like growing up in Idogo?
Well, I think I would like to put the whole story of my life in order. You are right to talk about Idogo being my root. But I want to say that both my parents, my father and my mother, they are from Abeokuta. My father is from KC, Abeokuta. They call us Omulakisi, Omorula Shika. That is our Oriki. Omosun Abinu. Ẹni bá ṣe ìkà lọ́sàn kò ní fara rẹ̀ lọ. So my father is an Egba man. And my mother is from Owu. So
Owu Lakoda?
Yes. And Omoye, Omajiri, and so on. That's my mother. But the miracle about the boy, Ebenezer Obey, started with the fact that my mother got married to her first husband. And she lived with him for 20 years without having the fruit of the womb. And it was the parents of that husband of my mother that called the family of my mother and said, for 20 years now, they have tried enough. So they said they think it's better that my mother will find her way. So it was a sudden thing that they were not expecting. So because of that, my mother passed through a very bad period. And when the family, my mother's family, saw that that thing was too much for my mother, then they asked my mother, they advised, they counseled her. Don't kill yourself because ẹ̀dá tó mọ̀ la ò sí. Ilé àánú Olúwa kì í ṣú. Wọ́n á lọ forí ara ẹ̀ pamọ́ sọ́dọ̀ àwọn ẹ̀gbọ́n ẹ̀ ní Dọ̀gọ̀. Go and hide yourself in Dọ̀gọ̀. Forget about
a man.
Don't kill yourself. And my mother was a good believer. So the pastor in Lagos prayed for my mother. That was how my mother left Lagos for Idogo. On getting to Idogo, my father was a carpenter by profession, very good carpenter. And in those days, they combined farming. So my father was combining farming with the carpentry job he was doing. But my father was a friend of my mother's brothers. My mommy's senior brothers. So when she got there, my father saw my mommy and said, in Egba dialect, "Èmi rè má fẹ́ àbúrò yín yìí o. Á bí ọmọbìnrin mi, á dẹ̀ bọ́kùnrin mi."
Very prophetic.
Yes, so prophetic. That's something that my mother said, me, I don't want to marry a carpenter, but as God wanted it. My mother, who was never pregnant for
20 years.
Got pregnant. And my father said, I be one I de bokunrin. So the first born
was a female.
Was a female. And the pastor in Lagos told my mother, just be praying. Ma gbàdúrà pé Ọlọ́run wọ́n ní mi ò lè bímọ. Oore ọ̀fẹ́ ó tó fún mi. Oore ọ̀fẹ́ ó tó fún mi. And my mother was praying along that line that the pastor directed her to pray. And when my sister came, so my mother said she told my father she want my father to want them to name my sister Grace. Well, it was grace that the pastor was talking about. Your grace is sufficient for me. They said I cannot have fruit of the womb, but you alone I have, and your grace. So that's why they named my sister Grace Olasumbo Amoke Fabi. And then when she was married to Kayede, later on, she has been with the Lord a few years ago. So.
And then you came.
Then I came. When I came, my mother said, me that they said I cannot even have a baby. Iketamosi. The only children you can have, either you have girl, a boy. Kusiketamo. I have the female and I have the.
Man.
So my mother said, she told my father again, let us call this one Ebenezer. Ebenezer is it one this is day in the Oluwa ràn mí lọ́wọ́ dé. If you don't ràn mí lọ́wọ́ dé.
I'm done. And then Remilekun. Who named you Remilekun?
My father named me Remilekun because my father had only one son. That was my late senior brother. And my late senior brother was 14 years older than me. You can see. So
it means both of them, your parents had experience.
Yes. It was a kind of breakthrough. So my mother, Ola Mi Shupo.
Yes, so there's Ola Sumbo, so now Ola Shupo.
Ola Shupo. But my father always called me Oluremi. All my father's relations, they call me Oluremi.
Up till now?
Yes.
Oh, wow.
So that was how. And now in Idogo.
Growing up in Idogo.
Growing in Idogo.
Yes.
My everything, my mother became pregnant, but came to Lagos for her clinic at Mercy Street Hospital. That was where I was born. And immediately I was born, I was taken back to Idogo. I grew up in Idogo. I started school in Idogo. My everything, just the music, everything.
It started in Idogo.
So
So really, there is no Ebenezer Obey without Idogo.
There's no Ebenezer Obey without Idogo.
Without Idogo. Even if Mercy Street wants to claim you,
it's
still Idogo.
That's why I used to say that I was born in Lagos. Yeah. I was made in Idogo. Because my mother and my father slept and had an affair in Idogo. We became
the baby.
But the baby was delivered at Mercy Street, Lagos. So I'm a Lagosian. By birth. So, but Idogo. So I'm an Egba man, born in Lagos, made in Idogo. An African, a Nigerian.
Presented to the whole world. Thank you so much for taking us back down memory lane. Sir, going back still, what was that inspiration that made you start a band? Because in 1957, you renamed your band.
Yes.
Why?
You know, in the school, I was influenced to music through the church choir. My mother told me that I used to trouble the choir. When I was crawling, I would crawl to where the instrument is. She would be carrying me. So much that the pastor carried me one day and said, this boy must become a good musician. Just prophecy. And he prayed for me, gave me back to my mother. So I became a member of the band, the church and the school band. I became the school band leader. Anything music and drama, I was extremely good. And from there, that led to the Boys and Girls Youth Club. In the youth club, we have drama, music. I belong to the drama.
All forms of entertainment.
I was the youngest, but I was the most talented. I do the vocal, I compose.
And it's been like that ever since.
The day they started, they formed the band as a club, Ifelodun Mambo Orchestra. I was in Lagos and I dreamt that, I saw that they bought drums and they are trying to play the drums one by one. But I got there and I started playing the drums and they carried me. So when I called, and the dream came true. I was on holiday in Lagos with my father. The day I arrived in Dogo, that brother is late now, Brother Jimo Akiwande. He said, we have heard that you are going to come from Lagos today. Follow me. I said, let me go and greet my mother. I said, no, you know, when you get to Mama, we will not allow you. My mommy was a very disciplined person. So I followed him. When I followed Mr. Akiwande, exactly as I saw in the dream, drums, and I just started, I picked this one. And they have been looking for wood. When I take the bongo was called double toy. Bongo. When I take the double toy, I have memorized how it sounded in Adeolu Akisonya's band. Adeolu then was playing Agidigbo music, Mambo Orchestra. I took it, they just carried me, they shouted. So that was how.
That's it.
And I became the star of that band. But my mother would not leave them. My mother was fighting those people that you are teachers already, they have started teaching. Allow my son to finish his own education. So, and I will not listen. My mother would talk to me, wake me in the midnight. Olasupo, Aremu, Omolakesi, Omoye, mo fẹ́ lulu yìí, àbí o fẹ́, mo fẹ́ jẹ́ lawyer. Kí wọ́n mọ̀ pé mi náà ní ìyá lawyer. Because my mother is from Owu. Mo fẹ́ jẹ́ doctor. Kí wọ́n mọ̀ pé mi náà ní ìyá doctor. Àbó fẹ́ kọ́ pé mi ní ìyá doctor ni. I said, I will, tó bá ṣoríire, fi ìlú yìí lẹ̀. Ìwé rẹ̀ ni ó gbajúmọ̀. She said, have you had? She'll be crying, I'll be crying. Promise me, and I said, I promise her. But the following day, when they start the lesson, she is the one who will call me. Lasupo, I want to see better. Your people have started. Show love. I said, no, I'm not going. But I will watch my mother just run out. I will go there. She will come there, pull me, beat me, do everything. Don't do lie to lie. Above a good pleasure car. Mo fẹ́ gun pleasure car. O fẹ́ lọ lóyìnbó ẹ̀. Tó bá lọ lóyìnbó, mo ní oyè ìlú. But I was doing that. My mommy's problem was too much with those people who founded the band, one by one. So by 1957, I now formed my own professional band. I became professional.
1957, you were 15 years old?
Yes, 15 years, precisely 15 years. Before then, I was known for something I did not take note. When I entered the school in the morning, obey, the atmosphere changes. Teachers were my friend. The fame started then.
But why did they call you Obey?
You need obey. As then in those days, teachers were allowed to discipline the pupils. If at times we were 30 or 35 in the class, if the teacher taught us something, and maybe 7 or 8 or 10 didn't do well, we then line out. The line out means the teacher wants to punish you. He will say, I'm going to give each of you 6 lashes of cane. Give me your hand. Well, if you give the teacher your hand, but every pupil didn't want to be
Caned.
Sorry, sir. Excuse, sir. You want to explain. The teacher will say, obey first and then complain. Give me your hand. After I've given you 6 lashes of cane, you can now explain. He knew that immediately you receive the lashes, you cannot explain, say anything. Yeah. So I was privileged as a prefect, class prefect. They call it prefect or monitor.
Yeah.
So when the teacher line out, so he doesn't want to be, the teacher didn't want to be repeating. So it's I'm the one who will say, obey first and then complain, obey. That's how when I entered the school, that's obey. That's how it became so it's my company name. Now. Obey Fabi, yes.
Interesting. I thank you for saying star. I remember that when you started recording music, you stuck with one record company.
Yes, Decca was
very tenacious.
Decca.
Everybody went elsewhere. You just remained with Decca.
Yes.
I also know that you later became a director in Decca.
I'm finally the owner of the place.
So how did you get into Decca?
You see, God has his own way of doing things. Yeah. When I look back into my life, every path I've treaded in life was ordered by God. Because in those days, it's not like this when we have the technology that you can record. You have to find the company. And on that day, I didn't even have money to go to Lagos. Decca's studio was at Abuja, close to University of Lagos. It's still there. Their office is at Abiboki in Lagos. I had to trek all the way from Mushin. I still remember from Mushin to Babalosha to Alakija to Dioro, Alakara, Yaba, Oyigbo, Nkata Bridge, Udmonta.
All the way.
When I got there, the gate man didn't say that I cannot enter. When you trek such a distance, today I'm holding handkerchief, but then it was not. I took my mobile, I stretched it up. So the man just looked at me and said, "Who is this boy?" I said, "I'm a star, I'm a feature star. I come to record. My record will sell." He said, "No, I cannot enter." I said, "My record will sell." God entered his heart. He said, "Okay, go." When I entered, I saw the secretary. The secretary was typing. He didn't even look at me. He saw me like this. He was typing. "Good afternoon. My name is Ebenezer Obi. I'm a feature star. I come to record for your company. My record will sell." He will look up like this and he said, "Okay, I'm sorry. The artist manager is not in. He's on leave. He'll be back in 3 weeks' time. You can call back in 3 days." I trek all the way from Mushi, and I'm going to trek back. I'm a feature star. He said, "I'm sorry, you cannot see the managing director." I said, "I would like to see the managing director." As I was discussing with that secretary, the managing director just pressed the intercom, and the thing sounded on the table of the secretary. So the managing director heard all that we were saying, and he asked, "What is all that noise about?" "There's a young man here. He said he's a feature star. He said he wanted to see you. I said he cannot see you." He said, the managing director said, "Feature star?" He said, "Yes, sir." He said, "Send him in." I entered. I proceeded. "Good afternoon, sir. My name is Ebenezer Obi. I'm a feature star. I want to record for your company. Don't pay me. Don't pay me, sir. Pay me after you might have sold my record. My record will sell. My record will sell, sir." The man was so looking at me. I said, "Don't pay me. No, just my record will sell." He didn't say anything. He just pressed the intercom again. "Mr. Ogunbayo, please come upstairs and see this young man."
The white man?
No, Ogunbayo, CK Crest. That's the manager, the white man. When about Ogunbayo came, I just processed. I started speaking in Yoruba. "Sir, mo fẹ́ ṣe record fún yín, ẹ má sanwó fún mi. Tí record mi bá ṣe tán ni, I'm a feature sir. Ẹ má sanwó fún." The MD did not understand what I'm saying. Before Ogunbayo will say anything, MD said, "I think this young man is speaking with confidence. I think we should give him a chance." Then the officer said, "I think so, sir." Then he said that we should record him, we should not pay him, we should pay him after we have sold this record. The manager said, "Wonderful, wonderful." He said, you are not going to trade back. We give you money for transportation." So they give me 10 shillings. 10 shillings note.
You're already a star.
I'm already a star.
Yes.
So I left that place. I entered bus back home. I left home with nothing. I came back with something. God has been so good to me, and that was it. Then the studio, we have to come for, what do they call it? Audition.
Audition, yes.
They said, "Bring 4 songs." I have 6 songs. But one thing I want to say, we were not able to enter the studio that day. It was under the tree outside that they listened to me and my band. And it was after they recorded me. And I started going to record store. I've recorded in Decau because they said there's a day there's a listening day. That day they need to order the records. On the day I was there, I was reminding them, order my record though, it will sell though. And as they were coming, the MD was coming. His staff who was sitting, they have passed me. Features, they reverse. Features, sir, what? I said, I come to tell all the distributors to book my record. They say, no, you don't do that. You don't allow. You go home. You have done your work. When it came to my turn, they must have 500 numbers ordered. Somebody say I have booked 100, I booked 20. When they add the total, it must be up to 500. When they ordered my own, remaining 19 to clock to 500. The staff started, they told me, sir, your feature sir didn't make it. What song? He said, remaining 19. The man said, I booked 25. You see how God, if the man did not book that 25, and that was how I started. And from being a star, I became a shareholder. And by the end of the day, I became the owner. You see, so my life is, everything about me is God and my music.
There is that theme in all of your songs. The theme of godliness, the theme of integrity, the theme of what the Yorubas will call omoluabi. Like there's something about it. There's always a God factor there. Even before you openly gave your life to Christ and said, this is the path I'm towing, there was always God in it. Who would you say was responsible for that, or what?
You know, I told you that I was influenced to music through the church. Especially my mother. My mother was a very dedicated Christian. Her faith, she has a very strong faith in God. And that's the way that we were brought up. So my mother's influence, because she started taking me to church since the time I was a baby. And that was how I was influenced to music, through the church and the school band.
The other factor that stands out is the fact that there was the rivalry in growing your music. There was the time it was rumored you and King Sunny Ade were not friends, you were not seeing each other. If something was released today, it will release tomorrow and all that. What is your relationship?
Well, I've said this many times.
You have to keep saying it.
And I'm tired of saying it, but anyway, I've said that there was nothing between me and Sunny Ade. I started before him, and he came along to play his own kind of music. I play my own kind of music. He plays his own kind of music. The only thing is that both what we play is called the same juju music. And it was people that were turning whatever I say in my record, and they were turning whatever he says in his record. That there's a rift between me and him. And honestly, there was nothing like that. He used to pay me visit. I used to pay him visit too. So, but when the rumors were gaining much ground, Adelu Akisoya and Ike Dairo, they saw me and they told me that we need to call both you and Sonny Ade together. We're hearing you are fighting. I said, fighting? No, there's nothing like that. They saw him, they said, there's nothing like that. So that's how they summoned both of us. They said it again in presence of two of us. I said, there's nothing like that. Like that. So, but the people were turning, what they were doing that, there was nothing between, it was Adelu Akisoya and Ike Dairo that said, okay, this is what you people are going to do. Both of you record a record, Sonny record the record, dispel that there's no fight.
And that's the end.
And that was it. So, what? Until today, people still refer to it.
Yeah, but even recently, both of you performed in
Oh yes.
the show.
Yes, we did Oleku together, and so there's nothing. It's good relationship.
And talking about performance, there was this generational collaboration.
Yes.
Simi
Yes.
sang your song,
Yes.
and you participated in it. What was that experience like for you?
Well, Simi is my daughter, and she's a very nice musician. When she started years ago, she told me that when she took permission, that she wanted to sing in Mexico, and I gave her permission. And I'm happy the record that record did very well. So it is that Mexico that we both now do collaboration, and people like it a lot. I feel happy because Simi is a very cool-headed artist, and I love all the artists. They look onto me as father, and I keep that father relationship with them. So there are more to be expected.
Very good.
Because since after that release, there had been
Requests.
Yes.
Last year, 2020, there were different kinds of rumors. There was a particular one, obey this, obey that, what's going on? People who even knew that I was close to you say, Kilo Shelesi, Baba, and all that. What really happened?
There was nothing. I was not sick. There was nothing. Nothing happened to me. I was with Bishop Olani, my son, and Pastor Larry Obe.
Yes.
And both of them just instantly, hello, nothing's wrong with my daddy. I'm here with my daddy. There's nothing wrong with my daddy. Okay. Larry was, their phone was just, Daddy, they have come again. 5 times within a month. But thank God.
I trust in God too. Now, I'm going to tell you this. I am type 2 diabetic. I am type 2 diabetic.
Yeah, same thing with me.
A lot of people don't like talking about their health status. Why? What kind of advice can you give people?
No, you see, I have said it out.
Yes.
I said that there's nothing about me that I want to hide. And I didn't do that. I've been a diabetic person since 1974. 1974 to this time is
47?
yes. And the doctors always say that I manage it very well. But it's not me, it's God. But I believe so much in the power of God. I use the medicine that I'm supposed to use. I use the medicine that I'm supposed to use. And diabetes can affect your eyes.
Yes.
It can affect many things.
Yes.
And that's the challenge, the only challenge that I have. I have done many cataract operation, but I'm well, I'm okay. People rumor at the time that I was blind. I was not blind.
Yes.
Up to now, the color of your cap, everything, your flesh, the skin, everything, I see everything. What you place in your hands, I see everything very, very clearly.
Yes.
So the only thing is that it affected my walking.
Yes.
It affected my walking. But thank God, we are working on it and we shall overcome it.
Amen.
Once you can manage it,
Yeah.
so that's the most important thing.
Baby mi jọ̀wọ́ jẹ́ ká jọ mí ọgbọ̀dún. Àyà tó mọ yá yìí ló ń ṣe kẹ́ ọkọ rẹ̀. Bẹ́lẹ́gàn bá ń tàn ẹ kó má má ṣe gbà. What's the story behind it?
Well, thank you for asking the story behind Olomingbotemi. This is going to give me an opportunity to talk about that part that I've never been saying much. I want to talk about women in my life, which I've never said as I'm going to say it now. Women in my life started with my mother. I'm so grateful for the role that women have played in my life. I'm thanking all mothers, all women, for they are so special. And God have used them. My mother, starting from my mother, Abigail Windemola, wonderful mother. She's the one who made sure that I became what I supposed to become in life. She showed me love, discipline, and everything that she put me through made me what I am today. That's my mother. My late wife, Juliana Olaide, Oweniobe Fabi, the right wife that I needed. But I must say this, women in my life, before I became what I am now, as a musician, I shared my own part in women. The love of musicians, God is the one, I believe God is the one who put it in the hearts of women. You know, between Saul and David, when David killed Goliath, it was the women that started singing. They composed songs and they were praising David that David killed thousands while Saul killed less than. The enmity between Saul and David started by that. It was women. It is what the women saw that they highlighted. That is the life of a musician. You know what led to Olomingbotemi? I have a girlfriend that is called Abike. Then I was moving around. We used to move around, neck close. We play all around. Then there was this woman called Ashake. You know, I mentioned Abike or Ashake or Ashake. This woman, Ashake, is older than me and saw me. I said, Ejo Einda. I said, And she said, Ejo, Baba Olomamba Ingerui. Money already combined. And she gave me 10 shillings to give my Baba. I've never met her. I didn't talk to her. Yeah. God has his own way of sending people to you. I said, I used to give my Baba 1 and 6. I said, thank you. I will give her 1 and 6. Then he brought another 1 pound. Said, take this, sir. But this 10 shillings, give it to the Baba. Oman 20 dying. Ìgbàkígbà tẹ́ bá ti kọjá báyìí tí n bá ti rí yín bí wọ́n ṣe ń gẹrun yìí mo kàn like it. I didn't talk to her. She was older than me. I took the I told Baba, God have bless you. One woman said, don't get me, don't tell her that. Tell me to tell you 10 shillings. I wanted to give you 1 and 6, but she gave me my own. Me and Baba, the Baba will joke. That was any time she said, Egba, boom, Baba. That was how the woman became my girlfriend. Do you know this woman? When I wanted to buy instruments, I told the woman to borrow me 84 pounds to buy an engine, the modern one, that is better than the one that I was using, and a guitar, special guitar, and the woman borrowed me. And I thank her so much. And I promised I paid her. Then, and I kept the money, 84 pounds. Thank you very much. Oh. This is your money. He said that. He gave me. What am I trying to say? She played that part. Immediately after that, till today, I've never set my eyes on that woman. So by the time I was about to record, Abike was my girlfriend. I added Ashake. Olómi jọ̀wọ́ ó jẹ́ ká jọ máa gbádùn. Àyà tó mọ́yá yìí ló ṣì kẹ́ ọkọ rẹ̀. Pẹ̀lẹ́gàn bá tàn ẹ̀kún má ṣe gbà. Ìdùnnú ńlá ní fọ́kàn káyà kó mọ̀ kẹ́ ọkọ. Oríire ló jẹ́ fáyà tó bá mọ̀ kẹ́ ọkọ. Oní tèmi Àbíkẹ́ ni gbọ́ tèmi. Gbọ́ tèmi bèbí gbọ́ tèmi oyè òun lónìí. Àbíkẹ́ o, Àṣàkẹ́ o, Àṣàkẹ́ o. That's
the story.
So, like I said, God have sent women to me in my life, and women have played very prominent roles in my life. So that's why I can never forget mothers, and I can never forget women. I can never talk about women in any bad way, but thank God that God finally delivered me from all that one. And the sinner of yesterday later now became a saint. That's what Jesus Christ can do. Mm-hmm.
Okay, finally, sir, as somebody who has been there, who has the kind of experience you have, you became a star at 15 because you formed your own band then. Looking at today's music scene, how would you advise the musicians, the performers, the artists? What would you say to them to guide them in this path, the path that has been very illustrious and profitable for you?
Well, to musicians, I want to say, number one, they must be ready to they must have God. They must know God. God is the only one that they can depend upon, who will show them and take them to whatever height they want to attain in life. Then determination, hard work, commitment. That is it. When I was doing all that, we were not expecting money. It was just my hobby. And that's all I just want to do. In my record, ọmọ kékeré ọjọ́ yẹn, wọ́n ní kí ló fẹ́ ṣe, ó lóun fẹ́ lùlù, ó lóun fẹ́ kọrin. Màmá bẹ̀bẹ̀ títí ọmọ kọjá lẹ̀ o. Láìpẹ́ ọjọ́ ọmọ di chief commander òbí. So everything, they should just depend on God and work hard. What I see nowadays, the younger ones, is that they are just running about after money. No. If they can solidify themselves, making sure they get the grip of what they want to do, using their gifts, their talent, people will know them. In our own days, you play our records, you do all that. This generation, they beg, they did everything to make sure their records are played. It was not so in our own time. How much do we need to give you people? You are doing it. You are looking for our records. You are promoting it. But they just want to be known. And thank God, we have quite a lot of talented. You only need to work hard, and God will see them through.
Okay, and finally now, I want to thank you, Chief Commander Ebenezer Obey, for coming.
You're welcome.
On this program. You're my very first guest on this program, Timeless Conversations. I want to make you a promise. We're going to be back with you next year, God tarrying, and even providing for you, giving you good health, and ensuring that we have people like you who will still guide us in the entertainment and performance industry in Nigeria. Thank you all for watching. Bye.
Sights like these have become commonplace around Lagos, Nigeria's commercial hub. Street beggars looking pitiful, others stretching their hands, calling for alms or scuttling for limited meals or gifts handed them by gracious passers-by. However, Lagos does not seem alone in this. Ibadan, an ancient city in Oyo, southwest Nigeria, isn't left out. The pace-setter state also has a teeming number of beggars, many of them immigrants from Niger and Chad. Halima is a 37-year-old mother of this kid. Daily, she heads for the streets to make a living off street begging.
Some people they give me 10 and some people they give me 20 now, 15 now. So the bar is for Yoruba where they sell rice.
She tells us that her street begging business pays off a lot in Nigeria.
Nigeria good. Nigeria they give us food, they give us clothes, they give us everything. Nigeria is fine, nothing unique. Nigeria is good. I don't stay in Nigeria 3 years.
Now back to Lagos at Jagunle precisely. A suburb dominated by low-income earning Nigerians is where we find Fatima, a 15-year-old who migrated from Bauchi and was introduced to a life of street begging by her auntie.
My mommy don't have money. The money where she don't have, where she give us to eat. She don't have money for put us for school. Why she come dey begging?
She is not alone. Her 54-year-old mom had also taken to street begging for survival. She recounts how tales of green pastures had made her migrate from her home state of Bauchi. She tells us her experience.
Da yara bakwai kuma ba da kuɗi shine masababin na taho Lagos. Har ne wannan shekaru ina nan Lagos.
Well, for this mother and daughter, an intervention made all the difference.
Ba ni da jari ne. Ba jari. Shine yasa nake yi kuma wannan oga shine yazo shi yace in daina yin bara in kama sana'a in bayar yara na biyu makaranta na bashi yara na wa'annan guda biyu makaranta. Yawa.
Currently, the begging system in Nigeria is structured, in a way that these beggars are most times being imported from the north, to beg, and there are those who they remit to.
A 2013 survey posted by Science Direct indicated that the total population of beggars in Nigeria stood at 12.4 million persons as of 2013. The Northwest hosted 41.1%, the Northeast hosted 28.2%, the North Central hosted 12.9%, leaving Southern Nigeria, including the Southwest, the South-South, and the Southeast, with 17.8%. Today, Fatima is enrolled in a school, while her mum runs a petty trade.
Shekara ta 25 a nan Lagos. Ina zanne wannan ya ce shi wannan oga ya je ce bara ba kyau. Na ce bara ba kyau oga ya ce iya. Sai na ce ni na barbara na kama sana'a. Sai ya ce ki ban yaranki makaranta. Shine yara na guda biyu na bashi makaranta suke zuwa makaranta. Yawwa. To kin ji mu garinmu muna Bauchi a ƙasar Bauchi muke kuma garinmu jama'are local. Jama'are local garinmu shekara ta 55. Yawwa. To yanzu dai muna nan muna maleji a nan. Kuma a cikin hakan nan ba mu samu jari ba jari. Ba mu da jari amma muna nan muna maleji.
They are thankful, but together they feel that street begging is wrong.
Bara ba kyau.
Make them find another work. That beg is no good.
Well, unfortunately, their gospel doesn't seem popular for these crop of beggars found on the other end of Lagos Island, Aja precisely. For these ones, life seems to be about waking up each morning, hoping to get alms from sympathetic passers-by.
Gwamnati ta ce za ta iya mana, kuma gwamnati ba ta iya mana ba. Mun zo muna fama ga wahala, ga rana, ga yunwa ta ishi.
A cikin yaran mun da babanmu ya yi fani ne babba. Duk wanda suke bayana duk kanana ne ba su san komai ba. No, I know the best. I know go beg. I know go beg. I will give my daddy. May put me for school.
Jigawa, wahala ce ta kawo mu, mijina ne ya mutu. Mijina ne ya mutu. Shi ne ya sa na zo ni. Ba kwan ne ya sa na zo ni ba. Nema na zo ni ci da bakina.
Diba fa kaina.
Bata iya Ingilishi ba.
Wa diba kaina. Ba mu ni yunwa. Karata guda.
Some of these passers-by think that street begging constitutes a nuisance.
We Nigerians are the ones that are still making these guys be on the road.
Okay.
Normally, we should not give them money. We should stop giving them money. You understand? When we are giving them money, then we are supporting it.
Okay.
So when we stop giving them money, they will move.
Since they beg for, let's say, quite some time, and I think they should try and raise up something and delve into one business or the other rather than begging it.
Why do people take to street begging? We spoke to a psychologist.
Begging starts from environments where there's deprivation from basic amenities and where there's poverty. However, once the habit starts, it becomes a disease of the neural system where it becomes self-replicating. Once a person goes on the roadside and asks for alms, and that person's behavior finds expression, the normal way the brain works is that that habit or that behavior now becomes habitual. It's a self-replicating habit. And so several people who tried the first time and they were able to get a few naira from that begging habit, they will be chasing that feeling. There's a feeling that comes from begging and getting someone to give you alms.
In Lagos, the number of child beggars and adult beggars, experts say, runs into over 1,000, as it would be recalled that earlier in 2020, some beggars numbering over 1,000 blocked the entrance to the Lagos State House of Assembly and the governor's office to protest against what they termed undue harassment and arrest by officials of the state government. With three northern states of Kano, Niger and Nasarawa recently banning street begging, the Lagos state government may not have officially banned street begging, but has constantly wasted no time to reiterate its position on the zero tolerance for street begging.
It's illegal. In Lagos, the law does not tolerate it. There is a law that is against street begging, and we are trying to enforce the law. We are actually enforcing the law because anybody who is caught doing street begging in Lagos is going to face prosecution. And if they are kids, they can be taken up the streets and taken to centers. If you are brought before a magistrate for begging, you can be fined up to 30,000 naira, or you can be sent to 1 year imprisonment.
Some schools of thought believe that if people were not given to street begging, there wouldn't be beggars on the streets.
We should give to beggars, but not those who have the capacity to work. If you want to look at it, you need to find what is the definition of a beggar. Is it somebody who is incapacitated, or is it somebody who has just chosen begging as a lifestyle? If it's somebody who has chosen begging as a lifestyle, no. But if it's someone who is incapacitated, if you go to other climes, they have people who are incapacitated, but there's a way they are taken care of. If Nick was in Nigeria, he would have been a street beggar. But today, Nick is far richer than some industrialists in this nation. Why? Because there are nations that have provided some sort of support.
So what does religion say about street begging?
According to the Quran and the Hadith of the Prophet Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam, we are told that we should earn a living in the most legitimate way. So Islam does not encourage street begging. It doesn't encourage begging at all. Yes, Islam encourages zakah and sadaqah, which is given to those people in need, but not to people that are able-bodied, that can actually work and earn a living. So we don't Islam does not encourage begging. Like training is a good place to start. Education, educating them to make them understand that even the Islamic religion, because you see that a lot of these people, they've been brainwashed thinking that it's okay. And even in Nigeria, because even now, we look at the people that are begging on the streets. People literally beg everywhere now, even on social media. You see people going on social media to beg in a way that maybe you call it a sophisticated kind of begging. So I think the first thing is education, to educate those people that it is not acceptable. Even the religion that they practice does not accept it. It's totally unacceptable.
Some people have made a life out of begging. No, that is not scriptural. The Bible said, he that does not work should not eat. But let him, then secondly, let him that steals steal no more, so that he can work, so he can have to give. So we are permitted to give to beggars, provided that, or let me put it this way, we should give to beggars who are incapacitated, not those who have the capacity to work. If you've got the capacity to work, go and work.
The state government considers street begging as unlawful, but what is being done to contain it?
there are centers that they are being taken to anytime they are caught doing that, and they are taken to those centers, and they are being fed there, they are being clothed there, and the government is totally responsible for their upkeep, so that nobody is encouraging a street begging. But anybody who is found taking off the streets 1 or 2, 3 times and is still doing it, the person may go to jail.
Can street beggars be rehabilitated?
I've worked with a particular person who had access to get a job years after begging, but because that has become habitual and that feeling is always, drives home that fulfillment, the person declined the job at the expense of a paying job, because the brain had been wired to get a reward for not doing anything. Yeah, they can be rehabilitated into the society by therapy and coaching. Therapy to help them alter that way of thinking, coaching to help them so that they can charge after the goals in an unstoppable manner. They certainly can be rehabilitated, but it takes work, and it takes the desire of that person to want to stop that habit. No matter how professional the therapist or the coach they're working with is, if they're not determined to leave, it will be difficult for us to ride on that energy and make them break free from that particular habit.
With governments at all levels working towards the United Nations Sustainable Development Goal 1, which is ending poverty, we do hope that the number of street beggars in Lagos reduces remarkably.
Religion and the state, on diversity, freedom, and neutrality of justice administration. Feed the hungry, visit the sick, set free the captives. These words were from Prophet Muhammad, peace be unto him. A house divided against itself can never stand. This saying goes for any group, community, or entity that refuses to accommodate differences. In the light of recent happenings in Nigeria, it is obvious that there is rivalry from ethno-religious intolerance, which is humongous threat to a unity and diversity. This is evident in the recent case of Deborah Yakubu Samuel, a student of the Shehu Shagari College of Education in Sokoto, who was killed in school premises with accusations of blasphemous utterances. These insane acts and other violent acts like terrorism, bombings, kidnappings have proven that the nation is tilting from a secular state to a state threatened by a religious and tribal intolerance. Section 38(1) of the Nigerian Constitution, as amended in 1999, clearly states, "Every person shall be entitled to the freedom of thought, conscience, and religion, and as such, no religion should be imposed as superior to others in the state." At this rate, our diversity is no longer seen as the glue that bonds us together, rather, almost a menace to our coexistence. Blasphemy is an offense under Islamic Sharia law, effective across Nigeria's 12 majority Muslim northern states. Section 204 of the Nigerian Criminal Code stipulates a 2-year imprisonment for public insult on religion. Nonetheless, charges of blasphemy are typically brought by Muslims against Christians or other Muslims. Blasphemy laws seem at odds with Section 38 and 39 of the Nigerian Constitution, which guarantees freedom of thought, conscience, religion, and expression. Even the United States Commission on International Religious Freedom has declared them, that is, blasphemy laws, inconsistent with universal human rights. Now, the question is, how can we uphold freedom of expression while respecting other views or ideas with respect to ethno-religious concerns? Perhaps considering these processes may be a pathway to this question and managing our diversities. Empathy, building actionable framework in public spaces that addresses ethno-religious issues. Accountable religious and traditional institutions. Religious and traditional leaders or rulers should be peace brokers in time of crisis and should be responsive while being held accountable for their sermons and actions. Political leaders should always act in the best interest of the nation and not in their personal ambition. Educational institutions should instill the right ideas and knowledge that promotes human capacity and tolerance. Government should be neutral in administering justice, promoting policies that strengthens our common coexistence while managing our diversity as a nation. Let us ponder on these words by Adam Grant, an organizational psychologist and best-selling author. It's hard to keep an open mind if you don't have an open heart. You don't have to agree with what people think to learn from how they think. You don't have to share their identity to be curious about what shaped it. Treating people with civility is a prerequisite for discovery. May the soul of Deborah Yakubu Samuel and other victims of ethno-religious conflicts rest in peace.
Amen.
Amen.
It's so sad. I don't even know what's this kind of thing as a parent. You know, it just breaks you because you're thinking this could be anyone's child. You've sent your child to school. You've brought up this child up to the age where you're now thinking, oh, this child will soon be able to go into the world themselves, and one day you hear this terrible news. Worse still, I think, is the fact that you never get closure, do you, with mob actions and things like that, because there's no one to hold accountable. So you don't get closure, you don't get justice because of the government's inertia to prosecuting the people who do this thing. How do you then not wake up every day just angry at life and angry at the things that life has thrown you?
Yeah.
You know, when you're talking about the religion and what comes to mind is how people think that they need to help God. God is God. You know, everything just baffles me.
Yeah.
God has the power to just strike anybody dead if that is what he wants to do. He doesn't need our help. And when you think of the atrocities that people have committed in the name of religion on both sides of the divide, I mean, when you think of in the olden days when people were burnt at the stake for what they believed in, like what you said, Elijah, you know, just that inability to allow everyone to believe in what they believe. My belief doesn't have to infringe on your own belief, and we don't have to believe the same thing. May the soul of Deborah and all the people who have gone, you know, before her, may it rest in peace.
Amen. What you just said about like my belief is my belief and your belief is your belief is still in our Quran, and we read it every time. It's on the first 10 pages, first 10 surah. And we read it, we say it every time, like your religion is yours, mine is mine, do yours, I'll do mine. It is there, we know that. So I'm not even going to speak on like that they did it because of Allah or they did it for Islam. They did it because of their own I don't know.
Myopic.
It's not for God, because you read it every time. When you read the first 10 surahs, the shortest 10 surahs that we read, you read it every single time. Your religion is yours, mine is mine. There's nowhere that is saying that their religion because of their religion.
I didn't know that.
It's there. It's there. So, but I think, do we not think that it is lack of humanity though that we are facing? All over the world, actually, but more so in Nigeria because we are here. It is lack of humanity, because when you put anything above humanity or above your human conscience, then you feel like anything goes. If as a human I can't empathize with you, or I can't say that if I do this to you, it will hurt you, then, and I'm saying, oh, because of God, even if it hurts you, God permits me to do it, then like, it's our humanity not like, I feel like our humanity is dead in this part of the world.
Definitely eroded and dead.
Well, I think it's a matter of incitement and wrong or toxic sermon. Now, I have so many Muslim friends, even from the north, called Fulani Muslims, my good friends, good ones, very good Nigerian citizens, good Muslims. I had the opportunity of interacting with a sheikh. He's a scholar. And he sent me some messages on WhatsApp. He gave me some quote from the Prophet, peace be unto him. He said some things and then I went to the internet to do some research. I found out that the Prophet Muhammad, peace be unto him, actually had Christian businessmen he transacted business with. He visited Jewish that were sick in his community or within the vicinity he had a Christian or a Jewish person was sick, he goes to visit them and show care. So I don't know where they get all this their idea from.
I am as lost.
So I think it's incitement, wrong, hateful,
I think,
and toxic sermon. This is where the government need to monitor.
Absolutely,
what goes on.
that's what I was going to say. That
And
government
hold
in action
religious and traditional
has helped to
institutions
perpetuate these things. If at any point in time, any of these things, because it's, I mean, this is not the first time these things have been happening, but at no time has anyone been brought to book. If at some point the government or government agencies have come up and say, this is what this person did, and this is, because murder is murder.
Yeah.
Where, I mean, there's nowhere where the law says that, oh, you can kill somebody because they said something nasty about you. If everyone were to go about killing people who said nasty things about them or things they didn't agree, I don't think there would be any human on earth standing. People, I just blame the government. In Nigeria, I blame the government because I don't hear of this thing. I mean, obviously, I don't know everything, but I don't hear of situations like this, even in core Muslim countries, that there's just mob.
Yeah.
Then I believe that the Sharia law will take its course. And so so what's happening is there's no law. Even the Sharia law is not taking its course, because I want to assume that you must at least be found guilty. And you must at least have stood in a court of your peers or whatever to be adjudged guilty, and then a sentence passed. But that is not happening because the government is ineffective.
These people cannot be judge and jury in their situation. And this is an opportunity for me to say this to our leaders, especially those from that side of the country.
Are they listening?
One of them in particular, I won't mention his name, is a presidential aspirant. He tweeted.
Can you imagine?
Lack of being responsible. So I'm waiting for them. What's
He shows
that he doesn't stand for anything.
He wants the vote.
You should
He's lost everyone, actually.
Stamp your foot down and say
He
this
wants
is
the
wrong.
vote.
So it's good. Let's condemn it. And this is where I actually applaud some of the Muslim scholars that called him, like a popular sheikh. I think that was Sheikh Gumi or so. He said he was condemning and he gave instances that this is wrong. So please, let's preach peace. Let's preach love. Let's preach harmony. And let's be accountable and responsible for our country. Let's promote humanity. They say the humanity and the covenant of life is more important than anything. Whether you kill for religious reasons or stealing, you kill somebody because it's true or whatever.
Or for love.
It's wrong. Yeah, of course. If you say so, like Romeo and Juliet kids. But let's try to promote humanity. We are not in the medieval era. Whatever is that? The Viking era.
Just kill anyhow. Kill and go.
No, it's wrong. All right. Up next is Ife Dolapo. Stay with us.
Running away, aka Japa, the new normal. At first, Japa started as a joke, but it very quickly became the norm in the past 4 years. Nigerians travel out to search for greener pastures and security. Families are separating very early on. Parents are separated from their kids. Siblings are torn apart. More than looking at the pros, can we look at the cons? Can we talk about the root cause of this new norm? First, governance. It's no news that we've been unlucky with our choices of leaders this past decade, and we can see that clearly in the current state of the country. If this is one of the major reasons that people japa, what then should we be looking to hear from incoming government officials? What new promises will convince people to stay put and not consider leaving this country? Economy. The Nigerian economy is a mess. We are in the dark era where payout stays the same, but the cost of living keeps going higher. The value of $1 to Naira is now at 610 Naira per dollar. We are consuming more than we are producing and still heavily dependent on other countries for our finished oil and food. No independence in sight. How will such an economy convince people to stay and not japa? Value of life. We all know that the value of life in Nigeria is equal to 0. No 911s or emergency response units to come to your aid. In fact, if you do get some good Samaritans to come to your aid, there's no assurance that the hospital will have space for you or have oxygen tank. Once you are in a ghastly accident, you can see the end in sight with little or no hope. How then will such situation convince someone to stay and not japa? Security. Insecurity in Nigeria is at an all-time high, from mob killing to SARS and police officials harming instead of protecting, to helps robbing and killing their bosses because they know they can get away with it. You could be driving back from work and get stabbed inside your car. You could walk down the street and have your bags snatched by little boys not much older than 14. You have to stay in constant paranoia, otherwise you become a prey. How will such insecurity convince someone to stay and not japa? Opportunities. After spending years in school and coming out with a first class, what jobs or type of living is available to you? Many a times we've seen first class graduates become bond sellers or POS merchants. No opportunity to practice what they studied. No opportunity to earn a living from it. How then will such a situation convince us to stay and not japa?
Well, I'm going to respond to you. You have made your argument, and sadly it's true, unfortunately. The only way out of Nigeria, I'm going to point out 3 major things. Number 1, managing diversity. Just like I said before, there is something I discovered in a documentary from the United Arab Emirates. Do you know that the government is intentional about enforcing unity and diversity, managing diversity among Christians and Muslims? There's a mosque in United Arab Emirates within churches that is called Mary, the Mother of Jesus Mosque. They named it because of, in honor of the Christians around that area. Because they are trying to tell them that we are different religions, but let's stick together and make the country work. If Nigeria can manage diversity, I guess our insecurity issues will reduce drastically, because most of our insecurity issues are due to ethno-religious problems. We know there are other things along the side, and the other one is structure. We need proper structure in the country, and our MDAs need to function so that they can have policies that will support local businesses and be an enabling environment for foreign investments, that people can come and invest in this country and provide opportunity for young people. It's not wrong for anybody to leave any country if you wish to. After all, people leave America, but to other countries, which is best known to them. But in Nigeria, it's because we have this mindset that many people have this mindset that if you don't leave Nigeria, you won't make it. I don't know that you've interacted with millionaires.
Are they wrong?
And they are not
Are they wrong?
Yeah, in a way, it's programming. It's mental programming.
No, it's not program. I just listed like 5.
Yeah,
I said
based on the
government,
situation,
insecurity.
based on the
Can you
situation.
take them one by one? Like, we are going to vote next year, 2023, yeah? We are going to bring a new governance. What are they going to say to us that will make the youth want to stay back and not go? Like, these are some points that I need you to be able to say to me as a youth that I might be considering Japa. Like, what are they going to bring to the table? Insecurity, I could live here now in my car. Once I get stuck in traffic, I'll be scared for my life, because anybody can bust my window. What are you saying to me that would make me stay, knowing that situation can happen? Like, I think you're being
Elijah,
very
I think that your response is
passionate
so academic.
Yes.
It sounds like something that you're supposed to just
we are coming from an ideal situation. So I'm going somewhere.
No, because you sound
going
very
somewhere.
academic.
I'm going somewhere.
This is our reality.
I want you to get to where you're going so that I can say what I want to say.
Bulk lies and stop the decks of the government. These people, they go out, they see how outside this country function, and they are happy to go buy properties there. When they come back, they leave the country the way it is. Whether you like it or not, build houses and have 10 million houses in London and the US, and we have many Nigerians jackparing. Let me use that language. We still have to care for our country, because it's our country. You go.
Unfortunately, Elijah, actually, Nigeria ceases to be their country once they get to that country and they get the right of, on whatever you call it. Because you see, I'm home and I do not have the rights that should be accorded to me as a citizen.
Yeah.
And then I go to a foreign place, I am welcomed, I get a job, security is paramount, I can pick up the phone and call 911, I'm sick, I can call the ambulance. Nobody is asking me to pay up front before they look after me.
Yeah.
What is not Ojapa?
That is why I said the structure. The government have to pay attention to structure, responding to 911.
What government? What government?
The government of the day. That is not. We have our government.
So in my mind, I'm
Some of them are
thinking,
sabotaging.
I don't know who those
They are
people
part
that
of
you're talking about. I don't know where they are. I don't know whether they've been born yet, because I'm thinking in my newspaper, I'm reading about some mighty figures. 1.9 trillion naira that somebody just ate. 9.5 billion, 410. I'm thinking, my goodness.
80 billion.
All this. And then you are saying the government. Which government are you talking about? I don't understand. When you've said what you said. No, I'm sorry. Yeah. When you said what you said, all those things that you were listing out, I just felt like just lying down and just crying. That's what I feel like doing. Because, and this is me who loves Nigeria. This is me who has been hopeful for my 50-something plus years that Nigeria is going to get better. Every day I'm thinking Nigeria is going to get better. But now I do not have even a moral justification to tell anybody who wants to leave not to leave. Because what are you're talking about the ideal, but there's no ideal. There's no ideal. Anybody that wants, I call it escaping. All the people who are escaping. So I don't say they're relocating. I'm like, they're just escaping. And I'm like, can't I just follow you and just escape with you?
And I'm going to give two scenarios that are personal to me. So I have a cousin. She wasn't good in school at all. She wasn't good at school work. And then no matter how they disciplined her, no matter how the lesson teacher we brought, that just wasn't her thing. And then when she finished secondary school, before she wrote JAMB, but before the result and all this thing came, during that interim, she was working for a restaurant in Lagos, doing for an internship or whatnot. They were paying her peanuts, but just so she does not sit at home before university result came. But then her mom was able to work something else out. She was able to travel abroad. When she got there, she joined a female soccer team. She's doing very well. She wasn't good with education. She was good at soccer. With soccer, she's able to send money home to her parents. With soccer, she's like, if she was here in Nigeria, she's like, there. That's the opportunity.
I can imagine how bad they made her feel here.
We don't have that structure.
That's the opportunity I'm talking about. Now, education didn't work. You see an opportunity for something else to work. In America, you see work that I'm an influencer, and that's what the person does, and they're making a good living. Is there that opportunity yet? That's one scenario. Second scenario is this girl going home from work. She was driving, she passed through our Eco Bridge, traffic held her up, and then this guy saw that it was a girl driving, only her in the car. They busted her window. He wanted to stab her in the neck, but she was able to put her shoulder just to get a phone that you sell for 20,000 naira. Are you telling me if that girl, which we've already told her she should travel, if that girl comes to you and say, what do you think? Should I just put all my savings together and leave? Are you going to look at her in her eyes and say, no, still stay and fight? Like, what's the rationale behind saying that someone like that should stay? Like, I just don't understand it. And I'm bringing this up just so that I can be convinced, or maybe you have something to say that won't paint the picture as bad. Because I have a brother that's finished university that is sitting at home and getting the job for what he studied. He studied political science. Getting a job to fit that, it's not happening.
So that's another thing.
I don't understand.
That's another thing. You know, like, so I know for a fact that when you're in a Western country, they don't really care about your university degree. Because I have 3 children that have been to university and all that. Nobody cares. Because whatever job you get, they're going to train you for that job. So in Nigeria, you must be a lawyer, you must be a... My daughter, when she did law, and then she decided that she doesn't want to be a lawyer. She's actually doing her master's and is in law school, but she decided that she doesn't want to be a lawyer. So she's got a job in compliance. She's had to learn everything from scratch, but she will soon be like, you know, that is her core.
Yeah.
It didn't, the fact that she has a law degree has no bearing on what she's doing now.
Well, I wouldn't say education didn't work for your cousin. I think it's the kind of education. Even why she
was...
What I'm saying is that why she was doing her soccer stuff there, because that environment, their concept of education is not like our concept of education here.
Yeah.
Our education is go and read book, get certificate. Their own education is solving problem.
It's practical.
And being fit to where your passion lies. That's education. So you won't say education didn't work for
No,
you.
I'm not.
Education
Don't get me wrong. I never
learned
said
academics.
I didn't say education didn't work for her. I said if she was still here,
she would
still
be
battling with
languishing.
school, she will be a shadow of herself.
Demoralized.
Demoralized with nothing to show for herself. In just 4 years that she has moved, she would even send me money.
The education didn't work for her. I know our problem is structure.
Very clear.
I think the question,
Policies
you were asking is, what can somebody say to you
to
convince you to stay?
Like what?
I personally, like I said, I have no moral. I cannot ask anybody to stay, and that makes me sad.
Yeah.
Because I believe in Nigeria. And I love Nigeria. And my fear is, what's going to happen to these children who are growing up, and even the ones that are unborn?
Yeah.
The best of Nigerians' brains. They're just living in droves.
Yeah.
Every day you go to the hospital, you ask for your doctor has jackpot, your nurse has jackpot. Only the hospital is still standing. Everybody who works there has left. And it's sad because they're living to better. You can see that they're living to better. Yeah. So the only area that I will agree with you is, until our government gets up and do something. You know, I've thought of, can't somebody just come like a Rollins and just do the Rollins?
Or Donald Trump.
I'm just like, somebody need to go.
We need to get your PVC. Let's start with that one first.
Yes.
Get your PVC.
You're right.
The only action is I cannot convince you.
PVC.
Get your PVC.
Elijah,
votes.
PVC.
Next year.
Peter Obi has just absconded to another party.
He has not yet said
So
that.
who is APC? Okay, look at APC and tell me who they're bringing that. Even if you had your PVC, you would want to vote for. And that's what she's saying. Who amongst these people are we even going to say, oh, this person can save us?
You know, in
I don't
politics,
see a Messiah.
24 hours is quite a very long time for anything to happen. So let's watch and see what happens.
Okay.
While we hope that the parties will bring forth
credible
individuals. Get your PVCs. That's only what I would advise. If you complain about Nigeria, if you ask me, get your PVC.
We will. I have my PVC.
Let's try.
I have my PVC. I have been voting since democracy restarted. I have been voting. Sometimes I have voted for people knowing that this person is not going to win, but my conscience would not allow me to vote for someone that I know that they probably cooked and that person is going to come anyway. Ife, I don't know. I cannot tell you not to japa. I'm sorry. I can't tell. I don't think that anyone can tell anyone right now. Even parents are like, please japa, we can get them sent for me.
That is why I said this thing has become from reality to ingrained in our mind, that we just believe that the country cannot work unless you japa. These same people that are causing problem in the country, when they go out there, they respect their system. They respect their system and they
so why do they not? Why are they causing? Because the government will not. Because the government will not enforce any laws.
Which the government? I'm talking about the those in government.
The constituted authority. Okay.
Which are part of the people. They have their family members abroad. Many of them have second citizenship.
Yeah, absolutely.
When they go to those countries, they do very well.
There was a bill.
But when they come here, they just believe it's Nigeria.
There was a bill that somebody was trying to pass recently, I think Sejus Oguns, in the House of Representatives, where he was saying that they should ban, children of public office holders going abroad to school. Of course, they knocked it down because they know that they have not put anything in place to make sure that their children stay here. And that is just as everything else in Nigeria. It's just that. I'm just at the point where I'm almost, I don't know if we're even allowed to say this on TV because, I mean, we should at some point be able to encourage people and be like, oh, this is Nigeria. But I'm just so sad and I'm getting to the point where I'm just losing hope in this country because the people that we have elected to build, they seem to not care or want to. What comes to my mind is there's this place in the Bible where God was telling one of the kings and saying that, oh, because you did this, this is what I'm going to do to you. And the king was like, it's okay. You are going to do it after I'm dead. It's not me who is going to suffer for it. And I can just, it's my children, so it's okay. I won't be here. But you must care about what happens to your children.
Leaders think about the future. Politicians think about the next election.
We only have politicians.
Many people we don't have
any leader. We don't have any leader.
I want to become president.
We don't have any leader.
You destroy the system, and when you are done, you carry your family and go to America to go and stay. then the country suffers. No, that's what happens now. That's what happens.
Yeah. I think I brought up this topic because I have my answer.
You're about to japa.
No. Not because I'm about to japa, because I'm a startup founder and there are other startup founders that I'm friends with and we are building for this country.
So you're staying?
Because
are you staying?
Because if the government won't do it, then we are doing it ourselves.
Absolutely.
And what we are facing now is that they are bringing up regulation to block what we are trying to do. But still, regardless, we are doing it because we like Japa, we like move out of this country to go and live in another country. No. But we like move to we like go to other countries to see what's going on there, and then come back to still continue building out my team. Yes, absolutely. That's what I'll be doing. But we like take my siblings out of this country. Of course, they are going to leave this country. Will my children be born in this country? No. But we like stay in this country to build out my startup with my fellow startup colleagues. Yes, I will.
If they will let you, because being an entrepreneur myself, I don't know how any government would make it so difficult for humans to thrive and help them. So I am an employer of labor. And I'm thinking, I am helping the government because these are people who otherwise would not have a job and will constitute again to a problem or nuisance for the society. Is the government helping me to achieve this? Are they helping to make sure that I succeed? No. Diesel, you cannot do business without diesel. The diesel is not to be hard, or it's to be hard at a price that is too high. Is there power? Is there electricity? No. So again, you think to yourself, is there security?
Our brothers sit at home.
So we are paying taxes and all. Then where I live, we have gates almost at every street. So we're still paying estate dues for our own security again, because the government has refused to provide security. So we're providing security. When transformer gets fault, we're buying transformer. We're doing, it's just too much, and it's just wrong.
Just imagine what is happening now. I'm just trying to imagine the brilliant ideas that Governor Soludo talked about before he became governor. Now he's there now. He's trying to make it work. Look at the way they are frustrating him.
They become
redundant. He's now fighting from sit at home to, they beheaded last week. You heard of the woman lawmaker?
Okay.
No, I'm not even talking about the lawmaker that was beheaded. His head was. I think we're in Vikings, and they hanged his head on the stage.
Oh my God!
Before they killed that woman and her children in Anambra State.
In Anambra State, nobody has been brought to book. Nobody has been brought to book.
People are scared there. The governor has brilliant idea, but now it can't work now because you see how the state is. Now the Igbos or the indigenous that are outside doing well outside, I hope they will come back to set up businesses.
When they see that, they're not coming back now.
Yeah, they can't.
They'll be scared of coming back.
They cannot come.
So again, I think that the psyche
if you go to
is everywhere.
North, the same thing. So
our psyche needs to be rejigged. I don't know. It's like they should just give birth to every Nigerian again and put something in us.
Let me throw a little bit of humor. So Yoruba people to the rescue. If the East is burning down and the North is burning down.
This is not lobbying. So Yoruba people have their own. We all have. We all have our own.
We just want to have our own and their party.
We just want to party. We just want to party.
And shout. That's what we want.
But let's not be fooled by the fact that you think Lagos is really exclusive, so you are okay.
No, we don't think. Obviously, what she's talked about, those are the things that are happening in Lagos.
Generally speaking, because people think, it's happening in this, it's happening in us, no concerns. I did Lagos.
The mob killing happening in Lekki.
No, the question is,
almighty
it's too close
so
for comfort. Anything can happen anytime.
To be honest, you know what I'm looking forward to? I am looking for someone to just come and shake the table, turn everything upside down, and give APC a run, a serious run for their money, both in Lagos and Nigeria as a whole.
Politicians
but are they not the same people moving from PDP to APC, APC to PDP?
Like there are some people now. Look at Banky W just won House of Reps for Etiosa local government. There's hope.
Yes.
But I'm thinking, where are these NSAS people? This is time for all of them to come out. I would have thought to see more of them in politics. I hope they do. I hope they do.
But to me, I don't see any reason as changing parties to solve problem, because if you if you see a man that has a very nasty character and you call him XYZ, his name is XYZ.
I'm not
and
voting for
tomorrow
parties.
the man changed his name to ABC.
It's still the same
It's still
person.
the same person.
Me, I'm not voting for party. I'm voting for individuals.
Right?
So I may vote for one
Look at the
person in
ideologies.
APC for gubernatorial. I may vote for
I
somebody
think we
in
have
Labour
great
Party.
Nigerians.
That's what I'm going to do.
We have great Nigerians, good Nigerians.
Oh, we do. If
But
you
these
travel
people
across
don't have
Africa,
the
you
necessary-
know.
They don't have the necessary, maybe financial or support or grassroots mobilization
To do
to
that.
get there. Because
Yeah.
some of these so-called
We would probably go
old
on and on
politicians
and on
that are corrupt, they have held captive the people.
we would
So
probably
that-
go on and on and on because we have so much to say and very little time to say it in. So we thank you for your attention while the program lasted. We hope our conversations resonated with you and that in some small way encouraged you to contribute to your immediate environment. Little drops of water, they say, makes a mighty ocean. Don't forget, the advocacy continues on our social media platforms on Facebook, PlusTvAfrica, hashtag the Advocate NG, and on Twitter and Instagram at PlusTvAfrica, hashtag the Advocate NG. To catch up with previous broadcasts, go to plustvafrica.com/the Advocate NG. Don't forget to subscribe to our YouTube channel, Plus TV Africa and Plus TV Africa Lifestyle. Join us next week, same time on this station. Let's keep advocating for a better society. See you next time.
Bye.
Welcome to The Advocate on Plus TV Africa, where we discuss thought-provoking topics in an atmosphere of seriousness, decisiveness, and laughter. Here, we call a spade a spade. Today, I'm talking about the actions, or rather the inaction of the government to mob action. In the same vein, Elijah is speaking on diversity and freedom in religion and in Nigeria. Ifedolapo is looking at how running away, or jakpa, is now the new normal. Sit back, and after this break, we'll be here to dissect it all. Stay with us. Mob action and government lack of action. In Nigeria and by Nigerians, 2 persons were burned to death by a mob in Ijesha, Lagos State, over an alleged theft of mobile phones. Deborah Samuel was gruesomely executed and her remains burned by fellow students over alleged blasphemy in Sokoto. A teenager was burned to death by a mob on accusations of stealing a motorcycle in Auchi, Edo State. And David Imo was beaten up and set ablaze by commercial motorcyclists in Lekki Phase 1 over some yet-to-be-known crime. All these in May alone. Bear in mind that these are the ones that made the headlines. What of the ones that did not? This is our reality. Next door in Ghana, a Nigerian stole a mobile phone. And what did they do to him? He was made to clear the gutters in the community, after which he was given water to have a bath and thereafter fed. This is a Nigerian in a foreign country. How is it that he was shown mercy when his own brothers would have put a tie around his neck and set him on fire? What has happened to us as a people where we have become so completely lacking in empathy and basic human decency? The Nigerian police and other law enforcement agencies have a duty of care to protect the lives and property of her citizens, as well as defend the Constitution. However, it's beginning to look like we're in a free-for-all where everything goes and everyone can do as they please without fear of being held accountable. Now, what does the Constitution say? According to the 1999 amended Constitution, every person has a right to life, and no one shall be deprived intentionally of his life, save in the execution of a sentence by a court in respect of a criminal offense of which he has been found guilty in Nigeria. Every individual is entitled to respect for the dignity of his person, and accordingly, no person shall be subject to torture or to inhuman or degrading treatment. A person shall be entitled to a fair hearing within a reasonable time by a court or other tribunal established by law. A suspect shall be accorded humane treatment, having regard to his right to the dignity of his person, and not be subjected to any form of torture, cruelty, inhuman, or degrading treatment. A suspect shall be brought before the court as prescribed by this act or any other written law, or otherwise released conditionally or unconditionally. So, the question that begs to be answered is, for all these crimes, who has been arrested? In the case of Deborah, for instance, 2 people have been arrested, and for what crime, you may wonder? For conspiracy and inciting public disturbance, rather than for murder. In Lagos, 4 people were arrested, but have not been charged, and the governor has banned commercial motorcycles in some areas of the state. So my question is this the totality of it?
Before you forgot to add that the Nigerian that was shown empathy or love in Ghana, he also found love. You know, after eating, there was a lady that fell in love with him, allegedly. I saw it online, actually. So, this is a very serious issue, actually. I remember the very first day of my life, I saw a human being born today that was in nursery school. I remember, I can't forget, I was one of my guardian was taking me to school at that early age, and I saw a corpse being born. I was like, what happened? He was trying to close my eye. Don't look. I mean, being too inquisitive. I saw it. I guess when I go home, I couldn't sleep. I was scared. And he told me, who asked you to look? And I was like, why would they do this to people? It's inhumane, it's barbaric. Can't take laws into your hands. Our country, we have to evolve. Imagine what happened to the Uniport 4 students in 2012, the ALU4. Those boys did not rob, according to what we found out. They said they only went, although what they did, perhaps they didn't do it properly. They said they wanted to go and collect their money from someone, and the person collected money for them from a business, and when they came to maybe harass him to collect back their money, business gone wrong, he shouted, thief, thief, and that's how people came and just gathered them. Without asking what happened, they killed them. Then I remember sometime between late 90s and early 2000, one of my cousins was telling me of one incident that happened at the area. I think that was really some years back. That period, a woman, her son, according to her, stole from her, and she started shouting, thief, thief. People came and started beating the child. Later, so they wanted to burn him. He said, no, my pikin, no burn him. And there was another incident that happened during the lockdown. His young boy stole what, Gali? Remember that story? And he was burnt. We didn't find out. In Lagos here, that was during the lockdown. So why, this is sheer wickedness to me. There is nothing like trying to prove a point. Oh, let's kill them so that robbery will stop, or this is wrong. Many of these people that were burnt alive were actually innocent. Many of them were not guilty.
I think we should look at the fundamentals of when these mob killings happen, where does it happen? Who are the people that participate in it? We see that most people that participate in it are either illiterate or extremely poor people, or people that have nothing much going on for them. And mostly people that maybe they are poor, no hope for them, the government isn't doing much for them, society isn't doing much for them, and they probably go to bed hungry, they wake up still no hope, begging for food and looking for meat. When you get burnt, when they mob you, that's the worst thing that can happen.
Not me.
No. When they mob someone, okay, the mentality is, even though I go to bed hungry, I don't have hope, I don't have anything going on for my life, I'm still better than that person that was mobbed.
Okay, so to be honest with you, I hear you, but just disagree with you. And the classic example is Deborah. They were not poor. They're students. They were not illiterates. They're students in a polytechnic that you would assume have a level of enlightenment. And for me, I think what I'm really trying to raise here is not even just so it's a mob, there's a mob mentality. There's something that happens when a mob takes over that really nobody can control. What really bothers me,
in that sense.
what bothers me, sorry Elijah, may I just finish? What really bothers me is the government's lack of inaction and the fact that all these things that we've talked about, they've happened, but no one has been convicted. No one has been brought to book. So look at Deborah, for instance. People have been arrested for conspiracy and disturbing the public peace. Who's been arrested for the murder? The one in Lekki as well. Yes, dude, the government has banned the motorcycles, but
it will not solve the problem.
It's not bringing the person back to life.
Yeah. For you to I think, arrest someone for murder, you need to know what final hit killed the person, and you need to know the person that made a final hit to kill the person, because that means you're accusing about 50 people of murder, which is not possible.
Well, some of them may be responsible for manslaughter. So if not murder, but
the person that started it in the first place.
I think the person that started it in the first place, in the case of like the Lekki situation, the Okada men that first came to start the opera are the ones that are being arrested, and if I can't justify it. It is appalling.
There's no justification.
I heard about the Lekki thing, and then I heard about Deborah. I'm a Muslim, and I heard that the Deborah situation had something to do with religion and this thing. And then you see, we bring a quote in our Quran that says that we shouldn't take a life. It is there. And then some people misinterpret it as we are fighting for God and this thing. And like, it's like, how many people, like even me, that I'm Muslim, I'm scared of going to this side of the place where Deborah was schooling. I won't mention the state. I'm scared of going there because they are extremists. They won't, if I'm telling them Islam is my religion, I understand you and this thing, they won't key into what I'm trying to say, because they will think like maybe I'm whitewashed or I'm westernized and this thing. They are extremists. You can't really make sense with a stupid person.
Okay, the thing is, from what you said, it's not, I would disagree with you with regard to what you said initially about the persons that are involved in mob action are usually illiterate, nothing much for them. It's not actually true. It's mob mentality.
Mob mentality.
When I was in secondary school, I remember we were having a conversation with our English teacher, and he said something, that there was a day he was driving through the popular Vaux Agri, because that period, almost every weekday when we come back from school, we're going towards Vaux, you must see a dead body along that Vaux body. Yeah, they've killed somebody. They've burnt someone, because there's always robbery there. Now, guess what? He said there was someone that was alleged of stealing. And before you know, look at that, started beating him. The next thing, the woman parked her vehicle, came down from her vehicle, say, I have fuel, let's burn him. Now, that woman, according to him,
did not know what was happening.
A woman. She's not.
And she had no idea what was happening.
It's just mob mentality, like you said. So the government have to be decisive. Number one, nobody has the right to take laws into their hands. If you feel somebody do something wrong, hand over the person to the police. Let the police do their job. And they should also pass a bill that anybody involved in mob action, if they can arrest the person, if you're involved one way or remotely or directly, the person should spend some time in jail, because it's wrong.
I think our problem is not that there are no laws. It's just that they are not being enforced. So pass a bill all you can. What are the existing laws? Nobody is enforcing it. And what makes me really sad is the fact that our law enforcement agencies appear to be completely impotent and unable to do anything about it. I mean, in Lekki, you heard that, the police came and the mob overpowered the police. And I mean, that is just so sad. Anyway, up next is Elijah. Stay with us.
Hello there, and thanks for joining us for yet another edition of our program. It's been a very busy week, full of intrigues and maneuvers, especially in the political arena.
Expected, John. The stage is almost set with the actors putting on their best performances ever. The question on the lips of a lot of people, I inclusive, is whose interest really is the drama that we see around, and the drama that we expect to unfold eventually. Now, will the audience give a standing ovation at the close of curtain, or will the theater be completely empty even before the drama ends, John?
I can see you're using your theater lingo there.
Play with me now.
Yes. Well, Helen, certainly you're in the spirit.
I am.
Okay, like they say. And the world indeed is a stage, and we are all actors. We either play lead roles, supporting roles, or we're in the audience just watching. Yeah?
And we're either leaders or we are followers. So today on the show, we are ready to engage in yet another interesting and impactful conversation. And it's centered on leadership and age. Welcome to Today with John and Helen, live, your wholesome family show on PlusTvAfrica. I'm Mama Helen Odele. Name hasn't changed. And I'm always grateful to God for the gift of life and for your attention.
It changed slightly today.
It didn't change.
The Onwa came before the Helen.
They are all my
They are the same.
can't go anywhere.
Well, our conversation is on leadership and age, like you heard, and it's all encompassing from the family, corporate world, politics, and what have you. We have a guest who has seen it all, like they say, talking about leadership. The twist, however, is in what age has got to do with leadership. I am John Senaya, or could we say Senaya John?
Senaya John, John Senaya.
And it's great knowing you're there. Welcome on board.
All right, so John, the answer to that question and many others will come, I believe, after the break, because our guest is already seated and he's ready to go. This is Today with John and Helen once again, and we shall be back in a bit. Please, please, please don't go anywhere.
Yeah, thanks for staying there. Well, would I be correct to say that leadership knows neither age, race, nor gender? Well, leadership is simply the act of guiding a team, a country, people, or an individual to achieving set goals through purposeful direction and motivation. Would that be right, Helen?
Yeah. Well, the guest will tell us more. I see he's nodding his head. Young or old, some believe that leaders are born, while others say that they are made. But before all of that, John, anything impactful, anything remarkable, on your mind that we can share with our
on my mind,
friends out there this morning?
On my mind, I think during the week I read that a certain pastor, showed his heart of kindness to the family of the fallen hero. Yeah,
true. Some weeks ago, I mean, a lot of us were really thrown into mourning when we saw that young girl being beaten and burned alive in a secondary school environment in Kano, and we had so many questions, But someone just rose from in Nigeria and said, this girl should have been the light to this family. And now that light has been taken out. What can we do? And he offered the whole family circle.
Yeah.
We are told that he's relocated all of them to Port Harcourt. He's giving them accommodation. He's giving the younger brother full scholarship abroad, And he's done so much for the father and the mother of the child.
Yeah.
And that's a lot of relief.
We can only hope that we have many more Nigerians that will be able to do that.
Especially in a week where we're celebrating the younger ones. It was Children's Day yesterday.
It was Children's Day yesterday.
Yes. So the whole week, children were celebrated.
Yeah, it brought me a whole feeling of nostalgia. Remember in those days when we would, all file out and go to the race course here in Lagos, just for Children's Day. And it always was exciting for us.
I just keep, I hope that it's not just a celebration every 365 days.
Yeah.
That really the plight of the children are taken into consideration and their lives are made better policy-wise and implementation-wise, right from the family up to, the highest level.
And it has to be across the country. Because
across
now we're beginning to see some states doing better in some areas than others. So there has to be, some. Well, anyway, let's wish our children a belated Belated Happy
It's
Children's
still on.
Day.
Because I'm sure
It's
this
still on.
weekend, a lot of them are going out to have
of
fun.
course. Yes. So we say that age and leadership is the reason we're here today. And we're lucky to have with us Dr. Olukunle Iyonda, who comes with an impressive and rather intimidating profile in this field. Dr. Iyonda holds an MBA from Olabisi Onabanjo University, an MSc in corporate governance from Leeds Beckett University, and a PhD in information system management from Walden University, Minnesota in USA. And I refuse to be intimidated by all of this.
Our guest is a persuasive performance-driven and energetic leader with more than 20 years of comprehensive management positions and achievements across various industries. He's been in manufacturing, he's been in healthcare, he's been a management consultant and in higher educations. He is, at the moment, managing partner, Design Thinkers Group, West Africa, as well as founder, CEO, Broots Consulting.
Yes, Dr. Iyonda told us off camera when we asked him how come he got so many certificates, and he said it was out of nothing to do. Well, I wish I would have nothing to do to be able to get all of this. Dr. Iyonda, by the way, works also with organizations to help build capabilities, strategy development, innovation, change, leadership, and corporate culture. He is Senior Fellow, Nigeria Leadership Institute, Fellow, Institute of Chartered Accountants of Nigeria, Associate, Nigeria Institute of Taxation, Member, American College of Healthcare Executives, Member, Chartered Institute of Management UK, and so much more. Join us. Join us to welcome to the studio Dr. Olukunle Iyonda. You are finally, you've landed. Finally.
Oh boy.
You're welcome, sir.
And we had to, keep a lot of them out to land.
You're welcome.
All right. It's a privilege, sir.
Thank you so much,
to be able to share this space with you on this show today.
Yeah, I look forward to it, and it's a privilege to be with you guys this morning.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
So, age and leadership is the thrust of today's show. Can you give us an opening remark?
Well, very interesting. Maybe my opening remark, the way I want to put it, is to tell people, especially those who have been with a lot of agitations concerning, leadership and age, to say that age has nothing whatsoever to do with leadership. It's been proven over and over again. Okay, if you talk of wisdom, well, it has something to do with leadership.
Okay.
However, wisdom and leadership has nothing to do with age. So, and I believe that why are we even bothering ourselves with the issue of age when we're supposed to be looking at competence and success? Because over the years, or if you look at the history of human beings, you will discover that there are people that have led at a very young age. Why? Because they are able to show competence. They'll be able to see that there's a problem that needs to be solved for millions of people. So they are not waiting to be fed. I think that what led us to begin to think of maybe gender, maybe age is an entitlement mentality. Wherein we just feel that we have to sit down and somebody has to give it to us because I'm a woman, somebody has to give it to me because I'm young, somebody has to give it to me because I'm an elder. All right. Not necessarily because of value we are able to create.
Okay, so Dr. Iyonda, you've answered all of our questions in your opening remarks.
No, yes.
But what we're going to do now is we're going to take them one after the other.
Yeah.
We're going to break each aspect down. Because we have all day, in quotes. We have all day. And really, this is a subject that we really must address because it's right there at the tip of our tongues. It's on the forefront.
Right in our faces.
Yes. Now, let's start. There are two sides to this leadership question, young and old. Is anyone too young or too old to be a leader? Let's break that down.
All right. If I want to, if we look at it on the surface, the answer would be no one is too young, no one is too old. However, that's just on the surface. Yes, somebody can be too young to be a leader. If you're an infant cannot lead, for instance. All right? Because I believe that a leader is someone who knows left from right. Anybody who can know the left from right, who can distinguish between good and evil, is qualified to be a leader. However, if you become too old and you become senile, can you still be a leader? So you can get too old, become senile, so your mental capacity is not there anymore, so you cannot lead.
Okay.
Or you become too young,
too
you're an
young.
infant that you cannot distinguish between good and evil, between right and wrong, okay, then you cannot lead. So long as your mental state is okay, you can lead, regardless of gender, regardless of age.
Okay.
So he walked into the next question.
Okay.
He walked right into it. So I'll leave it
Yes,
to
yes.
ask.
No, he walked right into it. Because he has said only when someone has become senile is unable to probably take that leadership initiative, and maybe when the strength is no longer there and all that, that's the only time that age, in terms of old, becomes an issue. So how did we get to where we are, where age has become such an important factor in our leadership? What has age really got to leadership quality? You have said really nothing. But how come we are at a point where we have agitations here and there, Sometime last year, the young people were all over the place, not too young to rule. And what's the point? What are the hindrances? Why this discussion on age and leadership?
You see, each time we talk about age and leadership and said, okay, somebody is too young or somebody is too old, we need to go back to history. Look at the founding fathers of Nigeria. At what age do they become whatever they have?
Leaders. Yeah.
You look at somebody like Gowon, who became at 29. All right? Yeah. What's his name? Muritala died at the age of 38. Jonathan was president of Nigeria in his 40s. Same goal for Babangida. Same goal for even the current president. Maybe the problem is you have youth who came into leadership and they desire to sit for so long. All right? So you have people who possibly got into leadership position at the age of 20-something or 30-something, and they have been there for the past 50 years.
They refuse to leave.
They refuse to leave.
But it's their constituency.
All right. So, and why do they refuse to leave? Because they were accepted by us. I believe that the kind of leaders we get is the kind of leader that we ask for. I always say that you can't have a good leader in any society where you want a good leader, but you need great followers. Okay. Because if you don't have great followers, you cannot have good leaders. All right. So if I want to sit there and I say, okay, I want to be a member of House of Representatives and I want to be there forever and ever. If I'm not serving the will of the people and the people know what the will is and their desire is, what are they going to do? They will kick me out. So if they don't kick me out and I continue to be there because you have compromised followership, then there's going to be a problem. How do followers get compromised? We see what is wrong, we decide to keep quiet about it. So long as you can give somebody 1,000, 2,000 to vote, to sell their conscience, that's a compromised leadership, isn't it? Followership rather. So long as followers see that, okay, this person is just a PS or a director in the ministry, his salary is possibly 200,000, but he's doing something of 200 million, and we decide to keep quiet, then something is wrong.
Yeah.
Today, I'll be glad to see that my brother or my sister became the president of this country. All right. So all the attacks that have been, throwing to those who are there now, what happened? I keep quiet because now I'm a strong beneficiary. And I begin to ask myself that maybe the reason why sometimes the noise becomes so much is because we are not part of those who are sharing that cake. Which is quite unfortunate. If we are all driven by value, then it doesn't matter who is there. But the question is that the value has been completely eroded. I remember when we were growing up, if they say your father is a thief, you won't be able to go to school the next day.
Yeah.
If they say somebody in your family, in fact, when you want to marry, they will first of all examine, I hope there is no prisoners in the family. But today, you know what happened? When a leader is sent to prison and is released, we are going to get us able to go and welcome them.
Wow.
So And that's why I'm saying that maybe we should pipe a little bit low about leadership and begin to talk about followership, because the leaders did not drop from heaven, they are from us, right? But you may not have had leaders who have been there for so long, and if the society decides to tolerate them, then do you blame them for it?
Okay, John, before you come in with your next question, his answers just, tipped something in me now. Leaders, what are the qualities that are expected of them that probably we do not see? Now you're saying that the followership is even more important. What's the quality of a followership that will assist a leader to achieve?
All right. Very interesting question. Let's talk about followership again. Okay, Nigeria is some madness that somebody will use taxpayers' money, right, to buy buses and all of that, and they put his name there as the governor. Or you use the government, use taxpayers' money to do the road, right? You name it after yourself.
Yes.
And all of us as followers, we go there and we say, oh yeah, we clap for.
He did this.
He did this. You know what? Because we don't even know our rights.
Yeah.
Okay.
We're supposed to say, we are not supposed to clap for anybody because you have done the road.
Job.
Because it's your job.
Because that's the reason you're there.
We are not supposed to clap for you because you build a new hospital or you build a railway station. We don't supposed to. Number one, it's not your money you used to do it. It's our money that you used to do it. The only reason why we put you there is for you to do those things. So why should we clap for you because you have done it?
Because others didn't do it.
So it becomes like an exception. So good performance become an exception in our society, in which once you see a governor that decided to do a road, guess what? All of us, oh, he did a road for us.
Yeah.
And the governor sings all about it.
Yeah, which is unfortunate. However, great followership means that you will say, Mr. Governor, we elected you to do this. You have not done it. You want to know the reason why it has not been done. Are we together on that?
Yes.
Because until the followers begin to know that the leaders are not the one in charge, and that leaders are supposed to lead from behind.
Wow. Yes.
Until you bring empathy into leadership. Empathy means that as a leader, I must understand my personal challenge in the context of a global challenge of the people.
Yes.
So I must be able to subdue my personal challenge into that of the people's challenge. All right? I must know what they feel. How many of our leaders can we really say that know what we are feeling?
Or care about what we're feeling?
Or care about what we are, or even understand it? It's an issue that we need to really discuss.
Yes, doctor.
Yes.
Doctor, yeah. You see, when I was preparing myself for this program, or at least I tried to do that mentally, I promised myself that we will not make it look like we're talking about politics.
Yes.
Leadership is that.
But the topic is such that the first place your mind goes, given all that is happening, is politics.
But politics is everything.
I mean,
the corporate world is politics.
It's all about governance.
The family
governance.
is
And I want to tell you, because when you talk about leadership, why you cannot take away political leadership, because political leadership is the umbrella.
Yes.
So whether I talk about corporate leadership, whether I talk about community leadership, everything is still within that umbrella.
The rules are the same.
The rules are the same.
The rules are the same.
So, and what people see, the question, I'm a community leader in my place and I'm doing the little bit that I can do. But what I'm able to achieve may be dependent on what I'm permitted largely, to achieve. However, having said that, I'm also the opinion that when we look at leadership, can we begin to address it from various levels?
Yeah.
In my office as a corporate CEO, okay, what kind of leadership are we talking about? Now, when I talk about empathy, okay, I'm not talking about sympathy. I'm talking about leaders that understand the feelings of the people that they lead.
Yeah.
And you must understand that, for me, the definition of leadership is more of working with the people to ensure their success. So I'm there as the CEO to build the people. That's why I'm there.
Yeah.
Yesterday, I was talking to my human resource manager, and I was saying, we need to call this staff. I said, where we have given the person query. We have done this. I said, no, let's call them. Maybe there are psychological issues that this person is dealing
going
with.
through.
And I say, let me tell you, workplace is to build people. I know that we want them to work so that the bottom line can be okay. But it's first, as a leader, we must recognize that we are there to build people. We are there to remove barriers that will not make them to succeed.
And you're dealing with human beings, not machines.
Look at, we talk about American dream. What is the meaning of American dream? American dream is create an environment where everybody that is in the US can thrive and prosper.
And be happy.
And be happy. Takes away all obstacles.
Yes.
And what we are looking at, let's look at it, let's say politically, as a citizen, whatever will not make me to succeed is taken away. It could be system, it could be policy. In my place of work, the same thing. Even in my family. I'm a father. You are a mother. We are supposed to give leadership. All right? And that leadership means that what do I need to do to ensure that my children succeed? That is the first thing, okay? So if you are unable to take all those impediments that will enable them to succeed, then you are failed as a leader. And that is what it is also when we talk about either political or corporate or community leadership.
Now let's take it down to brass tacks again. Let's go. I'm trying to not make it sound like we're attacking our politicians, So let's do a throwback to when I was in school. In those days, age was never a factor. In deciding who led the class, for instance. It was really a matter of intelligence, maybe ability. So what has changed? What do you think has changed?
What I think has changed is our value systems has been completely eroded. In this country, you see a parent who pays someone to write JAMB for their children.
Yeah.
So what are they telling them? In this country, you will see someone who wants his or her to get to position in the school and will go and pay for it. We have even seen situations whereby somebody will go to the principal of the school and say, I want my son to be this. And because at the PTA he has the biggest voice, the loudest voice, and is able to do one or two things, we get compromised. So, and when you have stuff like that, what kind of leaders are you going to have? I used to tell, some of my younger friends, I said, you will shout that you don't want your child to be on phone.
Yeah.
Right. No, it's to spending so much time on phone.
And you are there.
But you are there. And the only thing they are seeing is what you are doing.
Yes. You are the example.
You are, okay. So, how did we get it wrong? We got it wrong because at every levels, we are more of talkers than doers.
Okay.
So the only thing we are doing is just to talk and expect people to do differently. And most times we think that those laws that we made are not for us. We can do as we like, we are matured, and all of that is for other people. No. And that's why I'm saying that a leader must live from behind. What makes you to be a leader is you are wise. What is wisdom? You are knowledgeable. You are able to apply that knowledge to bring about social change. Positive social change. That makes you to be a good leader.
Experience.
For us to say that you have wisdom, you have the mental capability. Okay? You are able to see things from diverse perspective. That is wisdom.
Yes.
All right. Okay. So it's possible for you to have people who are very, very smart, who have gone to the best schools in this world, got the best education, yet they are not wise.
They are not wise.
And we have to ask ourselves, do we have knowledgeable leaders or do we have wise leaders?
So which one is we'd rather go for
you
wise.
You cannot become
both.
You can't become wise without being knowledgeable.
And vice versa. Okay.
And when you are wise, being wise means I'm able to see John and I say, John shouldn't be in this situation. John shouldn't be in this condition. Okay? That is wisdom.
But would a young potential leader
see that?
Be wise?
Yes, absolutely. Yes. Wisdom has nothing to do with age. It has to do with exposures. It has to do with your life experiences.
Yes.
And we have seen somebody who is 70 years old and behaving like
that is not wise.
All right. You remember that funny stuff that came out, funny story of that young boy that the mother wanted to build and say, mommy, be calming down. Isn't that wisdom? To say, yes, I know that things are, but mommy, just I know I'm not nowhere, but just calm down. You know?
And we'll get results when you're calmed.
That is what wisdom is all about. And if at that point in time, the mom decided to calm down. Don't you think that boy has successfully led the mother?
Through wisdom.
Through wisdom.
No, but what about age and competence?
Okay.
Age and competence.
Because you've not only talked about competence, you've talked about performance, you've talked about wisdom, you've talked about results, and all of that. So, is it about the young or the old for all of this to fall in place?
All right. So let's look at the major corporations you have in the world today.
Yeah.
Either Facebook, either Google, either Uber, either all these things.
Their age brackets.
What is their age bracket? Other pay stack that we have in Nigeria, Flutterwave, that we have in Nigeria, Andela that you have. Those guys, how do they start? They were all in their 20s. Some of them are even younger than 20s. And they're able to build multi-billion-dollar corporation that is multiple times bigger than Nigerian budget.
That's right.
And they were leading those organizations.
That's right.
In their thousands. So when you see sometimes one want to kill ourselves over, and you see that Google has over $200 billion in its current account. Nigeria total foreign reserve is still hovering between 30-something billion dollars. Do you get what we're trying to say? So in terms of impact, so leadership must be looking at in terms of competence and impact. And the success. So competence is friend that, okay, he's knowledgeable, he has what it takes to do it, right? Okay, but he's also successful in doing that thing that he set out to do. So if you are not successful in doing it, then you have not really led. And it's when you have done something maybe over and over again that people will say, oh, wow, we want to be like this guy. Okay, they want to buy into that thing that you have done. We have to know that it's all about solving problems. And if you're able to solve the pain point of people, then you see that people will follow you. Look at this Pakistani, lady that was shot. How old was he when he was shot? And look at the one Nobel Prize award. Look at the numbers of followers that simply by saying, I want to stand for what is right.
Okay.
And that's leadership.
Wow. We are about to take a break. But before then, let me quickly throw this in. The perspectives and beliefs may possibly be the main drivers for the agitation for young leadership in the future or in the now. Wouldn't this be a selfish move?
Well, there's a study that actually confirmed that perspective has a lot to do with either old or young, all right? As a matter of fact, politically or in terms of how we govern ourselves in the community, there is that general perspective to believe that the older you are, the better you are able to manage. Even the younger generation. Because look at populations of Nigeria. Do you know that between the age of 19 to 34, we have about 40-something people, 40-something%.
Yes.
As a matter of fact, those who are older than 65 in Nigeria, guess their percentage, they are just 2.7% of Nigerian population. Just 2.7%. So when we talk about, okay, we have somebody who is 90-year-old in office and all of that. But if you feel that that person is not doing well, we have what it takes to have the person to leave.
Dr. Yoda. Okay. I'm going to ask you to just pause there.
Okay.
I mean, clearly, age and leadership has been our focus today. That's very obvious. And our guest has helped us to drive home the point.
Yeah.
Young or old, leadership is about inspiring others and achieving what they never thought they could do. We'll take a quick breather here. Doctor, you will still be here with us. So we'll ask our viewers, don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
All right, this is Today with John and Helen, and we are still talking age and leadership. I wish we would shake this table a lot more, okay? So how does decisiveness, integrity, relationship building, problem solving, dependability, ability to teach and mentor, accountability, empathy, vision, resilience, humility, and a lot more, how do this play out in the leadership or in leadership? Now, where are we likely to get all of this? Is it in the younger ones or in the older ones? You have gone round and round and talked about it, but these things are just rolling in my head. And I am holding the aspect that you said that the followership are the most important. Okay, John?
I wish I made a list of all what you asked for. But I tried to box everything into leadership quality.
Yes.
Because all of what you said, really, I don't know, Doctor, do you agree with me? One thing I am sure about is that there's something missing. The word together. Together seems to be a word that's been missing in this conversation. And yet, it may well be the solution to our problem. How do we do this? This leadership thing. How do we do it together?
Collaboration between,
young and old, yeah.
Well, thank you so much, for that. I may have a different perspective because for me, it's still like us seeing leadership like a national cake that needs to be shared. So as a result, we are saying together, let's get the younger ones, let's get the older ones. But my own stand is, if the older ones are the ones who are performing, so be it. If the younger ones are the ones who can do it, kick them out and be in charge. Okay, because what we are, but they are already mixed, aren't they?
Okay.
You don't go to any state and all of them are old.
All old, yeah.
You don't go to any local government and everyone is old. You don't.
Yes.
Even in government, some of the government agencies, you see people, executive director at their 30s, even less than 30s. So it's already mixed. We are already together. But it's a question of perceptions. And I'm saying that if somebody have anything good to offer, I read, one of the leaders I follow a lot, I read virtually all his book, is Barack Obama. And I tried to see how Obama became the president of the United States of America.
Yeah.
It's not by being docile. It's not by being sitting there and saying, you know what, I'm a minority, I'm a black guy. They're supposed to get the black guy as a president. I'm qualified to be that president.
It's not by just
so
mouthing
I'm waiting for somebody to come and call me.
Not by just mouthing it.
But he had it, exactly. So he had a dream. I can be the president. Who say I cannot be?
Yeah.
And he laid out his strategy. He engaged with the people. He worked day and night.
And he married the right woman.
And married the right woman. They didn't give him the established, political system didn't give him the opportunity. But guess what? And that's why I talk about followership.
Yes.
Guess what? Like tsunami, he came and there was a big disruptions. You know why that happened? Because you have informed followers.
Yes.
It wouldn't have happened if you don't have that. Okay, something very nice just happened in Adamawa, right? That you elected APC Guba, was a woman now who was able to fight against some established, That's what we are talking about. And we are going to see more and more of that. What is important is we need to educate each other.
Yes.
We need to define the kind of leadership that we want. Yes. And where we don't even know that, guess what? Somebody can stand up here in this little room and say, I want to be the governor of Lagos State. And these are my strategy. But you see, if you start with fear, one of the things I've always seen is for people to think, oh, you know what, the established political system will not allow you.
Yes.
And the question I ask is that who allowed them when they got there?
Okay.
You want to be a CEO of an organization and you say, okay, they're not going to allow me. Who allowed those who got there? It's when you are able to show that you have what it takes. And I believe that politically, people are getting more informed in Nigeria now. People are getting more informed. We've seen that happen, we don't want to go into politics, but we have seen it happen. We have seen disruptions, in Nigerian political system, haven't we?
Oh, yeah.
We've seen it. But it will get to a point that, look at in the US, you can probably predict who is going to win what. Based on what? Critical factors of
pedigree,
healthcare, critical factor of employment,
The areas of
critical factors of inflations, those things that affect people
directly.
And once those things that affect them directly is taken out from them, you can be sure that that party is going to lose. But you know, in Nigeria, it's what Fela calls suffering and smiling, you know. Things are not going right. However, what is the place of religion in what we are doing? What is the place of ethnicity? What is the place of gender? Right? In which I'm going to say, okay, well, even though I know that Ellen is the most qualified, but Ellen is not from Lagos State, so we rather vote for John, even though we know John is not the one.
Yeah, why not?
Okay, so you have to look at the issue of ethnicity. And we have to begin to drill it into our heads to say, let's leave ethnicity behind. Let's leave gender behind. Let's leave age behind. Age is just one of it. I can tell you that today, okay, we are shouting Muslim, Christian, okay, young people. So tomorrow, Helen again is the most qualified. She's female, right? But she's a Christian. And she's from the north. Okay? So, even though by definition of north, you are in the majority. But guess what happened? All of a sudden, you become the minority.
Because you're female.
Because you are female. So at that point in time, those in the north are not going to be looking at it and say, he's from the north. No, he's female, no. So let's go for John. John is from Lagos. But he's male. So, and that is why we always talk about the issue of diversity, equity, and inclusion.
DEI.
Inclusion.
Yeah, that's the way of the world now.
And if we are able to bring that into our polity, I think we'll see a lot of change. People have talked about strong institutions, and I always ask myself, we talk about strong institution. What is strong institution? Strong institution is not going to fall from heaven. Is it not people that are going to be there?
Yeah.
So what's strong? So the first thing we need to deal with before we can even begin to talk of quality leadership and all of
You
that,
have to put the structures in place.
put the structure there.
Yes.
We need to wash our brain. We need to get the right value. We need to be able to call a spade a spade. We need to know that what is important is whoever can make me to be more successful is the kind of leader that I want. But do we even know what success is as followers?
Oh.
Wow. That's the issue. Do we know what success is?
You know, Helen, if you don't stop doctor, if you don't stop doctor, he won't ask the next question.
Yeah, but we got the doctor here. We brought him here because we know that he's capable, of answering our questions. While I was getting ready for this yesterday, doctor, I ran into something that showed some advantages and disadvantages in having a leader who is young and who is old. In terms of the older one will sit there and probably not embrace change. I've been doing this for 101 years. Why do I have to change my strategy, for example? And the younger ones come with bright and new ideas because they are more aware of what's going on in the world. And I'd like you to speak on this.
One of the interesting studies done by University of Queensland in 2011 again says that age does not make you wiser. So the fact that I've been doing it, and that's your point.
Does it make you more daring, more bold to be able to take?
Your experience, you can't buy experience.
Yeah, I'm coming. But when you talk about the experience also does not come by age. It comes by exposures. You will see younger people who possibly have gone through a whole lot that myself and you have not been through.
That's right.
Who have gone through, they have gone through a lot of issues of lives. They have gone to the university of life that has taught them a lot of lessons.
That's right, yeah.
But maybe I'm from the privileged home, everything always worked for me and all of that. So what experience have I got? And that's why sometimes when people talk about experience, I say, is it experience of 50 years doing the same thing over and over again? Will you compare that experience with somebody of 10 years who have done several things within that span of 10 years? Okay, so I don't believe that the fact that you you are elderly and, you know, does not mean you are mature.
Okay.
Age and maturity are not the same thing. Even though they are supposed to be a relationship. You know, in Yoruba, that is what they call agbaya. And what's the meaning of agbaya? To say that
You're old, but
you are old, but you are not
useless.
wise. You are useless. You get what I'm trying to say? So you can be old, actually, but you are not wise.
Okay.
So they will call you, he's agbaya now, because you can't even think.
Doctor, you know what our worry is? Yes. I'm talking as a representative of the youth now.
Yes.
What our worry is that we have structures. Let's imagine we have structures already. Are the youth trusted enough to keep these structures in the right place? Because they want to they want to upturn the whole apple cart. They want to change everything. But there are structures that have to be kept. Will the youth, or are they trusted enough to keep these structures on?
I don't have any problem with that because I think they will even improve more on it. Because when you look at what some of these young people are doing, it's amazing in their little space.
But they are changing everything now. They'll confuse us.
They are not changing everything, you know, because don't forget that the world is changing.
Okay.
And some of us who are old, we are not changing with the time. We are not swimming, you know, with the time.
Some of us are still
so we just, okay, we are still analog. So some of us just think that, oh, this is, no, this is how we have been doing it, so let's stay there. But they are saying, no, this is what is happening, this is what is changing, so you have to change it with it.
Yeah.
One of the critical skills that is expected of a future leader or current leader is adaptability.
Okay.
How flexible are you? So if you say you are a leader, we want to look at it. Do you believe in collaborations? Do you believe in diverse perspective? Are you very flexible? You know, Albert Einstein said that we cannot solve the current problem with the same mentality that we used to create them.
Wow. Okay.
So, what that tells us is that, okay, yeah, this is a problem. We need a fresh perspective into our problems. And the Nigerian youth have that. Have you seen young Nigerians abroad? Have you seen how they are thriving?
Yeah, you're right.
Have you seen some of them even in parliament, House of Parliament in some countries?
Absolutely, yes.
So if they can achieve that, they can achieve it there. And you know what? The current legislation has given that opportunity to every youth to participate.
But they are leaving us out.
How?
How are they leaving you out?
Because they've already said that for you to be
fast enough.
They've already said
they've already
said that you can be a president at the age of 30. So what else do you want? They never said that, okay, for you to be a president in Nigeria, you must have a PhD and you must be 55 years old. So what is stopping you?
Maybe it's a
Those
lack
are
of
the basic.
understanding.
Yeah, I think
You see, there is mutual suspicion, which we've talked about.
That is it.
Okay? In which the youth feel that, you know what, there's no point for us to contest against the established leadership because they will not even
won't
allow
let
us.
us, yeah.
You know the reason why they are saying that? When we say that, we are saying that we don't have something better to offer than what they are offering.
Okay.
That's what that means. If you say, oh no, they won't allow us. Because it's all about value creation. But if I, as a youth, says, you know what, I don't care whether it is XYZ who has been there for the past 50 years, I don't care. I have a better idea. And I go from one corner to the other and I'm, you know, selling my ideas.
Yeah.
And people say, wow, that makes sense. I think this one is better than what we have.
Yes.
I will get there. So I think what I need to say is that our listeners should know that age has nothing to do with leadership. Age has nothing to do with wisdom. What you need is courage. And if you have that courage, you will continue. And let me tell you, I always say that for those of us who feel that we are better than the rest, and that's why we are not in politics, okay? Some people say, no, politics is dirty. So if you say politics is dirty, you don't want to be in it. What you are saying is that those people you are condemning will be the one that will continue to rule it.
Yeah.
So if you have good value, system, you feel that you can solve the problems of this country, it could even be sewage. Okay, you know what? I'm going to Lagos State House of Assembly, I'm going to contest. And my interest is just how we can deal with the sewage situation in Lagos. And this is my formula.
You know what? You know what you just did, Doctor? You just answered what would have been my
Your
last
next
question.
Oh, really?
I was going to ask you. Okay, so who or what is going to harmonize this collaboration? Get this kind of collaboration in place for the old and the young to work together.
Because after this conversation, I have seen that leadership is not only about who is at the top. There's leadership at different levels, and you need to be equipped. But I'm asking, in this environment, maybe are there places where you can learn to be a leader, or are leaders born or made? But John's question,
but that
we use that to
answered,
wrap.
please, in 15 seconds.
Yes.
Because we
yes.
have to wrap up now.
So you've convinced me now. Because you have taken
John's question.
What's John's question now?
Okay.
John's question is
The place
who
of
or
harmony.
what? Yeah, who or what will be able to harmonize all of this? I mean, it's like, where do we look? Where do we look for proper guidance?
For you to be harmonized, again, I say that there has to be a proper awakening of the people. There are no two ways to it. There must be a proper awakening of the people to say, what kind of society do we want? We are talking about age. Okay, we have been clamoring now for women representations and all of that, either in politics or in the boardroom. Okay, let's talk about politics. Don't forget that a little bit, maybe about 51% of our populations are women. So how come women have not been elected?
Now,
Who is stopping them?
In 5 seconds.
So in 5 seconds, for us to harmonize this, again, let there be that consciousness to say, this is the kind of people, this is the kind of leader that we want. This is the problem we want to solve. This is who can help us to solve that problem. And it doesn't
Irrespective
matter
of.
So
the age.
In totality,
It's all about people.
It's about the people.
It's the people. It's the people. It's the people that will exactly.
So Helen, consciously, let's wrap up this program.
Okay, consciously. I guess our job is done. As far as this topic is concerned, we generously would like to say thank you, sir,
thank you so much
for your time. I have thoroughly enjoyed today. And I have a lot more questions to ask, but we will save that for another day.
Another time,
yes. Yes.
Well, I'll just end by asking Dr. Yoda, please, can I be your friend?
Oh yeah, you are my friend already. I like you guys.
So thank you so much for that. Thank you so much.
All right, so this is how far we can go on this segment, but there's more on the show. It's Today with John and Helen, and we'll just take a quick break at this end and allow the next segment to roll in.
Yeah.
What would that be, John?
The next segment. Should I keep it a secret?
Are we going to keep fitting?
We'll go fit.
Okay.
We'll do the fitness.
So let's do that.
Okay.
Hello everyone and welcome to another fitness section with us at Alpha Fitness Studios. My name is Dolly Phillips and this is Elvis Echo, and we're going to be taking you through a HIIT workout today. So today we're going to work for 20 seconds and rest for 10 seconds. I have my timer here with us. So before we start, let's start with a quick warm-up. Everybody hands up, deep breath in. Shoulder rolls back, hands on the shoulders, rotate. 1. Opposite direction. 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. Let's reach over. 1. 3, 2, and 1. Now let's roll downwards. Release those hamstrings. 2. Very good. Nice and slow. 3. Good job. 4 and 5. Knees up. Let's go touch those knees. Wake those abs up. 1 and 2 and very good. 3 and 4 and 5. Hip circles. We're rotating. 5 to the left. Let's go. 5. Reverse direction. Let's go. 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. Shake it out, shake it out. Are you ready for this workout, Elvis? We're ready. Okay, so I have my timer here. We're going to start the timer. The very first workout is your flutter kicks. So once you hear the whistle, we start. Once you hear the next whistle, you stop to rest. Are you ready? Let's go. If you can't kick this out like this, just kick out like this for me. Yes? We have levels. Come on, let's go. 2 and 1 and rest it. Okay, the next workout, high knees. So we're going to jog on the spot with our knees coming up high. Are you ready? In 3, 2, 1, let's go. If you can't, this is enough for me. Just make sure you continue moving. 4, 3, 2, and 1. Rest it. That was good, huh? Next one, squat, leg over. Take those legs as high as possible. Are you ready? Let's go. And 1. Wow! Do you feel that one? Now we're going down to the floor. Hands down. Send your legs back. Let's go, Elvis. Mountain climbers. Let's go. Push it. If you can't do this, you can just stay in plank or stay in all fours and pick up your knees. And rest it. We're still on the floor. We're going to do a plank on the elbows. Okay, Elvis and I are going to turn to the side so you can see what we're doing. Elbows down and out. Don't collapse your back. No. Lift it up. Tuck in your pelvis and breathe. We have 10 seconds left. Woo! You can feel this one, huh? Make sure your elbows are directly under your shoulders and keep your face looking forward. Don't look down, look forward. Helps to straighten out your back. How are we doing? We have 3 seconds left. 2 and 1. Good job. Stretch it out. And now we're going to go into a sprint. Are you ready? In 3, 2, 1. Let's go. Sprint. Come on, go, 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 go. Faster. 2, 1, and relax. Impossible. Anyway, so let's stretch it out now. We've come to the end of this one. And out. Good job. In and out. In and out. One more. And out. Shoulder rolls back. Shoulder rolls. Good. 3 more. 2 and 1. Rotate forward. 2, 3, 4, and 5. Let's stretch those quads. Hold on to something if you need to. If you don't need to, find your balance. Stretch those quads. Quads are these muscles here in the front of your thighs. Very good. You need to work these muscles. As we get older, they're the first set of muscles to give way. So always make sure you work your muscle, your quads. All right? Good job. And down. Let's stretch our back. Slide down those thighs. All the way down. Fingertips on the floor. Straight legs. Stretch out your lower lumbar region. Very good. Oh, this feels so good. It stretches the back of the legs as well, the hamstrings. Bend your knees and slowly roll up. Ah, yes. Deep breath in. Open those legs all the way down and up. All the way down one more time. And out. One more. And out. Awesome. Elbow, elbow, elbow. Thanks for joining us today. We hope to see you very soon. Have a wonderful day. Bye-bye.
Welcome back. And this is the closing segment of the show, today with John and Helen.
Yeah, so John, the business of public speaking, as they say, does age play any role in it? Are the younger ones better at it or the older ones?
Well, I would say that it doesn't really matter. It's what you have brought to the table that matters. The way you handle it, the way, your knowledge base, your presentation style and all of that. So it doesn't really matter because you have courses for courses. You have different speakers for different audiences, So no, age would not be a factor.
At all?
Yes.
All right.
So you want my nugget for today?
Go ahead.
And my nugget for today is quite an interesting one. It's a general nugget, that deals with how you present yourself, how you are, how you sound,
Yeah.
And it is this. It is not enough to be good. You also need to sound good, or it's no good. It's not enough to be good. You also need to sound good, or it's no good. So we go up there, we believe that our looks or our knowledge base, wisdom, and all of that, communicates the message to the audience. That's not enough. You need to sound good. You need to be able to deliver in a clear, concise, and understandable manner for your message to be communicated to your audience. So let's take delivery for granted. Delivery is a very important aspect in public speaking. And like I always say, public speaking is not only when you go up on stage. Even in the boardroom, you're speaking to your public. Even at home, within the family, you're communicating with your family. So public speaking goes with you everywhere. So make sure that you don't just look good, you sound good as well. Otherwise, it's no good.
Okay. All right, so for you to look good and sound good and be the part, it means that you have to prepare.
Oh, you have to prepare,
you have
of
to
course.
Get educated.
Of course, you have to prepare. You don't ride a bicycle.
You have to get information.
You don't get to know how to ride a bicycle without, practicing.
True.
And then get your content in place.
Especially because we're dealing with the language that is not ours originally.
It doesn't even really matter. In whatever language, the content is there, right? The important thing now is for clarity and for being concise. Speak clearly and concisely. It doesn't matter to me if you sound like the Queen of England. I'd rather you even sound like a Hausa man, Yoruba or Igbo man. As long as when you communicate, you are understood and you are heard.
You carry your audience along.
So
Okido.
that will be it for this week.
Yes.
And I must say that it's been a thoroughly fulfilling session on today's program.
You can say that again. Yes. And I hope that you have found this show as interesting and as fulfilling as we have. It's our pleasure, it's our job, it's our duty that we do this, especially for the family and the society. And one thing I've taken away today is that us who are the public, the followers, the power is in our hands.
That's right.
And so at this point in time, the power is in our hands, all right, to make our nation a better place. And so I'm asking, have you gotten your PVC? Is it ready for you to take that decision and use that franchise? Do you have yours ready?
I think so.
You think so, John? I will kill you. I have mine.
I do.
All right, so let's meet again, same time, next week on the show today with John and Helen on Plus TV Africa. But don't forget that if you missed out on this outing today, we have an opportunity for you to watch again later tonight. 10:30 is the time, and 9:30 tomorrow morning. Thank you, and have a lovely weekend.
Goodbye.
Sometimes when we see celebrities either on social media, television, or in person, we assume they have it all together, but we forget that they're also human. Well, here are some of the low points of some of your favorite celebrities.
Story. Once upon a time, there was a very young, agile, vivacious, spunky, unconventional Pikin you have all come to know and love as Brother Derele, Shewere, Dewere, and all of the above. But you see, getting to this very point in time has been a story of hurdles. I have crossed so many hurdles. I've broken down ceilings. I've crashed barriers. I've scaled mountains, figuratively speaking, because you know what? For every single door that was shut on my face, you know what? I found another door. For every time I was put in a box, I jumped right out of that box. I am still in an industry where I have to constantly prove myself. Not the fact that I have to prove myself to myself, but I have to prove myself every time how resilient I can be and how much of an identity and strong force that I must be. So you know what? This is my celebrity story. My story is like $1 million question rolled into one.
My story for today, which hopefully will inspire you, is that when I was 17, my mom died. And at the time, my mom was the only one that had been encouraging me as far as acting was concerned. My dad was not for it at all. And on her deathbed, she told my father, let this girl do what she wants to do. Unfortunately, he was still against it. And I went to theatre school, much to his disdain. But the thing is, even though I went through a lot of stuff because he refused to sponsor me because I was doing what he didn't want me to do, I endeavored, I worked, I had many jobs. I used to do all kinds of stuff. I used to braid hair. There's a lot of stuff I do people don't know about just to make ends meet. Some days it would be between transport and food and all kinds of things. But I endeavored, I worked hard, I stuck to what I wanted to do, and finally I am here. And as far as I'm concerned, I've only just begun. But I am here, and I'm going to keep on pushing on until that Oscar sits on top of my table. So, no matter what it is that you want to do, so far it's a good thing. Don't let anyone discourage you. There will always be a way around it if you just put your head down and put in the work.
What's up, everybody? They call me Road Boy. Now, let me share a brief and a small story for you guys, okay? I used to be a young boy who never had this experience of having parents coming to pick you in school or taking you to school. Those kind of things that if you woke up in the morning as early as 6, you dress up everything by 6:30, it will take you like 1 hour, 20 minutes to get to my school. I never had that experience of waiting for a driver to come and pick me in school. That kind of lifestyle whereby even your parents will prepare breakfast for you or lunch for you to take in school. It was all about survivors, okay? But today, I want to tell you guys something. Maybe my parents took it that way for me because they never had, but I promised myself when I was young, if I ever made money, my children are not going to go through that. I'll provide everything for my kids, transportation, security, whatever, okay? So let me tell you, so whatever you're going through in life today, make sure you keep your head up because whatever you're experiencing, it will give you that power, that strength, not to allow your kids to go through that. Road Boy says so. Bless her.
Before Jennifer's Diary, I would go for, to be honest, I did not think I was going to be an actor. I just thought I was going to sing. How I got into acting, one particular day, I went to church for rehearsals, choir rehearsal, and then I got there early. My friend called that she had written my name in some audition. I was like, audition, ads for me? I know they do. So she was like, come through, they're waiting. So because rehearsals had not started and the place wasn't so far from where I was, so I was like, okay, I'll just go and see what's up. Thereafter, I started going for auditions. Some people will say really nasty stuff to you. Instead of them to just say, no, go. They will yab you. They will make you not believe in yourself. You just feel like giving up. So I just chilled. And then one particular time, I got a BC, 1,000 Days of Blackberry. My friend sent me an audition BC. It was for Jennifer's Diary. So I said, guy, I know they go. All these things, they don't already get people where they want to put there. So I'm not going to go. So I was like, go, 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 go. My mom told me to go. My dad told me to go, the amazing man, and my friend. So I didn't even know what to wear. So I was discouraged, like, nah, I'm not going to go. But my friend, thankfully, she works for Genevieve at the time. By the way, I love. I cannot explain the love I have for Genevieve. The place was crowded and I don't like crowd. So I went to hide in the restroom as always. That's what I always do. So I was there till like 8 p.m. For real. I called my mom. Mom, I'm leaving. She said, no. So I stayed there. 9 p.m. I auditioned. In my head, I was like, there's no way they won't have found people they need. A couple of weeks after, they called me for the second audition. We did the third audition. We did the final reading. We're quite a number of people reading for Toyosi. At the end of the day, as God would have it, I got the role for Jennifer's Diary to play Toyosi. I did not have any idea that the character was going to have so much continuity. I don't even know. I didn't know that I was going to be in several seasons. So, yeah, and that's how I found myself in Jennifer's Diary series.
Impeachment threat against Buhari real, says National Assembly PDP caucus. And Ebonyi PDP battles self-inflicted crisis as 2023 polls becomes threatened. This is Plus Politics. I am Mary Anna Cohn. Expectedly, mixed reactions from Nigerians, especially senators and other stakeholders, have trailed the lawmakers' threat to impeach the president, even as senators are sharply divided over the matter. It could be recalled that some senators last Wednesday stormed out of plenary in protest against Senate President Ahmed Lawan's failure to make public their resolution from a closed-door meeting where they had resolved to issue a 6-week ultimatum, after which they will use the impeachment notice against the president over insecurity. Attempts to raise the motion to that effect on the Senate's floor by the minority leader, Senator Philip Aududa, was turned down by the Senate President Ahmed Lawan earlier, now which compelled some of these senators to stage a walkout. But the Deputy Senate President, Ovio Moagege, while faulting the impeachment option, stated that communication mechanism between the National Assembly and the presidency had not been fully explored and exhausted. Well, joining us to discuss this is Biodun Shomi. Thank you very much, Mr. Shomi, for joining us. Mr. Shomi, thank you so much for joining us. Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Great. Let's take our minds back to what happened last week and the impeachment threat, apparently, from especially PDP members on the floor of the National Assembly, who are optimistic that other members of the National Assembly will be in support of this move. My first question, obviously, is, has there ever been this sort of move in the National Assembly in the history of Nigeria that was followed through to the latter for an impeachment process or protocol to even take, root? Has this ever happened? And why now? If it has never happened, why do we think it will even ever, be attempted?
Yes, we have had impeachment moves at state levels drawn to conclusion, unlike at national level. At the national level, we have only had one such impeachment move. That was when Obasanjo was in power in his first term, and some senators believed to be working for the vice president at that time, made moves to actually remove him or deprive him of his second ticket. But that was not followed through. Unlike the states one, the first one in the state was the case of Balada Musa, who was removed, impeached as the governor of Kaduna State. Then you had Ladoja's case too. Ladoja was removed in Oyo State, and then Peter Obi also removed. So at the state level, we've had 3 impeachments, drawn to the conclusion following the procedures. At the federal level, we've had only one such move, but it never materialized.
Now, the Benue State governor had been lauded for, supporting the impeachment call by members of the National Assembly on Mr. President. In fact, young people had said that this might waken Mr. President from his slumber. And many would ask if Mr. President really is asleep, or are his hands tied in terms of this dealing with the issue of terrorism. Now, might I remind you that this is one of the things that Mr. President had campaigned on in 2015, promising that he was going to deal with insecurity. And looking at insecurity then and now, it was not at this level, even though many would argue that there were bombings in Abuja, there were students that were kidnapped, etc., etc. But here we are, and members of the National Assembly, be it the opposition, are saying, well, we want to make sure that Mr. President does something in 6 weeks, and if after 6 weeks expires, this is what we want to do. But do they have the numbers? This is another question.
Well, what is very clear is that those who are threatening the unity of this country today, creating so much insecurity of lives and property, threatening the capital city, threatening Buhari himself, are in bed with our Mr. President. They are in bed with him. There's no, what I mean is that Mr. President is guilty of complicity, mute indifference, or outright support for whatever is going on in the country. It is increasingly becoming difficult for anybody to think that there is no consent coming from Mr. President. Don't forget that even when the brigade of guards were attacked, Mr. President left this country to go and lecture, give a speech on security in Liberia, ignoring the fact that the speech and action should have taken place here. So it is increasingly becoming more difficult. We are beginning to believe, more and more people are beginning to believe, that a script is being acted to truncate the electoral process going on in our country.
Can I ask?
And this, in my view, will be fiercely resisted.
Can I ask, I mean, because what you just said seems to be, there's a lot of speculation I sense in that statement that you've made, that Mr. President might be complicit. Yes. He has somewhat, not necessarily given off the body language that we expect a president to give off at a time like this. But could it be because the president himself has kept mute on these issues for so long, hence the speculation? Because I'm wondering to myself, why would a president, a man who waited for so long to be president of this country, why he would keep quiet and watch innocent Nigerians being kidnapped, being tortured, being killed, even men of the guard that he used to be part of, which are our soldiers, our very gallant soldiers, killed at will? I'm guessing, why would a president sit back and watch all of these things happen? Going back to the speculation that you made.
Yeah, well, one thing which is very clear is the agenda being pushed by the Buhari's administration. Nobody is oblivious of the fact that Mr. President went to Mali and told people, it was reported, that Nigeria is home for the Fulanis, that all Fulanis, in West Africa are one. And so, therefore, they do not respect boundaries. We all knew how the borders were thrown open clearly, and not only that, we knew all the efforts being made to ensure that they occupy parts of Nigeria. That started from Ruga, up till Katu Colony, up to the recent move in the National Assembly to create for the federal government to annex all the waters on the land in order to create settlements, including the banks, to create settlements,
I think that
Fulani's cattle. Nobody can deny it. It's all coming together now. And people are beginning to wonder, at times I wonder when people talk about the issue of Christianity or Muslim, Christian ticket. Is that the issue facing us currently or the issue of security? This is a country where Mr. President is being threatened with kidnapping. The governor of Kaduna State is being threatened with kidnapping. And we've seen them into Abuja. Schools have been closed down, and people are talking about Muslim, as if this terrorist trying to destroy our country, who cares about anybody's religion? We have come to a state where the primary function of government, which is security of lives and property, is no longer being guaranteed. So within that context, one can understand the position of the National Assembly, who hitherto have been very, very compliant, been useful agents for the Buhari administration to now turn around and abandon their duty post, threatening impeachment, when in reality they are actually afraid of staying in Abuja for fear of being kidnapped. Because for Mr. President to be threatened with kidnap, and then the way they move into Kuje Correctional Center with impunity, it's baffling. It is baffling. There is no other way to explain government complacency other than to describe it, or government inaction or poor action, as an attitude of passivity, of mute indifference, or sometimes of cold complicity. We have gone through this several times. We are told Tucano will do the job. We bought the Tucanos. Nothing has happened. We are moving from frying pan to fire. Buhari inherited insecurity in the Northeast. That insecurity spread to Northwest. From Northwest is coming to the center of power. At what stage will Nigerians be concerned about what is being done to our country and how our country is being led by Mr. President?
Let me go to the political aspect of this. I know that the NNPP presidential candidate, Senator Rabiu Kwankwaso, has spoken on this issue of impeachment. I'd like to quote him directly. He did say that he warned the National Assembly on this issue, and he said that, I'd like to quote him, "I do not know the facts that they have," talking about the members of the National Assembly, "but as their former colleague, I want them to tread softly, and they should not be in a hurry to rock the boat." What exactly did you think he meant? Because this has all kinds of political undertones, and they're subject to all kinds of interpretation. What would yours be?
Yes, in my own interpretation, Kwankwaso is saying that there's an electoral process which certainly would lead to the termination of the lifespan of the Buhari regime. And therefore, there is no need to rock the boat by impeaching him now, which could create another crisis, political crisis in the country. That's basically what Kwankwaso is referring to. It's referring to the electoral process. Apart from that, I don't even think they have the numbers currently to impeach Mr. President. As it stands today, I don't think they have the numbers. Mr. President. There are so many of the actors with their stooges in National Assembly who, in any case, will frustrate it. I cannot see people like Obi, like Atiku, like Tinubu, and others who are hoping to have an opportunity, to become the president of the country through the ballot, will now support a move that will create a political crisis in the country. I don't think they will be able to do that now. But what I foresee is that what would actually lead to real impeachment is when a state of emergency is created in the country, when Aso Rock is attacked in a way that the legislators will not reasonably sit in the National Assembly again, and there's a serious risk of security breakdown in the seat of Abuja, which is the seat of power, then that probably may end up leading to impeachment. But I don't think the current threat will lead to impeachment.
Does it have to get to that? Because, you know, it's one thing to say, well, maybe because it's hitting hard or it's hitting close to home now, and that's why members of the National Assembly seem to be acting. Dumebi Kachiku, who is the presidential candidate for the ADC, had called what happened on the floor of the National Assembly self-serving. He's looking at the political undertone of this. He's saying that, look, these men are doing this because it now affects them. What about when it was hitting other people? But I'm still asking my first question. Why do we have to wait for things to get so bad for us to finally declare a state of emergency? And when we talk about states of emergency, let's not forget that that means that all political or electoral powers, one way or the other, will be jettisoned. And we're talking about a military takeover of sorts, you know, when we ask for a state of emergency, if we are looking at it in its entirety.
No, not necessarily. It doesn't have to be to military taking over power. The state of emergency can be declared by any governor or the president where there are serious breaches, you know, to the security of lives and property. And if, in their view, in line with our constitution, the Nigerian police force cannot manage it, then they are likely going to invite the military in. And that will be under a state of emergency. Otherwise, the military has no role in policing in a democracy. So, and that is the situation where as many people think that these guys are no longer bluffing, these terrorists are no longer bluffing, we have seen the incapacity or our security forces unable to contain them. If this tendency and this trend continues, the most likelihood is that if there's an attack on Abuja, a serious attack on Asura, then that will create a serious state of emergency in our country. And if that should that happen, that may also affect the political process going on, the electoral process going on in the country. And should that happen, that may galvanize all the politicians in the country to say, we need to find a solution to this problem. Mr. President, maybe you are the problem. Maybe you need to step aside. So that will be a final resolution one way or the other. And I think that is when impeachment is likely. Currently, I don't think this National Assembly can impeach the president. They are too compliant, but I reject the point that they've not been complaining about threats to the lives of other people. They have been complaining about it. It means that nothing happened, and they didn't take any step to ensure that, you know, something that's the difference in the situation beyond the talk show. So because of that, you can condemn them for that. Now, the chicken has come home to roost. They have now realized that they could also be victims of what many Nigerians, thousands of Nigerians have been victims of. So I don't necessarily believe that this impeachment threat will come to fruition. I think it's just a warning, and eventually we may or may not get to that point. It depends on how far the terrorists can create chaos.
We keep talking about solutions here. We keep saying that, oh, well, solutions have to be provided. I have sat through 2 years of speaking with different security operatives, security experts, and they have come up with very doable ideas and solutions that can help the insecurity in the country. But then there's always a recurrent, you know, statement about the political will on the path of Mr. President. But let's not just put the president here on the chopping board. Of course, the governments that we have, it's a three-tier government. We have, of course, the executive, we have the legislature, we have the judiciary. And in terms of issues like this, the judiciary might not necessarily be called upon to be part of this, but the legislature and the executive have a serious role to play. And you did mention that there's been a lot more of talk shopping than getting or pushing the hand of the president. So could it be, again, that maybe because the legislature has not been taken seriously by the executive, or maybe the legislature has made itself not as serious to be taken serious by Mr. President, hence the talk shopping? Again, I'm asking, how do we get that political will out of Mr. President, who keeps traveling out for every time there's some hit or insecurity or kidnapping, and even the body language does not seemingly be that of a person who's interested in what's happening? Where do you fish out the political will from that kind of person?
Yeah, in relation to political will, I doubt whether we can get that out of Mr. President. He has already told the whole country that he's tired, he wants to go. The question is, should he be pushed or be allowed to walk in line with the electoral timetable? The problem of political will has something to do with his own personal relationship with the people creating the problems in the country. Nobody can deny the fact that we know where these people are. The government cannot deny knowing where the terrorists are. We allow this thing to fester, up to this point. I remember clearly, Nasser El-Rufai, in his first time, did tell the whole country that he even paid to these terrorists outside the country, who are crowding and who are plundering the resources of this country and killing our people. He openly admitted to that, so he knew where they are. We also know that the former president also had a meeting with a view to reconcile, the terrorists, with the Nigerian state. But again, they met somewhere. We knew that Tony also has had meetings with them in the past, and we know that his publicity secretary of Sheikh Gumi and also Gumi himself have been meeting and brokering peace with these people. They are fully involved in negotiations. So we cannot deny knowing where they are. That's one. Number two, when you look at the issue of the list of sponsors of terrorism, UAE, United Arab Emirates, came out with the list. We were told that we have over 400 names of 400 people who are sponsors of terrorism, by the Attorney General of the Federation, Malami, but they could not do anything since courts were on strike at that point. Courts were not sitting at that point in time. Now courts resumed, nothing happened. Courts have been sitting, 100 terrorists or sponsors of terrorism have not been arraigned in court. So there's absolutely lack of political will stemming from an attitude of passivity, mute indifference, and cold complacency. These are the facts as they stand today, in my view.
Finally, before I let you go, Mr. Showmi, what is the fate of the average Nigerian? I'll tell you where I'm going with this. Recently, the Honorable Minister of Information, Mr. Lai Mohammed, has come out to say that they will be meting out sanctions to Daily Trust, of course, and the BBC, which is the British Broadcasting Media House, who put out a documentary. I'm sure that you've seen that documentary. It's out in the public space, talking to these so-called terrorists, mostly those who have laid down their weapons, also getting down to the crux of the matter, the story underneath what is causing the terrorism that we have in the country. Now, if outsiders, like you mentioned, the UAE, in all their, they were very generous to us to give us a list of people who they call sponsors of these terrorists in our country. That's the UAE. Of course, the Brits have also come up with a documentary telling us what is at the root of the problem and why we're facing what we're facing today. And of course, Daily Trust has brought up their own side of the story. But our government is saying that these people will be sanctioned for going to the bottom of this matter and trying to make sense of it all. Where does that leave the average Nigerian? If others, outsiders, are very interested in what we're dealing with, what we're suffering from, most interested than the people who call themselves our government, what does the future hold for us?
Yeah, it all shows, look, when I had, I actually watched the video, and when I had the response of the Minister for Information, I laughed my head off. I laughed and said, why are they irritated? They've been rattled by the disclosure made by that terror, who was honored with a chieftaincy title, by the emir of his state in Nasrallah, in Zamfara. Now, we all know these things. Government know these things. They failed to act. They failed to do anything about it. The man in question, that terrorist in question, was declared wanted by the Nigerian police force. And right in the nose of the Nigerian state, the same terrorist was being honored with the chieftaincy title. That is what like Muhammad be addressing. How come they missed the arrest of that man before he was given, that chieftaincy title? He should stop complaining about, BBC, who in any case only came to interrogate the man to try and find out, what happened, how did he manage to get to where he has found himself as an honorable person while a terrorist, and at the same time trying to help the Nigerian state with thorough investigation so that we understand what the problem is, why they are fighting, and what they've not been able to resolve. Is that what Mr. Lai Mohammed is complaining about? I feel sorry for this country and for the leadership of our country.
Well, I want to say thank you. Beata Showmi is a political analyst. Thank you for being part of the conversation. We're hoping that something positive comes out of this. We appreciate you for being here. All right. Well, thank you all for staying with us. We'll take a short break now. When we return, we'll be discussing the battles within the PDP in Ebonyi State. Stay with us. It's still Plus Politics now. The leadership tussle that ensued and incessant issuings of press statements on directives and counter-directives from the National Working Committee of the PDP in Ebonyi, court rulings and counter-directives rulings have deeply thrown the party in the state into a litany of crisis, thus reducing to nothingness a hitherto vibrant party which once enjoyed the goodwill of Ebonyi people. Now, as a consequence, the party currently has what is described as Ogba Group, the Anya Chuks Group in the state, a situation that political pundits might jeopardize the chances of the party winning the elections in the state come 2023. Now, on Monday, May 2nd, 2022, Onu took over the leadership of the PDP, having received the backing of the national leadership of the party. Miffed by his sudden sack, Okori proceeded to the appeal court of Abuja to sought for a stay of pending the determination of the substantive suit. Now, on May 31, fast forward, the National Working Committee of the PDP recognized Okori as its authentic chairman in Ebonyi State. Well, joining us to discuss this and break it down is Charles Otu. He is a political analyst and is joining us from Ebonyi. Thank you so much, Mr. Otu, for joining us.
Thank you so much for having me.
Yes, it's very interesting to see the turn of events within the PDP in Ebonyi State. I mean, it's very unusual to see the tussle that we're seeing today. And the national of the party seems to be in the middle of this. It reminds me of something that I've seen before. And now, also, I see that in the midst of this is two former governors, a sitting governor, and of course, Iyorchia Ayu, which is the national leader of the party. What exactly, paint a picture to us about what's really happening right now.
Thank you very much. The crisis is, like you must have heard in the news, self-inflicted. Self-inflicted, I would say, because the party, after the defection of Dr. Mahmoud on November 19th, 2020, a lot of persons felt, they have left in body, but the soul and spirit of the party is intact. But the events that played out shortly showed me who were desperate They were not only desperate to grab power, they were not ready to trade a bargain or pedal or giving anything another. The party can survive and beat the party on with the 2023 election. Now, it all started when the issues in court now are recent development. On the 16th of October 2021, the party held its state congress. And going from the first week of October, when we started the World Congress, that was the origin of the crisis. And those of us who were monitoring events in the city were also physically available in some of the congresses, particularly the state congress. We could see people who were in a hurry to destroy the best, people who were out to find personal survivors. Of course, you know that when the man left the party that were in contention was about democracy. And the former Senate President, Senator Empire, quickly moved in and was recognized as leader of the party in the state. The PDP carried on till that Congress time. A lot of those who felt that, okay, Senator Empire as the party should have brought a leader from within the select individuals of the party in the state. And of course, he himself and the other stakeholders prepared Mr. Toshiko Kori, who had all along been based in Abuja. So this did not go down well with those who had been supporting secretly and openly Mr. Salah, who was the publicity secretary of the party on the interim basis before the Congress. Mr. Omo had done quite impressively.
Mr. Otto, I think we're having a little problem with your audio. We're going to fix that. We'll take just a quick break and fix that, and then we'll come back because we're losing some of the important things that you're telling us. We'll be right back after this break. It's still Plus Politics. We're still speaking with a political analyst in Ebonyi State, Charles Otu. Mr. Otu, before that break, we were still talking about the situation that, of course, threw up Okorie and, of course, ONU. Now, I'm sure that you are aware that Okorie is demanding a 2 billion naira. He's saying that this has to be paid for libel. He's demanding this from ONU. Saying that they have to pay for damages. Again, how feasible is this? And like I said at the beginning, the national of the party seems to be in the middle of this war. There are counter-accusations, statements are being issued back and forth. Why can't the party solve this problem? I know that the PDP keeps saying constituting committees to address issues, but have these issues been addressed in its entirety, and how would this affect the elections come 2023?
Thank you very much. You were very right when you pointed out that the party's national leadership has been at the middle of this. Now, it was the indecision, like I was trying to point out, of the national leadership of the party to stamp its authority, especially when the Court of Appeal, the Federal High Court sacked Okorie, that made it difficult for the party to make progress quickly. Now, when Okorie was sacked, there was supposed to be an appeal that should be filed immediately. Well, without diving into the merits, we were meant to understand that that was not immediately done. Now, what that meant was that at the end of when the processes were offered, the party had issued directives and counter-directives. It had said in a press statement by the public secretary of the party at the national level that the Congress, the state primaries will hold on the 28th and 29th. Midway to that, the same party issued a counter directive and said, look, that it has been postponed. And having, communicated INEC and all of that, the Anyishuk's faction, popularly known as Anyishuk, went ahead to hold that primaries. The other faction stayed away from it because they felt that the counter announcement of the party will prevail, and they fixed the 4th and 5th of June for their own faction.
Now,
and in all of this, you see a party's national leadership that was not decisive. It did appear from what we have gathered that the national leadership of the party were taking, they were divided. Some were siding Anyishuk, the other was siding Ogba. And at the end of the day, the crisis of who takes over the party's ticket as the national candidate of the party, of the presidential candidate of the party, did not help matters. We learned authoritatively that while Atiku was backing Anyishuk, the other group, that is Ogba group, were backed by Wike. That further polarized the party at the national level.
Interesting. Now,
and that is what has continued to play out.
Now, the court at some point had declared the rescheduled Ebonyi primaries as invalid. So as it stands, there's yet to be someone who the party can point to as its candidate getting set for the 2020 elections. And I did ask, I think a couple of times, what does the future portend for the Ebonyi State PDP? Whether the national deals with this issue or not, is there an end in sight? And does this, one way or the other, might this cost them the ticket come 2023 if it's not being dealt with?
Okay, a quick one, correction for that matter is that the party did submit, based on the Federal High Court ruling, the name of Ifeanyi Chukwudi as the candidate of the PDP. So it is not vacant, it is not in contention. For now, until a superior court speaks otherwise, Ifeanyi Chukwudi is the authentic candidate of the PDP. Now, that is on one hand. And then you look at the issue of the Court of Appeal decision that asked that the matter, the court verdict that declared Anyishuk the authentic flag bearer of the party, having been shortlisted by INEC, that it should be retried and revisited. One, the Court of Appeal made two significant decisions. First was that it should be retried. Secondly, that the Federal High Court, the Chief Justice of the Federal High Court, should reassign the matter for retrial to a different judge. So now, when you look at this, you see them going back to the drawing board. The implication is that the party is battling to beat time and may not beat time because everything about substitution of candidates, windows for new fresh primaries will be closing within this middle of August. Now, this is August 1. The party just have about 2 weeks or thereabout to sort itself out. Now, the Anyishuk, that is Ifeanyi Udui, has proceeded to the Supreme Court to appeal the Court of Appeal decision, asking for a retrial of the decision of the earlier decision of the Federal High Court in Abakaliki. Now, before the Supreme Court will sit on the matter to decide whether to uphold the prayers of Anyishuk or to throw them back again to give back into the Court of Appeal earlier ruling that the matter should be retried, the whole window for substitution would have been foreclosed.
Does this mean that we're going to see,
if it continues the way it is going, the party may not have a candidate for the 2023 elections?
Exactly, because I was going to say, we know that, in the midst of all of this, we see, a crisscrossing, an exodus of sorts. Might that also happen because of this imbroglio? Do we see people leaving the PDP if they do not get a fair hearing on this matter going forward?
Of course, people have started leaving the party already. Yeah, of course, from my intelligence, some of the party supporters have already started leaving the party. Why do I say so? I say so because if you had read in the news recently, you would have seen some of them decamping to other parties, some to APC, some to ABGA, some to other parties in the state. Now, what this means is that some of them who feel they may not have the patience to go through the litigation hall from the lower court again to Court of Appeal to the Supreme Court, some of them feel that the best thing they can do is to find a candidate in another party to support. And some have started moving already. That is already on course. What you should take away from this, Marianne, is that a party may have a Zamfara and Rivers scenario that played out in the APC in 2019. And the two candidates that are contending for this governorship ticket seem very desperate to ensure that the party gets to that level. So that is the truth. And that is the fact about what is going on in Ebonyi.
Well, I want to say thank you. Charles Otu is a political analyst and he joined us from Ebonyi State. Thank you so much for being part of the conversation. We'll keep our eyes on this story as it develops.
Thank you.
All right. Well, it's time for my take. Before we wrap up the show tonight, I'd like to give you my take. Here's my take. It's interesting that in 2022, we're still talking about solutions to the problem of terrorism. Yes, terrorism is not something that you can beat in one day. Terrorism is not a fight that we can fight in one day because it is not a usual warfare. It's a guerrilla warfare. So I'm wondering, last year, the UAE helped us by getting the people who decided to fund terrorism. They helped us out to give us the list of those people. What happened to the list? Also, recently, the BBC has come up with a documentary going into the nooks and the crannies of this country to find out what is at the bottom of the terrorism that has been taking the lives of innocent Nigerians, ripping mothers from their children, killings and torturings, and of course, even Nigerians who have no money, crowdfunding to get their loved ones out from the kidnappers' den. But our government has decided that they will fight the BBC, that they will fight Daily Trust. These are journalists who have come from outside the country, talking about the BBC, to help us get to the bottom of our problem. So I ask Nigerians, help me. Why is it that outsiders are most interested and place more value on human lives than the governments that we have in place? Of course, Mr. President has told us that he's done his best, but my question is your best good enough, Mr. President? Again, I ask the government of the day, why are we still thinking like we do not know what to do to deal with the issue of insecurity? Is the president's hands tied? What is happening to our security officials? We said we needed Tucano jets. The Tucano jets are here. What are we doing with it? How long will we keep losing innocent lives of Nigerians? For a government who really, really wanted to govern us, Mr. President, you tried so many times to be president of this country, and finally, you were given the opportunity. Is this what you wanted for us at the beginning? Is this what you want to leave at the end as a legacy? I'm wondering, how long will we stay in this place, wondering, gnashing our teeth, and hoping that somebody will come save us? I'm guessing that our leaders should be our savior. Okay, people are saying we want to impeach Mr. President, and some others are saying, oh, well, it's political. Where does the life of the average Nigerian come in? I'd like to say Kadaria Ahmed put out a statement, a very long one, talking about the fact that the Nigerian media is glorifying, terrorism. But how do we make sure that we get to the solutions of our problems if we cannot tell the story behind the problem of terrorism? So I leave it to you, Nigerians. Think, act wisely. Elections are around the corner. If you are campaigning for somebody, find out where that person stands on this issue of insecurity. Maybe that might inform who you vote for. I am Mary Anico. This is my take.
In Nigeria, it is believed in many quarters that no matter the amount of wealth one amasses, a degree from a university supersedes everything. We'll be looking at 5 of your favorite celebrities who went back to school after gaining fame. Davido. Davido returned to Babcock University to bag a degree in music. Davido graduated in 2015. He attempted to take part in the mandatory National Youth Service Corps program, but that dream was cut short controversially. DJ Cuppy. Prior to joining the entertainment industry, DJ Cuppy already had a degree in business and economics from King's College in London. In 2015, she went back to the prestigious New York University where she bagged a master's degree in music business. In 2021, Cuppy gained admission to the prestigious University of Oxford to pursue a master's degree in African Studies. Rema's overnight rise to prominence as a teenager came with a lot of questions in 2022. The music star announced that he was going to further his education. According to him, he gained admission to the University of Lagos to pursue a degree in creative arts. He added that his mother's insistence led to his return to school. Odunlade Adekola. In 2018, the frisky actor graduated with a degree in business administration from the University of Lagos. In an interview, the actor debunks the claims that he was an absentee student during his time in the institution. Kanayo O Kanayo. The movie veteran's acting prowess earned him a reputation many only wish to attain in the future. Despite being a movie icon and a National Honor awardee, the movie star surprised many when he announced in 2019 that he had graduated with a law degree from the University of Abuja.
Hello, this is Plus Reports. It's where we bring you some of the stories and events that made the news recently. In case you missed out on some of these stories, don't worry, we've got you covered on this edition. Welcome, I am Uime Elijah. The leadership and members of the Nigerian Labour Congress, NLC, has issued a 2-week ultimatum to the federal government to resolve the protracted conflict with the nation's university workers and reopen the schools. Chairperson of the Lagos State Chapter of the Nigerian Labour Congress, NLC, Fumi Sisi, issued the ultimatum during a protest to the government house in Alausa, Ikeja, in solidarity with the Academic Staff Union of University, ASU. Plus TV correspondent Love Ikuku Oyedoku witnessed it all and brought it back. The report.
The protest kicked off around 7:30 a.m. at Ikeja on the bridge, with thousands of members of the union and its affiliates participating. They walked from under the bridge in Ikeja to Government Secretariat at Alausa, where they met a barricade at the entrance.
Please come out with this case. Lagos State government of the people, by the people and for the people.
They finally gained entrance after much persuasion and peaceful entreaties.
A government that cares about university education cannot be imposing a corrupt, fraudulent, obsolete, and exploitative IPPIS on the university system. We call for immediate abolition of this and the adoption of UTAS in the university system because it takes care of our peculiarity, university autonomy, and it will not continue the present system where people who are working behind and getting benefit from IPPIs continue to get our own money.
Chairperson of the Lagos State Chapter of the Nigerian Labour Congress, NLC, Fumi Sisi, warned that the action could take a new turn if the government fails to conclude all negotiations and agreement with ASU.
For more than 5 months now, they have been engaging with the government, and government has not been able to resolve the issues. So if government has just come out to come and tell us that within the space of 2 weeks they will be able to wrap up and conclude, we know that government is just paying a lip service.
The protest afforded human rights lawyer Femi Falana another opportunity to take a swipe on the Buhari administration.
The president is tired. He has said that he's anxious to go back to Katsina. We ask him to rush back home and leave Nigeria in peace. The president is tired. Boko Haram boys are taking over Abuja. Yesterday there was another attack. In fact, they were going to attack the law school. They killed about 3 soldiers yesterday. We are telling the government that enough is enough. Enough of killings of our people. Enough of strikes in our tertiary institutions.
The protesters were received by the Special Advisor to the Lagos State Governor on Sustainable Development Goals and Investment, Mrs. Sholakwe Hammond, on behalf of Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu. From Lagos, Lavikuku Uyedoku, Plus TV News.
The 2-day national protest organized by the Nigerian Labour Congress in solidarity with the Academic Staff Union of Universities and other tertiary institution unions has recorded a massive turnout in Kaduna. Students from various tertiary institutions across the state and 46 other unions have also joined the protest to compel the federal government to resolve lingering issues of the strike to reopen universities for academic activities to save the future of Nigerian students and the nation's educational system. Plus TV correspondent Habila Darufal filed this report as presented from our studios.
The protesters converged at NLC Secretariat in Kaduna State and then proceeded to the State House of Assembly to tender their letter for the consideration of the plight of students and lecturers, carrying placards with various inscriptions and chanting solidarity songs. Speaking after tendering the letter at the House, NLC Chairman Kaduna State, Comrade Ayuba Magaji, said that no country develops without a good education system and that the nonchalance of leaders towards education is affecting students.
This honorable protest, or rally rather, is we are pressing home the demand of our place, 4 of them in the public university, in particular ASU, NASU, SANU, and NAD. The demand is simple. They wanted to see the standard of education, particularly that of the university, is upgraded and is enhanced through the provision of good working conditions for the staffs, through the provision of standard infrastructure for lecturing, for student hostels, and for even staff quarters.
Responding, the representative of the State Assembly, who is the Deputy Speaker, Honorable Isaac Alta, said that the House will do everything possible to ensure that their demands are met, and also assured them of the Speaker's readiness to meet with the government and other relevant stakeholders to the strike actions.
As the chairman of the Northern State Assembly's speakers, he is already in Abuja trying to wade into this very matter on a very sincere note.
Also, the chairman of the Senior Staff Association of Nigerian Universities, ABU Zaria, Comrade Muhammadu Yunusa, expressed his displeasure over the lingering strike.
Well, election is coming quite all right, and the electorate, that is the people that are going to vote, should understand that these people, most of them that are coming out to contest, their children are not in this university, in these tertiary institutions. Most of them, their children are outside. So I am appealing to our people that in the next coming election, they should ensure that they elect people that are credible, people that have the concern of the masses in their minds.
Some of the lecturers say they won't resume until their demands are met.
The insensitivity of the government towards its non-respect of agreement duly signed, honorably signed by the government. Now they are making it at issue as if they were coerced into signing that agreement. It is rather unfortunate.
Strike have really affected us. We are getting to 6 months at home. And this 6 months at home, a lot of us are doing nothing. And look at the situation of the country. Look at what is happening. Insecurity here and there. Conflict here and there, insurgency here and there, terrorism here and there. The son, the daughter of the poor man is not even being able to give any opportunity. Let me tell you who are the bandits. It is the student, the people that are on ground, the people that are at home. They use them and change their mentality to become the bandits. And now you push us out from the school, out from the institution. What do you want us to become?
The Nigerian Labour Congress insists it will embark on another 3-day warning strike immediately after the protest, in solidarity with the striking lecturers, until the government meets their demands.
Some supporters of the All Progressive Congress, APC, across the South-South geopolitical zone have called on Nigerians to put issues of religion raised against the APC presidential candidate Bola Ahmed Tinubu and his running mate aside. They want Nigerians to look for the best brains to manage the affairs of the country, insisting that religion or ethnic background does not guarantee electoral victory or the delivery of good governance. Our correspondent, JC Ese, has details.
This group is meeting to put its house in order ahead of the 2023 presidential campaigns, and top on the agenda is how to market the APC candidate, Bola Tinubu. The geopolitical zone is mostly controlled by the PDP, and the group admits that there is a lot of work to be done, especially as some leaders of the APC have disconnected from their followers. While such persons are asked to reconcile with their constituents in the overall interest of the party, the group's leadership advises Nigerians to put aside politics of religion.
We are looking beyond the religious matter. What we are looking at is how we can win elections, which I know God will stand on our side to win election. So everything is perfectly well. We are set for the inauguration and we are set to win election. Last time I visited Akwa Ibom State, I received members from PDP to APC. Even in this state, we have those that have met me, and they are willing, ready to join us to work and deliver Ahmed Bola Tinubu.
Members of the initiative believe that age comes with experience and that Tinubu is the best bet for the job.
All these ones that are saying Tinubu is more experienced with age. So we need those who are well experienced like him, with age, political experience, who led local Lagos economy to be the highest economy in Africa.
He has told us there that he's going to carry the women along. And hearing this, a lot of women, without even forcing them, they are the ones that are ready and willing with their PVCs to vote her leader.
The various state coordinators of the initiative promised to take the Asiwaju Bola Tinubu message to the hinterlands.
We are working on with this Pastor Ruben initiative. We are going to make sure we go to the grassroots to make sure we deliver our candidates.
Tinubu is going to be our president, 2023. Delta State is a state of APC as I speak, because PDP, they are already gone in Delta State. So if APC is going to rule, it's going to be all over.
It's very important. We don't have any other person. We don't have also an option to deliver Asiwaju Ahmed. We in Akwa Ibom State, we are highly in support of him.
One thing is major for this group. The APC must win at all levels in the 2023 elections. Jesse Ese, Plus TV News.
It's time for a short break now. We will be right back with more stories. Welcome back and thanks for staying with us. We move on to security matters. Following the release of a viral video by terrorists showing the victims of the Kaduna-Abuja bound train being flogged by their captors, protesters have stormed the Kaduna State House of Assembly demanding that the government rescue the remaining 43 victims whose lives have been threatened. Plus TV News correspondent Habila Darufal filed in this report as presented from our studios.
The protesters held various placards chanting songs from the Lugard Hall in Kaduna before proceeding to the State Assembly, barricading the road to the gate. Some of the families of the victims expressed their displeasure at the inability of the government to protect the lives and properties of the citizens. They expressed their disappointment at the manner in which the government is handling the situation and that despite huge resources it claims it has invested in security, Nigerians still cannot sleep with their eyes closed.
Here to register our protest, our plea to the government of the nation, and in particular President General Muhammad Buhari and our Governor Malam Nasir El-Rufai. Our loved ones have been in captivity for the past 120 days and nothing has been heard in terms of their release. Though we've had other things skeletally been done behind, but unfortunately it's not yielding the desired result. And it's obvious. And it's obvious from the videos released about 2 days ago what the captives, the kidnappers have said. They said they don't want the government to come and discuss with them, that the government has failed them, that we as individuals should come and rescue our loved ones. How do we go to rescue our loved ones when our government have failed us? How do we go into where we don't know to go and rescue our loved one? That's why we are out today to call on the government to do the needful.
They also called on the federal government to redouble its efforts at rescuing the remaining victims unhurt.
I'm calling on behalf of the people in the bush forest. For the past 121 days now, they have been beaten up in the bush. Please, we are calling on the government of Nigeria to please help us to bring them out peacefully, because this one that they are doing to them is not proper. The beat they are beating them as if they are beating goats is not proper. They should please, if their family is there, they could have no one to do now. But since we know that they don't have family there, they should please help us to bring out our loved ones.
These family members are hopeful that their cry would spur the government into action so that those who are still in captivity, including an 85-year-old grandmother, will be delivered soon.
Mental health is just like any other illness, and as such, the society must stop the stigmatization against sufferers of this disease. This was the submission of elite psychiatrist Dr. Kafayat Ogunshola while fielding questions from the newsmen at the 2022 annual general meeting of the Medical and Dental Consultant Association of Nigeria, Ebute Meta Chapter, Lagos State. PlusTV News correspondent Love Ikuku Oyedokun has details in this report.
Mental health is one of the diseases dreaded by society. It affects the cognitive, behavioral, and emotional well-being of a sufferer. Conditions such as stress, depression, and anxiety can all affect mental health and disrupt a person's routine. The situation usually worsened as a result of societal stigma attached to such conditions. Sufferers get withdrawn and are willing to speak out about their condition or even contemplate suicide. These medical professionals are worried about the increasing cases of the disease.
Doing life itself is filled with a lot of stressors. It could be ill health, it could be life events that one did not see coming. The loss of a loved one, the loss of a job, financial troubles. It could even be the society itself, the economic problems and the challenges in Nigeria is also a major stressor for many of us. So yes, whilst all of this is going, one has to pay attention to their self-care, because if you're here, if you do the list, I did a to Z of self-care, which includes things like affirming yourself, the ability to breathe, understanding what are the things within your control, focusing on the things that are within your control.
Another issue on the chest of these medical professionals is that of brain drain. They lamented the exodus of Nigerian doctors to other countries for greener pastures.
Globally, but more in this country with respect to the brain drain that we're experiencing presently, we decided to give the team thriving as a professional in the current environment. We know that there has been issue of exodus of doctors, health workers generally, consultants especially in recent time. So we are deciding to look at this, or we decided to look at this matter. Those of us that are here, is it that we are just staying for staying sake, or is there anything that we need to do in order to make sure that we are not left behind?
They called on the federal government to do something urgent to make the environment conducive as well as address their welfare.
When you operate an environment you are operating in, for instance, you are not sure of light, you are, as a surgeon, you have to consider the electricity, consider this in fixing your surgery date. It's not the best. So these are part of the factors that, if addressed, will reduce what we have in terms of the exodus of professionals, doctors in particular.
The theme of the 2022 AGM is Thriving as Professionals in the Current Environment. From Lagos, Lav Ikuku Oyedoku, PlusTV News.
The Lagos State Domestic and Sexual Violence Agency, in collaboration with Alimosho Local Government, Idimu and Ikotun Local Council Development Areas, have organized a program to sensitize the people on the dangers of silence in the face of sexual and gender-based violence. The sensitization program took place in Alimosho Local Government. Our correspondent Paul George reports.
Gathered in the hall are mostly women and a few men adorned in T-shirts with the inscription, "It's on us." They've all come out to listen and get more information on different forms of sexual violence.
This is like the first phase of our project at the local government, but we are coming back to also train the WAPA people and also the CDCs and CDA chairmen. Recently, I can say vividly that on an average, we get a case of nothing less than 10 survivors who walk to the office and also who report via the virtual referral platform.
The facilitator, Bose Ironse, says gone are the days when women will keep quiet in the face of threats to life. She speaks alongside others.
The community people need to understand. They need knowledge. They need information to understand what is going on. They need effective reporting pathways for them to be able to know what to do when they are affected in one form or the other. Some people want justice. There are some people they don't really want they just want anything. It's their choice. But when it comes to children, parents don't have a choice than to report that case, so that the government can take it over.
The purpose of this gathering is to enlighten our men, our women on child abuse and sexual violence. We have some people that have lost their life, they've lost their dignity, they don't have anybody to report to, they don't know what to do, they are ashamed. That's why we come out to enlighten people, to give them confidence of speaking out whenever they experience any difficulty, any abuse, any violence, so that the government can come to their aid.
The first thing is to sensitize the citizenry that they should see something, say something, and do something immediately. We should also include the law enforcement agencies by sensitizing them that once this happens, they don't need to body shame the victim, because sometimes we've had argument that because women are walking naked, that's why they're being raped. But what about the case of a 3-year-old or a 1-year-old? Were they walking naked?
To nip domestic violence in the bud, those affected are encouraged to speak up at the sight of a threat. Paul George, PlusTV News.
It is not a good time for fish farmers in Ijebu-Ode, Ogun State, southwest Nigeria, as they are currently faced with flooding occasioned by the torrential rainfall that has continued to wreak havoc on their business. The report.
Over 200 farmers whose ponds are located at Ikongbagoro of Ijebu-Ode in Odogbolu local government area have continued to suffer the disaster caused by flooding. Rather than being a blessing, the rainfall to them is a curse on their investments.
Pond at the back there, and this one, and this one in front here. There's no fish inside again. Everything wiped away.
Fish of over 1 year.
Fish of over 1 year. Everything wiped away. Everything wiped away. No fish again. We don't know where we're going to start the business again. We want you to help us. Please help us.
I'm standing here over
75,000 kilograms of fishes was swept away from my farm, and I have a lot of workers, everybody, and I got loan from different sources also. As I'm standing here right now, I'm only standing by the grace of God, and no government, when we graduated from school, no government provided job for us. We are hustler.
About 5 clusters exist in the settlement, which include Ifeoluwa, Ashejere, Progressive, Joye and Kajola. Catfish worth millions of naira have been lost as a result of lack of basic infrastructure like good road network and proper drainage system to channel the floodwaters.
Again, precisely on the 8th of July 2022, this year, we experienced another flood disaster of unimaginable magnitude after the terrestrial rainfall that lasted for several hours non-stop, resulting in huge losses involving more than 5 fish farms cluster, with hundreds of farmers suffering heavy losses in Ifeoluwa, Progressive, Ashejere, Kajola, and Joye.
All they want is the government's responsiveness to their plight.
Several complaints. Official of the NEMA, National Emergency Management Agency, and SEMA, Ogun State Emergency Management Agency, approached us for information gathering the losses we incur occasioned by the flood, with assurance to recompense farmers to at least mitigate and ameliorate the losses suffered by farmers. To date, nothing has heard from both agency and collecting our data regarding what we lost.
Mainly because the road is bad, the drainage system is too narrow to accommodate the water, and again, our stream, the Yemule stream, that stream is long overdue for dredging. So we are appealing to the state government, to the federal government, to assist us in dredging that stream so that the waterways can be widened and the depth can also be increased.
All efforts to get the authorities to comment on possible plans to remedy the challenges did not yield results. The farmers are demanding the dredging of Yemule River, immediate reconstruction of Ikongba Road, and self-loans with low interest rate to ameliorate the effects of the damage on their businesses.
And that's all on this edition of Plus Report. But before we go, let's remind you to please follow us at PlusTvAfrica on Facebook, Instagram, and Twitter. Also, do subscribe to our YouTube channel at PlusTvAfrica and PlusTvAfrica Lifestyle. I am Uime Elijah. Thanks for watching.
In the real estate industry, design and techniques are the defining factors and foundation of achieving the best construct. Whether in the real estate, oil and gas, or any kind of engineering, many industries utilize 3D modeling for a range of products. Now, using 3D designs enables customers and clients to have a full idea and concept of the proposed 3D structure from start to finish. This is extremely useful for envisioning the final product during pitches or to other stakeholders. On the show today, we will be focusing on the real estate sector with specific emphasis on 3D modeling. Welcome to Business Insight on Plus TV Africa. I am Justin Akadonye. Welcome back. Three-dimension modeling is a science and art of creating real-life impression and presentation of development proposal. It is a way of mimicking the interpretation of brain-eye combination of human beings. It can be done as physical paper model or as a computer model. Joining us on the show today is Benedict Ebe, architect, 3D interior designer, and he's with AfriBeni Works Nigeria Limited. Many thanks for joining us on Business Insight on Plus TV Africa.
Oh, hi. Pleased to meet you, Justin.
All right, let's talk about this 3D model and design. A whole lot has been said, but to break it down to people watching, what is it really about?
Okay, what we take to site and when we start construction is 2D, what we have on paper. But 3D really exposes you to some things look great in our minds, colors, patterns, and then we end up constructing them in real life. And you find out, not so great, actually. And then what 3D models do for us is, we can change the colors, re-render, you can change the colors, the patterns, whatever you want to do. You can see it in 3D models before you take it to real life. So it's less expensive. You don't have to, the opportunity costs, all those costs, you avoid all of them, so you don't have to break things, and you do it on the system before you even go any further. So that's what it has done. It's very futuristic, and it's very helpful, trust me.
You talked about futuristic, meaning that is it like a novel idea as it has been practiced for quite a while now?
Oh, funny enough, it has been around for a while. It has been around for a while, but in Nigeria, we've slowly been adopting it. Actually, I know back in architecture school, it's been there. 3D modeling has been there in architecture school, but it wasn't something that was thought in depth. It wasn't taught rather in depth in architecture school. You find out there was so much focus on 2D modelings and sketches because it takes us a little back. But when you check the competition out there, you find out that 3D models have been around since early 2000s. It has been there. That's what they even take it to the next level abroad, where it's not just about visuals now. You can check building credibility. You can calculate the lumens of light that a smart building is supposed to use, so you don't waste so much energy. You can test it on models. You can test light. You can test its ventilation system. Sometimes we just guess, this place should use 1.5 horsepower AC, should use 2 horsepower, 1 horsepower. But we can test that with 3D models over there. The power you're consuming, so many other things. They do the position of the building. You can use relative to sunlight. Okay, this particular area, you using Google Map, you can check, okay, this is the amount of sunlight hitting a particular building at a particular point in time, how much heat the building is generating, and then you can know how much power, how much air conditioning, how much light, stack effects, a couple of things that you can calculate with 3D modeling. That's what has been happening out there. But we're currently adopting now the visual parts of it, and I know we're growing towards that level. And I know in the near future, we'll definitely get to that level.
All right. It has a whole lot of potentials, and it looks very, very wonderful.
Yeah.
But in terms of cost, let's talk about cost-benefit analysis right now.
Yeah.
In terms of costing, is it something that is readily available, something that's readily affordable for, architect who might just be starting up?
Okay, it is readily available for architects who... These days, it's there's quality. There's a 3D model, and then there's something we call rendering. Rendering is where we take, you model something, you model a space. I could model this space like this studio where we're in now. We could change a couple of things in the model. But rendering now makes it realistic. So it goes from that cartoon-looking thing, and then you start to edit the materials. Okay, how do walls react? You check this is cement. It doesn't reflect. You take away the reflectivity. You put the grooves in wood. All of these things. So that is when it gets to rendering. That is where it gets heavy, where you need a system that can handle it at the point in time. So for a country like us, I feel 3D modeling is something during the model stages. you use it to gather funding. You can use it to gather funding, grow as an architect practicing in the industry. You use it to gather funding, but like my father used to say, a workman cannot be better than his tools. So as you gather funding, you invest in your business, and then you can get some of those systems that improve your rendering subsequently as it goes, because those are the parts that need something expensive. And then people render, you can render 720p picture quality, 1080p, 3K, 4K, all the way to 8K. So it depends on the kind of render engine or computer systems that you have. But you can make money at every level. You don't have to get to the point where you're rendering 4K. It's a ladder. You can render at 720p for some projects. It will come off good. You can use it, a couple of bungalows, a couple of some interior spaces, like a bedroom. Somebody's asking for a living room, a kitchen. You can do that. But you want to do a whole project, a full project. You want to do like a mall or something. You want to do like a commercial space. Then you know that you have to have grown and earn money from doing a living room, doing this, gather money, and then you get the render engine that can do those kind of commercial projects that you're probably hunting for.
Okay, let's talk about the industry really, because a lot of times people believe that architecture, as it is some brain tasking, brainstorming kind of field of study, from the university and all of that, because before now we were told that you have to be very patient, you have to be very artistic to be an architect. I haven't spent 6 years. But then again, how do you see the industry in Nigeria in terms of, how things are done internationally? Are we really doing things the right way?
Okay, we are doing things the right way. Actually, architecture, I won't lie, is very tasking. And I'm not saying this because I'm an architect. And it takes a lot of patience. I remember in my third year, when I was doing my IT, I was going to stop architecture for one reason.
You're going to stop?
Yes, I was going to stop for one reason. I was doing my IT, I was going to stop for one reason.
Oh, wow.
It's a very weird reason. Okay, I was working in an office, and that office, they were vetting ShopRite designs. Those times they were designed in South Africa, but when it comes into a new country, it has to be acclimatized. The design has to be acclimatized into the rules, to suit the rules that guide our building sector here in Nigeria. So I had a senior architect. His name is Wally at the time. He was working there at the firm, and he was responsible for designing the car park. When people just come and then you see a car park, you're like,
I didn't know they need to even design.
You have to design a car park, because if you're looking at, this particular building is going to have like 1,000 people going in and out at a particular point in time, you now think to yourself, okay, it should have how many people can be in a car? Maybe 4 or 5 people in a car, meaning 1,000 divided by 5. It means you should have a car park that can take 200 cars. You understand? Yes.
Oh, wow.
So when you have to manipulate that space to suit 200 cars. If not, you would not get approval, or something close to 200 cars. You understand? So there's your turning radius. People don't, there's a lot of calculations. There's a turning radius. You know that, you must have a 9 to 10 meter space for a sedan.
Okay, now you're speaking a whole lot of technical things.
It's like that. So what made me I found out that he had this designated space that he had to do so amount of parking. And he was working on that for about 2 months. He'll do the parking, the turning radius, then they'll submit it and say, no, you know what, he didn't meet the requirements. Some of the things are wrong. You have to provide for people who can't walk and all of that. You have to create a different kind of car park. All of those things. And I now thought to myself, I'll wake up, get to work 8 or 9 o'clock, and I'm working on a car park from then till 5 p.m. every day for 2 months. Some people can run mad. You need a kind of mental psyche, to be able to. Monotony can kill you in architecture. Some projects, they can give you a project and say, you know what, that project, you can be working on the same project for 6 months. All you know is you wake up in the morning, you're going to the office to do this particular thing. You are seeing the same thing for 6 months.
Oh, wow.
So if you don't have the patience, if you don't have the mental psyche to say, okay, this is what I want to do, all you do is sleep, eat, you wake up, you're thinking about your design, you can get very out of touch. So I thought to myself, well, is this what I want to do? Car park for 2 months, you know? So I was thinking, I was very discouraged, but you know, I can be stubborn too. I just say, you know what, I'm doing this and I'm here.
All right.
So that is it. So the question.
The question is,
yes.
How are we doing in Nigeria vis-a-vis in comparison to global
standards? I think we have been doing really nicely. I don't know, for some reason, a lot of architects, the names are skipping my head right now. I can name a lot of architectural firms that have been doing really good. Even in the international, they are getting awards in the international world, in West Africa, in Africa, and even abroad generally. You know, we've been doing well. I feel like we've gone past. We had a phase of not being appreciated. You know, everybody just feels, oh, I want a 2-bedroom. We can get Babahu to just cut here. What is there?
That's the thing.
You know,
the Nigerians, the average Nigerians, does the average Nigerian patronize an architect to draw designs for their structures here?
Yeah. Yes. Now
have we gotten to that level?
Yes, we have. Yes, we have. When like the island, you know, that's why a lot of people are having that urban shift to the island and parts of the mainland. You know, Ikeja, Magodo, Bagada, a lot of those places, they are really moving into the appreciation of architects. People don't know that, oh, it's one thing to just cut spaces. It's another thing to know that, oh, your bedrooms should face the east where the sun rises, because when the sun rises, heat is supposed to enter your bedroom to drive you away from bed, while your living room should be cool because it is facing towards the west.
Oh, wow.
You understand?
That's new to me.
Yeah, so during sunset, it has rotated towards the west, and your living room is getting hot, but your bedroom is cooling.
Okay. Oh, wow.
Do you understand? So there are a lot of things that come into architecture. It is not just cutting out spaces. You understand? There are a lot of, so people are starting to realize that. And then the increase in value of land. People now know that I can't just call somebody to cut spaces. When you get to Ikoyi and see that some places are 600,000 per square meter, you can't go and throw a lobby of 5 or 6 meters in a lobby. You realize that, oh, you have done a 30 square meter lobby at 600,000 per square meter. How much have you used in the lobby? So that has really pushed people to start to appreciate architects and what we're doing with the space, what we're doing. They need someone who understands space programming, then interior design, anthropometrics, the human form in relation to his environment, you know, some of these things. That has really pushed it. So architecture is really improving in Nigeria. It is.
What more do you really think the government can do in terms of maybe creating a level playing ground, or in terms of, all that is needed to make the industry move forward? What more can be done?
Can be done by the government. Okay, there was something I raised, which is the reason why the course has become so bastardized is because it takes a lot to become an architect in Nigeria. People don't know, but it takes longer than being a medical doctor. Or it does take. It's 4 years BSc, 2 years compulsory masters, and then you serve.
Isn't that a good thing? You come out from school, you already have a master's degree.
But you're not exactly earning.
Okay,
in the society where we're in, do you have children? Do you visualize them not earning after 4 years of school?
Not at all.
You understand? So in the field of architecture, you're not really regarded as anything if you don't have your master's. They can. You might even be paid like an IT student.
Is it even possible to be an architect without being without having a master's degree?
Yes, to an extent. Yeah, okay. That's where I'm coming to, because what is being practiced in America and Canada is, when I finish in 400 level, I'm an architect to a particular kind of level, in the sense that you have approval and accreditation to. I can design a bungalow. I can design maybe a 1 or 2 story building. You understand? Something that falls into a category of maybe a project shouldn't be more than $1 million or let's just say you can't handle more than a $500,000 project or $200,000 project. I'm an architect to that level. But I can't compete for projects that are up to $2 million, because people who now have an MSc are those who are qualified. Mm-hmm. You understand? The governing body would not allow me, who has a BSc, to fight for those projects. And those projects that are $200,000, $500,000, people in MSc level cannot fight for those projects. You know, so everybody can make money at different levels. And then you're a big firm, you've been practicing for like 10, 20 years, you can fight for the governmental project worth going into billions. But what is happening here is you find the people with the big firms still struggling for the bungalows and the 1 bedrooms and all that with the people who are down here. So these people have no chance. They now all have to have a paradigm shift into the big firms. You understand? That's the frustration that is going on. So they should find a way to sectionalize this thing the way they've done it abroad. Of course, I can even at 300 level or at 400 level, I can handle a project all the way. Yes, there'll be some supervision and all that, but I can't handle a project. You understand? So they should give them a chance to earn money and not be subjected to, if I want to gather experience at a firm, I should. But if I want to practice, I can practice to a level. Yes.
Okay, let's talk about, for startups now, because on this show we're trying to give advice, a useful insight for people who may want to get into particular industries now. Yeah. I've done with my architectural studies in school, and I'm thinking I want to be on my own. I don't want to start with maybe one of the big names. I just want to see what I can do in my own little sphere. What advice would you really give to someone who wants to be an entrepreneur in architecture with all of the technologies, the 3D designs and the modeling and the rendering you're talking about? What should he be looking at?
Okay, where 3D design has also given an opportunity for employment was where I did my IT initially. I realized that we could be done with a design, but the company we were contracting 3Ds to were not even an architecture firm. Yeah, they were just graphic designers.
Oh, wow.
3D graphics and all that, and they were eating a lot of money. That was what was happening. So I would really implore that you improve on your 3D design, improve on it. You can work in those firms to gather experience, because sometimes your designs cannot be better than what you've seen. You know, there are hardly any new ideas. Even what we call new ideas are modified old ideas. Mm-hmm. So if there are no old ideas to modify, you understand? So I'd advise, take 1 year, 2 years, work with these firms, go look around, see a couple of places. You know, it will really enforce what you're doing. Then always check what is going on in the outside world, so you don't become a local champion. Then when you improve on your 3D modeling, also don't expect that they'll start to pay you the big bucks all of a sudden. Put your works out there, get to work for people, get referrals. If you keep doing more work than you are paid for, at some point you start getting paid more than the work that you're doing.
Okay, but on the general terms,
yes,
a professional career in architecture, is it rewarding? Is it worth the while financially?
Yes, it is. Yes, it is. Yes, it is. If you are patient, you have to be patient. Especially, it's not just knowing, I'm a professional. This is what entails professionally. You should, as an architect, you should be adaptable, and you should know where you are at. This is Nigeria. Okay. Come on, you're not some other place, and all that. We're still growing in our respect for professionals, and it doesn't just deal with architects, lawyers. You see, engineers, and so many. As a lawyer, is it every person you meet as you do an agreement for that would pay you 5 or 10%? They negotiate a lot of these things. Course. So, and if you're going to be staunch and not say you are not open-minded to all of these things, so at a point, that would happen. You have to grow, you have to pay your dues, but you know what? Always have a plan. This is where I want to be in 2 to 3 years and work towards the plan.
All right.
Yeah.
Right, thank you so much, Benedict, for sharing this useful insight and all of the thought on architecture, 3D modeling, rendering, and all of that on the show. Do appreciate your time.
Thank you. It's wonderful being here.
All right. It's still Business Insight on Plus TV Africa. We've been speaking with Benedict Ebe, architect and 3D interior designer. He is with Afri-Beni Works Nigeria Limited. Now, as we round off, the essence of collaboration and knowledge sharing to educate and empower Africans on trends and possibilities of the future of work and businesses has been brought to the fore. That this was the focus at the inauguration of the Knowledge Digest Africa Conference, aimed at building the continent's largest one-stop digital knowledge bank. Take a look.
Digest Africa, Africa's one-stop digital knowledge banking platform.
It has often been said that most businesses die not necessarily from lack of funds, but as a result of dearth of fresh ideas, new technologies, and facts to ensure productivity. It is against this backdrop that this digital knowledge bank has been put together. In her keynote address, Commissioner for Education in Lagos State, Folashade Adefisayo, emphasizes the place of collaboration. The founder of the Digest, Samson Olatunde, who speaks about his passion for the past 15 years, says the country must leverage emerging digital technology to produce employees of labor for the 21st century.
Look at the synergy that you can get from you using mobile, online platforms. How many people can you teach in a class? 30, 40, 50. How many people can you teach online? Millions. So I think that by, because there's a masterclass component of it, and there's also the fact that there's a market component of it. How many people enter a bookshop to buy a book? But how many people go online to buy a book? So I think it's a great initiative, and I hope many people will tap into it.
We believe that many people are struggling with the implementation because they probably expect knowledge from a developed country. And then many things are structured in a developed country, unlike our country that is developing and other African countries. So we felt, why can't we look for business leaders, executive career professionals who have been there for over a decade, right? They've gone through a lot in their country, in the industry, so they'll be able to share experiences and help many people connect more to navigate in terms of maybe they want to start their business, they want to sustain their business, they want to scale up their business, or most importantly, they want to build a system around their business, which is saving them stress, time, energy, and money. System saves you stress, time, energy, and money. And the whole idea of Knowledge Digest Africa is going to be a collaboration with other young tech guys, people in different industries from educational sector.
You want to be the consultant, so yes, how do you think everybody will consult for?
Other speakers share their thoughts on the need for a digital bank, including the immediate past president of the Chartered Institute of Bankers of Nigeria, who gives useful insight on the need to create transgenerational wealth.
Most businesses that would die within the first 2, 3, 4 years. And if you are able to sustain a business beyond 10 years, then it makes sense that you try as much as possible that business outlives you.
Ecosystem thinking means I'm not the sole provider of a solution, okay? I get in touch with people who have like minds, people who can actually augment whatever product that I'm developing such that it moves from being a product into a solution. That way, first you can reduce your cost of delivery because other people are imputing to the cost of delivery. 2, you can have a faster route to market that way because a lot of people are bringing in expertise that you don't have on your own alone.
The information on the platform shows commitment towards providing digital learning in line with the digital policy of the federal government. And that's the size of the show for this week. I am Justin Akadonye. See you again next time. Bye for now.
Hold on to say accountable,
Yes,
and
please.
because of his integrity,
Yeah.
based on what he's doing.
Yes,
Somebody
please.
else will just sweep it under the carpet and just, So how do you see this impacting,
Okay.
right, the coming campaigns that are supposed to be rolling out in
Yes,
your party,
Yes.
and how will it eventually impact the overall 2023 general
In
elections?
the first place, let's understand the dynamics from
Yeah.
October 2020. The NSAS protest has resulted in a reframing of the mental spaces of all of us that are youth. Forget the whites that you have here.
I'm not a youth, though. They say our age don't pass, but hey.
Well, that's on the jocular note, anyway,
Yeah, I
just
know.
for us to have a smile.
I know.
But you know what I'm trying to say here is this. If you check what happened in 2020, you find out that that incident actually brought about another fresh wave of understanding about how leaders should be accountable to their people. And that particular action has kept the Lekki toll gate, the one that is after Sandfield bus stop, and the Link Bridge without toll, because the youth of this country are demanding that you cannot have litigations in court and want to go back to that. Besides, they told you that essentially the so-called money that you said is public-private partnership belongs to the people, taxpayers' money. Why were you collecting toll in the first place for infrastructure that should have been provided? So those questions have not been completely answered. And I know that the courts really have the business of dealing with that decisively. That is one part. Then if you check what has happened after that time, for the first time in INEC's history, the youth of this country requested an extension. INEC used to be very autocratic. When they say there's a closing date, nobody gets an extension.
Yeah.
Until the court told INEC, having been taken to court by SERAP, Socioeconomic Rights Accountability Project, until INEC took them to court, particularly SERAP took INEC to court, and the court said, okay, July the 31st, let's round it off. It would have been extended till maybe the end of this month or maybe the end of next month. That is the wave of reconscientization that is making people demand from their leaders that they be accountable to them. And as a matter of fact, I think that that is going to rub off immensely, because people would look at what you're doing. For instance, some major parties have been having internal problems. And these internal problems has led to the exit of a candidate that has moved to a particular candidate that is making wave in that party because of what young people themselves want. And because somebody said, you have not respected your party constitution, I can't stay here, that itself is resonating. My principal who is requesting that there's internal democracy, equity, and fairness, that message is also resonating. So you have that there are people who believe that the Nigerian project is for everybody and not for a few. And if it is going to work for the lot of the people, then they must begin to what? Make sure that the charity works from the house. So it is going to be really a very positive reception for us. Let me say this. I would have had a problem even honoring this invitation if my boss has not gotten a clean bill of political health from INEC. And because INEC is the umpire, and INEC has signed and sealed, having witnessed the primary we held in Abeokuta in June, there is no party chairperson that can alter INEC's position, because that is the original position that INEC itself has appended as acceptable.
So do you see this impacting your campaigns when it starts to roll?
It is going to give us the mileage we have been looking for. The yearnings of the Nigerian people is that for you to talk to them. For instance, there's a portion of scripture, I think is in the Christian Bible in Timothy, that anybody who is a bishop must be the person who controls his own house first. So a bishop is supposed to be a clergyman who leads people. So if you want to be the president of the most populous black nation in Nigeria and in this instance, His Excellency to Baby Kachuku, you have to clear your house and ensure that everything is done properly. So he has demonstrated to people. As a matter of fact, there was a session that held before I came into the studio where it was addressing the public, particularly the country, on this issue, and said, as far as he and other candidates are concerned in the ADC, nobody's mandate will be sold, and that he feels that if you go into an election and nobody even gives you their vote, it is honorable because you have participated. The fact that you are there and you are giving consistent message of change, consistent message of transforming lives, will make people begin to gravitate towards you.
Absolutely.
So that is his position, and I think that it's going to result in a lot of credibility for him and many others who believe that the Nigerian project must move away from the old order. The time for hegemonies to hold us by the jugulars ended. And anybody who believes that we could be asphyxiated has failed because we don't have hands on our windpipe any longer.
I resonate with some of... Okay,
go ahead.
Okay, yeah, I was going to say that I resonate with some of the things he already said in terms of democracy moving to, in Nigeria, them being for the people and by the people, because there is that wave, except you want to close your eyes to it. That it is
everybody's
happening.
and I like the fact that, so what was meant for evil, so is you are now using that, you know, and making sure that you further emphasize the character of the person, because again, what Nigerians are looking for in the 2023 elections is the character of the person that they want to elect.
Yes, please.
So, and this has really leapfrogged, you know, his personality. People are now seeing that, hey, this person, you know, stands for something.
That's it.
Yeah. Go ahead, Alero.
Okay, so we have a comment here. Hello, you great ladies at Ways. Internal crisis is not rocking the ADC alone. It's amongst all the Nigerian so-called parties, e.g. PDP, APC, IP, PRP, to name a few. My take is, I still don't believe that we can clean credible political parties in our country. It's just a party organization that wants to get to power at all costs and chop our national cake. Our politicians should learn from what has happened in the United Kingdom, for God's sake. God bless you, ladies. Bobby Kennedy. Thank you so much, Bobby Kennedy, for always, you know, sharing your thoughts. Do you agree with him?
Yes,
that it is impossible to, because that part where he was talking about it's impossible to clean the system.
No, it's not. Let me just help us understand better, because when we have the opportunity of such wonderful platforms as yours, apart from seeking political office, we also seek to educate people. David Cameron came into power in the UK as a 45-year-old, and I was there between 2010 and 2016. He left there after they had a referendum where Scotland wanted to break the over 300-year alliance between them, because when you talk the UK, you of course know it's England, Scotland, Wales, and Northern Ireland. And when Scotland attempted to break away, particularly because the oil block of the UK is in Scotland and they didn't get it, he felt there were certain things he didn't do right, and honorably, David Cameron left number 10 Downing Street. Theresa May came in and there was a whole lot of problems, older than David Cameron. Boris Johnson, the American-born former British Prime Minister,
came and did it.
And in fact, it took break. In fact, he did a larger version of what the Scottish people wanted, and ensured they got Brexit everywhere. It took everybody out, and the UK appears to be paying for it. And let me tell you, people started looking at what happened. The people that voted were 91% male, 71% of them, 91% British male, 71%. They also have another block, but basically in that election, they were looking at the events that had transpired. David Cameron left because Scotland wanted to leave. Theresa May, of course, had a problem. Boris Johnson also left because of Brexit, basically. And those who voted that were older men felt, I think the young ones are really looking at something here. And don't forget, she went all the way with Rishi. Talking about Liz Truss.
Liz Truss, yes.
Now, what is it about Rishi? Don't forget, we're talking about a society that is ultra-conservative. The British people are particular about who goes to Downing Street. And that's why they look at Liz Truss and said, okay, full British. She doesn't also have any resident permit in the US, which Rishi has. She also doesn't have monies in tax havens, and they feel she's British,
And
no
she's
other,
for us.
and she's for us. Understanding the skin color and the fact that there is no bicoloration of identity or nationality, and they brought her in. Understanding also that she represents an individual that is astride 2 generations, a 47-year-old. She's 47, less than 50. And let me also say this. Now, the voting demographics of Britain, ages 1 to 39 are about 51 point something % of the British voting populace. So 39 to about 59 years are about 26%. So you see that the block of those that will be participating between 18 and 39, they are really in large numbers. So these figures reflect the particular movement you saw, which eventually resulted in the emergence of Liz Truss, who is Prime Minister of the UK today. It therefore means that if we came home to Nigeria, you can say like Liz Truss, like Dumebi Kachuku.
Okay.
Because if you even check the majority of the people that are participating in this election, let me analyze this.
Quickly. We need to take comments. We actually have 2 minutes.
One
you analyze it.
Okay, that, can I just quickly
tie it up quickly.
Atiku over 70, Bola Tinubu over 70, Peter Obi over 60, Dumebi less than 50.
Okay.
Okay, let's leave it there.
So I have 2 comments. One from Emmanuel. He says, I feel your guess. This guy is correct. Then another one says, on this issue, I blame the INEC because it is the body that is supposed to supervise political parties. Unfortunately, this regulator stands aloof. Otherwise, how can one person run a party for 17 years, whether legal or otherwise?
God bless that
The
person.
INEC is constitutionally mandated to supervise primary elections of these parties and regulate them as well. Therefore, they should not allow these parties to be running riots, not only in ADC. It shouldn't be seen as family affair,
Yes, please.
because this type of crisis has ripple effect, court cases, counter judgments, and so on, slowing down the process and uncertainties about which candidates are legally qualified to feature on the ballot at the end of the day. This is Austin from Delta. Thank you so much, Austin.
Thank you. And Delta is the state of my principal.
Oh, okay.
Yes, I'm on the table in Delta North.
Okay, so regards to our principal.
Yes, yes.
We hope to host him soon.
We have to bring him on the show. Actually,
I will do everything within my little powers.
Please.
Okay. Because I got to get big power.
Yes.
To bring him here.
Thank you so much. But we had a fantastic conversation.
I want to say thank you to you two for giving big parties like us the opportunity to use your platform. Thank you.
Elsie, you cut on on the joke.
You cut on the joke.
You cut it. You cut it.
That's being smart.
But thank you so much. We had a fantastic conversation.
I appreciate your
Thank you, Alera. Thank you, Elsie. And before we go, thank you too for watching. Now, remember to follow us and at PlusTvAfrica. You can interact with us further, drop a comment, and more importantly, follow all our engagements on social media. Like, share, and invite your families and friends to watch and follow the conversation. Now, if you missed today's quote, here it is again. The quality of our lives depends not on whether or not we have conflicts, but on how we respond to them. And I mean, your principal really responded fantastically well. Today's conflict rocking the ADC. I must give that to him. All right, we'll see you guys live at 8 p.m. tomorrow as we bring another great conversation to your screen. Enjoy.
It for upcoming artists to blow in Nigeria.
Welcome to Plus Trending. I am Bookie November, your host, saying thank you for joining us on today's episode.
Welcome back. It's tea time on PlusTvAfrica.
Practice makes perfect. I'm not perfect yet, but I'm a lot better than I used to be.
He's a king. He's entitled to marry 100 if he wants to.
we do not understand, we will stigmatize.
What you can see is the remaining of the tanker that exploded.
The suspect equally confessed.
A 500 naira they collect am. If you no talk, dem go beat you. Na 2,500 they pay.
A section of Nigeria has called for the amendment of its 1999 constitution to give legal backing to state police. Now we're asking this morning, is this a solution to insecurity in the nation? Nigeria's federal government has recovered a total of 2.6 trillion naira in revenue from oil firms in the country. We'll have a guest join us this morning to provide some analysis on this. And we also have a newspaper review segment. We call it Off the Press, where we give you in-depth analysis of some headlines on the front pages of today's national dailies. All these ahead on The Breakfast this morning. Right, we're back with The Breakfast on Plus TV Africa. Very good morning to you. My name is Kofi Bartels, reaching you live from Plus TV Africa studios on Victoria Island in Lagos. And it's a beautiful Thursday morning. We're grateful to be alive today at the 15th day of September 2021. We have interesting conversations lined up for you on the program this morning. My name is Kofi Bartels. You're welcome. We'll start off with a look at the conversations that have been trending online. And of course, our first segment usually in the program is where we take these conversations and bring them on air to provide some information and do a little bit of a discussion on them. Writing solo today, so I'll do that myself. But hey, let's get it started. We'll start off with the presidential candidate of the People's Democratic Party. A party that was a ruling party in Nigeria for 16 years. It was meant to be there for 60 years. If you remember, the People's Democratic Party carried some of its members, let me not commit a fallacy here. They informed the teeming public that they will rule the country for 16 years. So maybe that 60 years, 6-0. Maybe that was a prophecy too quick or too hasty. Well, history, it was not kind to them, and they couldn't fulfill that 60-year mark. Rather, they were on for 16 years. I'm sure whoever heard that word of prophecy from maybe the spiritual realm had 16, and it came to the press to say 60. But anyway, the presidential candidate of the People's Democratic Party these days, Atiku Abubakar, is a presidential candidate of the People's Democratic Party. He's been here, there, and everywhere. PDP, moved from PDP to APC, didn't work, went back to PDP, and he's there. He's been moving around the country, seeking to cement the party's base, encourage the party's base ahead of the 2023 presidential elections. And he's been trying his very best to rally the base of the party. His latest port of call is the southwestern part of Nigeria, part that is, geopolitical southwest of Nigeria, let's call it that. You have the states that are in the southwest of Nigeria, those states that are traditionally Yoruba-speaking states. He landed in Lagos on Tuesday. After landing in Lagos, held a series of meetings. He spoke at a Lagos Chamber of Commerce and Industry event. Of course, that event itself also was another controversial one, as 15 of the other parties did not take it kindly that Atiku Abubakar was invited for that event. We're told that Atiku Abubakar was meant to be there on Tuesday, and then on Wednesday, Peter Obi was meant to be there as well. And then we're told that Bola Tinubu, the presidential candidate of Labour, All Progressives Congress, is meant to be there on October 28th. So the 15 other parties saying that they're being sidelined by not being invited for this event. But the trending story, let's not miss that, is that Atiku has been in Ibadan, the Oyo State capital. He was there yesterday. His visit is aimed at building confidence in the seeming supporters ahead of the flag-off of the September 28, 2022 campaign date. This is as containing INEC schedule of activities for this 2023 elections. The governor of Oyo State, Seyi Makinde, received him. You can see Seyi Makinde in the picture. Now, Seyi Makinde, interestingly, is one of Wike's men. I will put him out. He's one of Wike's men. He's been frolicking around Wike, moving together. He was a Wike in London when Wike met Atiku, Wike met Obi with Obasanjo. And you can see him there too. So I think it's a masterstroke by Atiku, because Makinde can't say he won't host or receive Atiku. I mean, he is a leader of the PDP in Oyo State, one of the leaders of the PDP in the Southwest. PDP doesn't have a governor in Lagos State. So, I mean, you look at Oyo State as the only PDP state in the Southwest. So Makinde is, de facto the PDP leader in the southwestern part of Nigeria. Makinde is the PDP leader in the southwestern part of Nigeria. And so I'm sure that Atiku has this at the back of his mind. He has it. Now, Seyi Makinde, governor of Oyo State, he made some statements. When he hosted Atiku to a meeting of stakeholders of the People's Democratic Party in the Southwest. He made some statements. Now, the first statement he made was that he described Atiku as the incoming president of Nigeria in 2023, by the grace of God. By the grace of God. He described Atiku as the incoming president of the Federal Republic of Nigeria 2023 by the grace of God. And then, but made a point that the chairman of the party, Ishayu, must be asked to step down. Because of perceived injustice in the party to members of the party who are from southern Nigeria. Of course, the issues in that party regarding a zoning of the choice offices in the party are well documented, with Wike and his bloc in the party saying that they want your chair, Ayu, chairman of the party, to go. They're asking why, or questioning why, the party should have its board of trustees chairman from the northern part of the country, the party chairman from the northern part of the country, and the presidential candidate from the northern part of the country. That this means that those who are from southern Nigeria have been sidelined. Some feel that Wike's outbursts or Wike's demands are not unconnected to his losing the party's presidential ticket. But Wike has said he's just interested in making sure the southern part of the country is not disenfranchised, it's not cheated. That's what he's saying. Ayu has said he won't step down. Atiku has not said he will ask Ayu to step down, Ayu must step down. He doesn't even have the power to ask Ayu to step down. The National Working Committee of the party, they had a meeting recently, and they gave a vote of confidence in the leadership of Ayu. Of course, they're the ones that can probably vote him out if he doesn't step down voluntarily. Now, what they did was that the board of trustees of the party had a change. The gentleman who was the chairman of the board stepped aside, and they handed over to a member of the board, a former Senate President Adolphus Wabara, who is from the Nigeria's southeast, Nigeria's geopolitical southeast. These are the Igbo-speaking states. This was perceived, it was thought it would be a way of assuaging Wike and his people, but Seyi Makinde is saying, still, Iyorchia Ayu must go. Of course, I said Seyi is the only PDP governor in Southwest. I forgot the dancing senator who is now governor of Osun State. So, yeah, there are two of them. But he is the oldest governor in the Southwest from PDP. So he's the leader of the party in the Southwest in terms of offices. Okay. So Makinde has hosted Atiku. Atiku has probably used this as a photo op to show that, hey, I'm the presidential candidate of the party, and I'm here. You can see even Fayose was there as well. Now, Fayose was in Port Harcourt to commission a project. Of course, Wike took the opportunity to make some statements and sing a song or two with his band. But Fayose said something important. Ayo Fayose is the former governor of Ekiti State and the leader of the PDP in the Southwest. He said that Atiku was not the problem, that there are people surrounding Atiku who are lying to him and not giving him the clear picture, and they are bent on, causing trouble between him and other people in the party. And that's what he said, but he's still Wike's man, So these are the dynamics in the party. We'll keep monitoring to see what comes out of this, but I think this is a master stroke for Atiku Abubakar, seeing that he's been able to use this opportunity to show his legitimacy, and to show that he's the one. It's a photo opportunity. This man, Fayose, cannot say they won't attend the meeting. Makinde cannot say he won't attend the meeting. Will these men get tired of Wike's antics and, say what? Let's just move forward. Atiku on the election is okay. Is enough. Or will they keep making their demands? We'll see what happens moving forward. I'm sure if Atiku visits the Middle Belt and he goes to Benue State, Samuel Otom, who is another Wike's man, would have no choice than to host him, and they'll take pictures together. If it goes to the southeast, of course, Zeke Pazu, as well as the others from the southeast, will have to be with Atiku, take pictures with him and host him. So that's that. Let's move on. Samuel Otom, who I just mentioned, is the governor of Benue State. He's accusing the All Progressives Congress of taking Nigeria from the top to the bottom. In fact, he's not just accusing the All Progressives Congress, he's also accusing President Muhammadu Buhari from taking, he said, for keeping his promise, the APC and the president for keeping their promise of relegating Nigeria to a bottom position. I'm sure he's, in his mind, he has something like a picture of a league table, if, for instance, Manchester United goes down to the bottom or Chelsea is at the bottom of the league, it won't be a good thing. So some Chelsea fans are wondering whether this new coach they've appointed will be able to keep them on top or whether he will take them to the bottom. I don't know if that will happen, but this is what Otom is saying, that Nigeria, as a sort of Chelsea, for instance, Buhari and APC have kept their promise of relegating Nigeria to a bottom position. Don't forget, 2 days ago, the president gave a speech when he was hosted to a an event in Owerri, the Imo State capital, where he was on a presidential visit. What did the president say? He said that he, as president, has done extremely well. He, as president, has done extremely well. Given the circumstances, the resources available to him as president, and the time he's had. And he compared his achievements to that of his predecessor, Jonathan, and the government and the state of affairs in Nigeria when he took over in 2015. And I'm sure Tom is, also reacting to a statement like that by saying that Buhari and the APC, they've kept their promise of relegating Nigeria from the top to the bottom position. All right. Anyway, he said this through his chief press secretary, Nathaniel Ikuru. Otom noted that the APC would lose the 2023 elections because the party had performed woefully since it took over power from the PDP. All right, so this is a member of the PDP taking the opportunity to respond to the president. And I think it's good to see the opposition party speaking, and saying something. I mean, the governors should also speak out and say stuff, so that we see the opposition active, we see them active. But Otom is interesting. Until maybe a couple of years ago, was a member of this APC. So what is he talking about? He was also going to see President Buhari in Nasrok Villa whenever he had issues in Benue State, and was also defending the president and one of people saying good things about the president and all that before he decamped to the PDP to save his political future ahead of elections in Benue State. So what is he talking about? If his political future was not at risk, you have the likes of Barnabas Gemade and co. in Benue State who were tussling for the APC, in that state. If Otom's political future was not at risk, he maybe would not have left the APC for the PDP. And if he had not left, would he have been saying these things? There's a question some would ask. If the party has failed, then he was definitely part of that failure as a member of the party for at least 4 years. At least 4 years. But it's politics, you know, so fair play to him. Fair play to him. All right, let's move to the next one now. This is another one that elicited comments, on social media. Well, it's not always received with happiness and acceptance, the idea of writing promotion exams when it comes to members of the public service. We're all aware of what the electricity workers have been doing, in a bid to avoid writing a certain promotion exam or having their members write a certain promotion exam. They turned the power in the country off in the name of strike. They literally just turned off the power. It wasn't the only issue, but it was one of the issues. And I think a major factor in their industrial action is talking about the CONWA, which is an electricity workers union. The day that power was turned off, the last strike they had was the day the promotion exam for certain members of that union who are under the Transmission Company of Nigeria. That was the same day they were meant to write their exams. We have other examples in history. We can look at what Adams Oshimole tried to do in Edo State, asking government teachers to write exams, aptitude tests, so he can determine who is who and know who is fit to teach. We can go to Kaduna State where Malam Nasir El-Rufai, governor of Kaduna State, also tried to get the teachers in the public service to write exams. All of these were met with stiff resistance. You wonder why. All right. So when, of course, you hear that the Ministry of Interior, Ogbeni Rauf Aregbesola, has ordered the Civil Defense, that's Nigeria's Security and Civil Defense Corps, the Correctional Services, Fire Services, and Immigration Service Board to conduct the next promotion exams for its officers in various states where they operate. You'll begin to wonder if this will also be met with stiff resistance, or if this is something statutory that these organizations go through. But, well, this was contained in a statement signed by the ministry's Deputy Director of Press, Fonja Jibola, on Tuesday. Aregbesola gave the directive during an inspection visit to the examination center in Abuja, stated that the overcrowded examination centers can fault the integrity of an exam. So imagine if you have such an exam and people are copying from themselves because the hall is overcrowded. I think that's a good one coming from Aregbesola. You don't need to have an overcrowded hall so that people can write the exam without copying from each other. I mean, and think of it, how many officers in our public service are promoted, not on account of merit, but on account of how many years they've spent in service. And I think it's a good one that they be allowed to write promotion exams so that we know who is who. We know who is who. So we won't have any more Oga at the top moments. Yes, that's the truth. So we won't have any more Oga at the top moments. I mean, if that's the gospel truth, So fair play to Aregbesola. Will these people, will these groups, these agencies react? I don't think they can, because they are also security agencies as well. And as a member of a security service, you basically what Fela called a zombie. No offense intended to our gallant officers of these organizations, but basically you do what you're told is what I mean. You do what you're told. So I don't expect that there will be a backlash, and they will have to write the exam, and let's see what comes out of it. But when it comes to writing exams by some of these agencies like the immigration, it's been a bitter experience. You remember the stampede that was we experienced at the Moshood Abiola Stadium. Then it was called the National Stadium, Abuja. That has not been sorted out till now. Remember Abamoro, the then Minister of Interior, and how many people died there. That matter hasn't been really fully sorted till now. But we hope that, we know this won't be the same. It won't be the same. They have their centers, places where they'll go and write the exams. It's going to be a computer-based test, CBT, which is a good one as far as the Ministry of Interior is concerned. It's also a good one for the boards, or the board concerned with this. I mean, the Ministry of Interior has not had good press in recent time. Under his watch, we have had several prison escapes, including the infamous Kuje prison escape. even though the minister has spared no effort in telling Nigerians that many more attempts have been made by prisoners to jailbreak, and these attempts were successfully handled by the agencies. So, it's a mixed bag. But from what we see, a lot of the breaks have come from outside, and it's not been a successful repelling of that. But this is a good one for the ministry, and we commend them. We'll see what happens at the end of the day. We wish all the officers who are writing these exams the best. I think that's so much we can say on this, really. All right, that's the top trending segment on The Breakfast on Plus TV Africa. I'll be right back with more. Stay with us.
This is it for upcoming artists to blow in Nigeria.
Welcome to Plus Trending. I am Booking November, your host, saying thank you for joining us on today's episode.
Welcome back. It's tea time on PlusTV Africa.
Practice makes perfect. I'm not perfect yet, but I'm a lot better than I used to be.
He's a king. He's entitled to marry 100 if he wants to.
How can we have peace without justice?
Plus Politics. It's not just another political conversation, it's about keeping you in the know. The relevant interviews, asking the tough questions to those that matter. Get the answers you need. Does it mean that the people who were injured, people who were shot at, those who were involved in that stampede are not going to get justice?
It is unfortunate, it is sad that we have a government of deaf and dumb.
Analysis from top experts.
The last election was not really an election.
We feel that Obasanjo has a very special place in his heart for hating Ijaw people.
I think it really boils down to two things. One, trust and accountability.
Plus Politics, every weeknight at 7 p.m. on Plus TV Africa.
So what are the top decisions that the United States considers necessary that Nigeria must take? I like to think of my interactions as conversations, not interviews. And that's why I say asking questions is both an art and a science. Everyone says in Islam, you are allowed to have 4 wives. Is it mandatory? The right question enables answers that educate, inform, clarify, and help you, the viewer, to better understand the issue before making up your mind.
Our goal is to reduce from 10 to 2 days the time it takes to register businesses in Nigeria.
Join me every week on this station, PlusTV Africa, and gain exclusive access to my conversations. I'm Angela Ajetomobi.
In Nigeria, we are at baby steps, I would say. Very few schools are practicing authentic Montessori. There are some children who come from home. Children are not bad. There is no bad child in the world. What happens is they learn from you and I, who are adults around them. You and I are a product of of how we were raised, a product of our environment, a product of the people that interacted with us as children, a product of what we see on television, a product of everything that we have interacted with. You must be a professional in that field. Don't go starting a school because you have money. But if you're passionate about supporting the national development in education, yes, use your money to employ professionals to run the place for you.
It's not just the parents that have to do this. We put a lot of emphasis on government, we put a lot of emphasis on schools, but the service sector is completely left out of this conversation, and it's really important because they touch the families every day.
when we are making intervention, at the back of our mind, that plan that you're drawing up should also say on X amount of times or hours, you as the parents have to have X number of training.
Not just about the training, okay? So as we're collecting data in the center, you're collecting data at home. We give you the exact same plan.
From my own experience is that the children are usually the best advocates.
Absolutely.
Because the children have been informed and they have also experienced it, we find that they tend to go home and tell their parents the appropriate things to do.
It is engagement we need to have.
Those who suffer miscarriages are never taken into account.
Members of the National Assembly are also influence peddlers.
You are sitting on Nigerians' money.
From the Babin, I pay my rent. On the Babin, I send my children to school.
A consultative engagement.
No any tangible notification before they ban us.
It's one thing for people to be at your back and the heat of the moment, and another thing for them to still be with you when push comes to shove.
I will do everything to take Lagos out of the national grid.
Businesses in Africa can be very challenging. In Nigeria, it is particularly intimidating, and successful builders have learned how to navigate a hostile environment to unlock opportunities. But one major challenge businesses face is how to filter through the noise and identify where their ideal customers exist. Get insight and practical steps from industry players and captains of industries. Hear success stories to help you make informed decisions as you scale your business in Nigeria. Watch Business Insights at this time on PlusTvAfrica.
Hey, what's up, guys? You're welcome to another edition of Plus Event, and I remain your host, Ifeoluwa Oshukeye.
Your absence isn't an excuse anymore, as Plus Events is all you need, as we bring you the glitz, the glamour, and loads of fun.
Oh, definitely. No question. He's a living legend.
Oh, God forbid, Holy Ghost fire, no.
I just want to be blown away. I want to be wild. This is 11 years of doing it.
I'm surrounded by so much positivity. No, it's okay.
Yo, what's up, my people? It's your boy Starboy Terry. You're watching
Plus Event on Plus TV.
Stay glued to Plus TV Africa every Saturday and Sunday, 4:30 p.m. West African time.
We're back with a breakfast on Plus TV Africa. We are set to look at what the papers have for us this morning. Our guest is already standing by. Ezekiel will be joining us when we're done looking at those headlines, of course. We'll start off with the Nation newspaper. Interesting take on the paper this morning. It's still, paper is still, giving prior attention to the People's Democratic Party. And like we analyzed a couple of days ago, like I said a couple of days ago, the Nation, this is just a media review. The Nation has almost every day talked about the situation in the PDP. In fact, they use this term, PDP crisis. Today is the first time in a while I've noticed that they didn't use, say, PDP in crisis, but they're still showing or giving attention to the situation in the People's Democratic Party. Makinde leads Southwest PDP on IU must go call. Makinde leads Southwest PDP on IU must go call. Of course, this is true. I'm just saying the paper has given its top space on the front page to the situation in PDP for the past how many weeks. Now, the writer to that story, Oyo Governor to Atiku, party must be restructured. Chairman's exit must follow due process. All right. More from the Nation. Akeredolu Adebayo head teams for Tinubu. Buhari to present budget to National Assembly next month. Oyetola Adeleke bicker over report of overvoting. Yeah. Buyers of seized Lagos properties to pay 2001 price. Lucky them. I don't know if that's the right way to put it. Banks to stop PTA, BTA payments in cash as scarcity persists. I think this was covered by some papers yesterday. All right, more from the Nation. 2 scientific works win $10,000 or $100,000 NLNG prize, and police kill 5 kidnapped suspects. Stories on the front page of the Nation. Let's go over to The Punch with these headlines. A big story there. The kicker, PDP crisis. The headline says Atiku Wabara meet aggrieved governors. Makinde demands IU's exit. And right as to that, former POT chair Jibrin forced to resign. Party still in crisis, says Bode George. Southwest PDP agrees to back ex-VP. Oyo governor seeks restructuring of National Working Committee. Indeed, Makinde described Atiku as the incoming president of Nigeria in 2023. IU's resignation achievable, must be negotiated to avert crisis, Atiku, Benue Senator. That's a remarkable one, or that is worth noting that Atiku said that. More from the Punch. FGEU AFD complete 104 billion naira electricity agreement. Senate to scrap over 400 MDAs in 2023. Is that too little, too late? Bank deposits rise by 24% to 42 trillion naira. So people are not spending these days or what? PSC chairman, that's Police Service Commission. Smith resigns amidst police recruitment crisis. Okay, of course, a bit of a issue between the Police Service Commission and the Inspector General of Police. Pro-chancellors, VCs intervene in ASU's 7-month strike. Pro-chancellors, VCs intervene in ASU's 7-month strike. Will they be paying ASU themselves? I'm sure that maybe that's the only intervention ASU want to hear. Ekiti Road collapses, motorists groan, seek government's intervention. And of course, you can see a picture there on the front page of the Punch, doing some human angle stories right there. Picture of the governor of Ekiti State staring at the road in shock, and it's quite a bizarre one. I mean, if no life was lost, then that is a big testimony. But you can see the quality of that road. Look at it. Look at the sand underneath, just a very thin layer of asphalt. It's what we're talking about. I'm sure someone was paid to do that road. This is the quality of road that the government does for its citizens. Look at sand. You don't even have stones, no gravels, no, what do you call it again? No base, nothing, no stone base. All you have is shaft sand. Then a thin layer of asphalt, and the city have done a road. So when there's water running under it, erosion and everything, it will cave in. What a shame. And the governor looking at the road in shock. I mean, I don't know if this road was done in his time. I don't know. I can't judge him. But governments need to do better. If it wasn't done in his time, it was done in someone's time. Did the person who was governor then not inspect to see that the road was properly done? Because you're paying for a quality road, you must have a quality road. Look at that. Look at that. What a shame. All right, do we have more? I hope it won't take them 1 year to fix. So, I mean, if you come to Lagos State, the Echo Bridge has been closed for some time now after a fire incident there at a place called Apombo. And till now, I don't think that bridge is open. It's affecting traffic flow from the mainland to the island parts of Lagos, affecting economic activities and reducing all-round productivity. I don't know why it's taking this long. I'm not an expert, but I do sincerely hope that that bridge gets done quickly. In the same vein, I hope that this Ekiti road will not take forever. I have to move on. I guess we'll provide us analysis of our stories. But more from the Punch, tackling insecurity, can Anglican primate tell federal government? Customs intercepts 80,000-litre tankers carrying dirty diesel. Who imported the dirty diesel? Or was it produced in the country? Maybe it's one of these locally refined products. And SARS panel awards 289 million naira compensation to 74 victims. I have a personal story I won't share now, maybe on some other day. And that strikes me. All right, more from the next paper. Let's go to the Leadership this morning. The Leadership has an interesting front page headline. That's the Leadership newspaper. All right, what the Leadership is saying on its front page, the kicker to that big headline, 1995 Durbar hotel bombing. 1995 Durbar hotel bombing. I can't talk until U.S. Embassy speaks, accused ex-U.S. envoy. I can't talk until U.S. Embassy speaks, accused ex-U.S. envoy, all right? And the writer to that, I can't recall the incident. Mahdi Shehu is talking about Kaduna, ex-military Governor General Jafaru Issa, police, DSS, U.S. Embassy keep mum. I'm sure I guess we'll remember this episode quite well. FG orders buyers of seized Lagos properties to pay 2001 price. UK Police Judicial Office passed a buck on Ekweremadu's health. Revenue shortfall, Senate backs measure of MDAs. Dogara Babachir continue agitation against APC Muslim ticket. Police Service Commission chairman resigns and 5 die in Pauchi boat mishap. Really sad. It's the stories on the front page of the Leadership newspaper. All right, we have the last paper for consideration this morning, being Daily Trust. A big one on the front page of Daily Trust. Call for state police, ACF, NEF, Afenifere, PANDEF, back Northern Governors, Monarchs. So it's interesting that it's now a national thing right there. The riders to that, Ekiti passes bill, Kanu in 2 weeks. Jigawa to follow soon. It's nullity without National Assembly approval, Professor Yadudu. Well, you know what they say? Nature abhors vacuum. I guess we'll talk some more about this when we put him on. Southwest PDP meets Atiku, demands IU's resignation. How Smith was forced to resign as PSC chairman. I don't know if this is unconnected with his tussle with the IGP over recruitment. Police kill kidnappers sharing ransom in forest. All right. What happened to the ransom? Buhari to present 19.76 trillion naira 2023 budget in October. This according to the Speaker of Nigeria's House of Reps, Bajabia Mila. Senators OK Orosanye report over 400 MDAs risk scrapping. My Nigeria-French agency signed 25 million euro deal for power transmission projects. 23 Abuja-Kaduna train passengers still in captivity 186 days after. Lord have mercy. Lord have mercy. All right, let's say good morning to our guest analyst Ezekiel Nyaituk. Good morning to you, Mr. Nyaituk. Thank you very much for your time.
Good morning. Nice to be here. Good morning.
Fantastic. Great to have you. Great to have you. Great to have you. Let's start with this this call by the northern governors in the country for state policing. We'll discuss this later on the program. But the interesting aspect of this is that Daily Trust is telling us that other groups in the country, ACF, NEF, Afenifere and Pandem, these are the major groups. I think the one that's missing there is Ohaneze and Igbo, are also joining this call. I mean, when last did we say unified front from the socio-political organizations around the country saying the same thing at the same time?
Yeah, I think the concept of state policing has been almost unanimously adopted nationwide by virtually all the divides, because we've come to realize that the security that we have is not being handled the way that national interest comes beyond any other parochial, including individual interests. If you really look into the security concerns that we have, you realize that there's a lot of discrepancies. There's a lot of unexplained, pockets. And you can't really see that commitment to the welfare of the people, including the North. And I think each person is coming to a point where they are like, look, why don't we just do what is corporate or global best practice? Why don't we have the national police looking at certain infrastructure that they look at, and then let's go down, drill it down to state police, and if possible, the county or what you may look at as the local government police. Because abroad, you even have certain places like campuses having their own police system, depending on the size and everything. Let's redefine, what policing is all about. Because right now, policing is about power, about control, and not about the general good of the people. So I think that even the Ohaneze that is not listed, they have taken a position long before today, to the best of my knowledge, which is why would you have the Ebube Agu if it's not something that they subscribe to? So I think that in the constitution review, we have to look at that, the general agreement, the unanimous agreement within all sides of the divide on the need for state police.
All right, another one coming on the front page of the Daily Trust is also echoed by a few other papers. Senators Orosanye report say over 400 MDAs risk scrapping. I think it's good that the Daily Trust mentioned Orosanye report, because some papers didn't mention it. For instance, leadership said Senate backs merger of MDAs because of revenue shortfall. So this is the way the leadership needs to put it. Revenue shortfall, Senate backs merger of MDAs. The Stephen Orosanye report has been submitted to President Goodluck Jonathan, or let me say the federal government, in April 2012, precisely April 16, 2012. And fast forward to 2022 is when the authorities, National Assembly, the federal government are considering implementing. Is this a sincere implementation, or is this a sinking man grasping at whatever he can grasp at to survive?
It's our understanding. I'll rather look at things holistically. It's our understanding of the concept of government and governance. The day we realize that governance is about the management of the goods of the generality of the people in their larger interest, and not an opportunity to serve personal interest. When we have that perspective, we'd realize that when you look at governments generally, I've been doing a lot of thinking, a lot of strategizing, a lot of research as somebody who wants to be the governor of a state. And I'm asking myself exactly where is the problem? And I think the problem is the entitlement of the title. The entitlement of the title. Once you are called a DG, there are certain things that must come, with that office. But if those entitlements didn't come with the title, then you could have the subdivisions and not have a problem. So coming back to Orasanya's report on the measure of all these parastatals and lots of, the first thing is that I agree with the report to a great extent. There are just certain subdivisions that have a lot of subheads, that have a lot of budget, and you really can't have the second arm, which is absolutely necessary in any setup. What is the second arm? The deliverables. What are the targets? What are the essence? What are the things that we are getting from them? You can't, you discover that the deliverables is employment, create employment. And that's not, you can't have public funds going into create employment just to, and these are not even the people that are getting into certain productivity within the governance structure. It's about creating employment. It's about benefiting your people. It's about bringing them in and rewarding them on public accounts, which is unacceptable. So I think that looking at that, I've taken time to look at a good section of that report, and I think that any focused government will adopt a good section of those reports, because a lot of this, by the time you look at the list of the MDAs, you feel scandalized, because it's like, what? You mean this exists? Where? How? What? They exist. Yes, they do. They are collecting salary. Yes, they do. They are paying rent. Yes, they do. There's a whole lot of entitlements attached to each of the offices. And what is the outcome? Zero. So I think that they should implement, whether it is as a way of, how do I damage? I won't even call it damage control. Whatever it's worth, let them look at it and implement as much as they can. But I can assure you that the next government is not going to be like the past government. It's going to be more focused. It's going to be more people-oriented. It's going to be more purpose-fit and going to understand the essence of government and governance. I can tell you that for free. It's not going to be one of these two big people that come and do same old, same old. There is a change that has begun, and it is unstoppable at this point.
It's interesting that for what you've said, this particular Oronsanya report was submitted to President Jonathan in 2012, April 16, after being the committee headed by the former head of service of the Federation, Civil Oronsanya, was set up in 2011. When this administration came in 2014, they said they were going to implement, this was in 2014, they announced a decision to implement this was last year rather, they said they were going to implement the white paper, all right, the white paper of that report. But interestingly, another committee was set up to make recommendations based on the white paper of that report. I don't know, you are an administrator, you're in the circles of power. What exactly is this white paper thing? But before you go to that, we're told that they want to reduce the agencies, departments and ministries created since 2014. The Buhari administration came into power on the back of, reducing resources, and they started with a push of trying to cut, government spending, government excesses. But if you look at the ministries, department, and agencies created since 2014, they've actually increased what you had before. That report recommended that of the 541 statutory and non-statutory federal government parastatals, 541, is going to 541, and we're still where we are. Out of those 541, 263 statutory agencies should be reduced to 161, and 38 agencies should be abolished, 52 agencies merged, and 14 reverted back to departments in ministries. So that is that. Now, subsequently, the white paper was reported and issued in March 2014. And it's taken March 2014 till 2021 for them to now set up another committee to make recommendations based on the white paper. But another interesting point I also like you to speak to is that President Buhari created 5 new federal ministries. It was reported in 2019. You look at the Ministry of Humanitarian Affairs and Disaster Management and Social Development, Ministry of Police Affairs, Special Duties and International Affairs, Aviation, and Power. And some of we used to ask, why did we have aviation as a separate ministry when there's transportation? Why do we have humanitarian ministry when we have, maybe for instance, NEMA? Why do we have Office of the special advisor on diaspora affairs when the Minister of Foreign Affairs is there. And sometimes you don't know who is who. We would have to agree who will speak when. So what are your thoughts on this? How many agencies and ministries?
I'll tell you, the way government operates, if people understand it, is that government has to be dynamic and not static, for the simple reason that government is created to solve problems. And sometimes problems come unanticipated, and government needs to set up a system, a structure, depending on the nature of the problem. But that system or structure serves that purpose. Certain things are statutory. For instance, education will always be there, and the health care, housing, all that social infrastructure, the road network, security, the welfare. So there are certain things that are statutory, but from time to time, certain things come up. For instance, there was the Petroleum Equalization Agency that was set up because they realized that when you bring petrol, it comes to the center, which is like Lagos, and it has to be taken from Lagos to places like maybe Katsina or Sokoto or Maiduguri, and that is different from trucking it to Ogun State or your state or any of the neighboring states. So that differential in transportation has to be imputed in the cost. And, government is to provide a certain level for, the generality of the people, and fuel was something that was, or power was something that applies to all. So on account of that, that agency becomes a necessary agency, to come up and handle that specific problem. Now, by the time government now comes to a point of saying, for whatever it's worth, we've taken ourselves off that, we've deregulated that sector and left it to be private sector driven. Most of the time, the agency created does not get extinguished. They remain, even when they do next to nothing. And secondly, a lot of these agencies, some of them are created on account of the problem that exists within the ministry. And then you have somebody that comes in and is favorably disposed to a particular person. So he kind of carves that out so that he has his own command and control as distinct from the boss that was there before. And that leads to duplication, and a lot of times, another time it comes with the zeal of a particular person in power. He says, look, we must get into this nuclear thing, or we want to get into a certain IT mode because that's the way of the future. So instead of putting them, because of bureaucracy, they kind of take them out and create them as a certain agency. So what a reasonable government should do at all times, I'm never against creating new agencies, never, if you are responding to the problem per time. But what you should do is always profile and always critique and always look into all the agencies periodically, and for each budget review session, ask yourself, which are the relevant agencies? What can we merge? What can we set aside? There's nothing wrong with creating a new agency. For instance, when insecurity was becoming a major problem, or we are having a lot of problems with corruption, then you may have to create the EFCC as different from ICPC, as different from NFIU. These are different arms that do different things, but because you really want to take these things head on, so you put them separate. And then you now have maybe the police is there, and then the vigilante is there, and but you must come at all times to critique them again and never be afraid to bring back to one unit. But then you have this concept of I'm tenured, I'm given this appointment for 4 years and I've just done 2 years. I still have 2 more years. So if you fix me, take me back to an existing agency, what is going to be my status? Who cares what your status is?
All right.
And then the legal
interesting.
implication.
Very interesting, and so much I've enjoyed your analysis there. But finally, this report, Orosai, was submitted in 2012. A committee was set up to review and have a report on that Orosaye Committee report called Amapepo Committee. Between 2012 and 2021, they were to look at the ministries, department, agencies created. That was last year. Amapepo Committee has submitted its own report on the Stephen Orosaye report, and Obele Okeke Committee has now been created and has done a draft white paper on the Amapepo Committee that submitted a report on the Orosaye Committee. So we're waiting for them to implement. So what is up with this?
No, you are waiting for the committee that will review the work of the current committee that is set up.
Yes, so 3 committees now.
Yeah. No, we are waiting for the 4th one to take care of this. And then it's the concept of political will. Actually, it's just that I'd made a commitment that because President Buhari had signed the Electoral Act, that I have forgiven every wrong he did in the past, including the ones he would do till he leaves office. So, and I still keep to that commitment. But I feel a lot of times, I think that there's a disconnect between the Buhari that was seeking office and the Buhari that is in office. I'm not talking in terms of all those conspiracy theories, whether he is this or that. No, I'm just thinking that age has played a game on this man. And he's not so forceful. He's not so target-driven. He's not so... We don't really see him as taking on to make a legacy with respect to governance. I don't see it because all these ones of setting committee to review committee is just time wasting as far as I'm concerned, and lack of political will to get done what should be done. But if I were close to President Buhari, I'll tell him that no man stands a better chance of getting this thing done right now than himself, because it's like eggshells. They're going to step on things, But for several reasons. Number one, he's not seeking a 3rd term. Number 2, he is respected to a great extent, so there are things he can do and get away with it. And number 3, he wants to leave a certain legacy behind that he did this. I think Mr. President should actually sit down and think of what would be his exit strategy and what would be his legacies. He has to really sit down. He has children. He might not be reading these letters or this listening to us, do this review. But he has friends. He has relations. He has relatives, particularly children, who at this point in time should sit down and think of the father and think of his retirement and say, what would he be remembered for? Nigerians have very short memory and Nigerians are very forgiving. The president can take 1, 2, 3 decisions now and everything he did wrong in the past will be forgiven and forgotten. Give us clean electoral process, no matter what it takes. Give us clean, free, fair, credible elections. You'll be hailed as a hero. Number 2, look at this report. Take that decision that somebody coming in and thinking of 2nd term may not be able to want to rock the boat. If you do these 2 bold things, I think that he'll be remembered on the right side of history.
Right. Interesting, very interesting indeed. Let's go on to the Punch newspaper. Atiku Abubakar has been on how do I call it again? A wooing tour. When a man is trying to woo a woman. he's been on a chiking tour of the PDP in the southwestern part of Nigeria. But he met with the Oyo State or the Southwest PDP stakeholders in Oyo State yesterday, not in Lagos State. And would you say this is a catch-22 situation for Seyi Makinde and even Ayo Fayoṣe and then the Osun State governor? Because, they can't say they won't turn up for this meeting. Indeed, Makinde had to address Atiku as the incoming president of Nigeria in 2023, though he still said Ayu must go. But interesting one, from that meeting, Atiku is saying that Ayu's resignation is achievable but must be negotiated to avert crisis. So what are your thoughts on this visit to the southwestern part of Nigeria by Atiku?
You see, there's a perspective to all these things that Atiku is not looking at, and he needs to do that very fast because there's something he's losing faster than he knows. You know, one of the things that was given to Atiku was that, or is that, he is a bridge builder. And that at a time like this, where Nigeria is so fragmented, where there's so much divisions, that you need a man that with the capacity to build the bridges and bring all the sides of the divides to bring back Nigeria to her feet. And then you cannot resolve a little problem that concerns you and your election and your future. I think that one meeting, where Atiku calls Ayu privately, calls Wike privately, the three of them, no other person, sit down in a room and say, guys, we're hurting ourselves. What do? Politics is about compromise. Politics is about negotiation. Politics is about give and take. That is what politics is all about. Not my way or the highway. So, guys, what do? This thing has come to a point. It's like the president and ASU. All those, minister, go and negotiate. This, go and do. All those things are just, you're wasting time. I believe that if they sit down, the three of them, man to man, eyeball to eyeball, in one night, this matter is resolved. And you get a man saying, President, let me tell you this. This is what happened. This man did this to me. What does he mean? He was looking at the other one, knowing that before the meeting, there's always a meeting before meeting. Atiku will first meet Ayu privately and say, guy, please help me. I beg you. If you want me to kneel down and beg you, I'll beg you. If we need to make a compromise, let's make a compromise. When we go there, you know, Wike is hurt. Please, I beg you, whatever he says, don't flip, don't lose it. I beg you, okay? Then he has a private meeting with Wike himself and says, my guy, I know how you feel. I understand this whole thing. Let's see what we can do. Let's have this meeting. We'll grind it out. You know, we have a bigger future. We have a bigger stake. We can't leave this thing for these people. If you leave, it will hurt us, all of us. You can't imagine this. Please, and then they now have that tripartite meeting. Do you understand me? The moment they come out of that meeting, I can tell you that the problem would have been solved because they don't need any further. Wike does not need to consult anybody. Do you understand me? As soon as he leaves there, because nobody knows about the meeting, he's going to give a call to, Makinde and Tom and, all this. And then this guy will now say, then Ayu will now say, look, this thing is getting out of hand, my guy. I know how you people feel. I know that this guy is just trying to bully and everything. But let's look at Atiku. We're losing it. Why don't we just think about him? So what do? If we want to make a compromise, let's make it. Let's just move forward. And then we now come together at a semi meeting where it has already been resolved. And then this matter is resolved. And why don't they just call me as a consultant? Let me fix this. Let them pay me money, make I take and do election.
A song, that I can really bring in here to describe what's happening is a song that has been playing on radio over the last year or two. If you leave me, Yawa go there. Maybe that's what Atiku is singing right now. If you leave me, Yawa go there.
No. You see, when you get a ticket, Atiku knows this more than me now. When you get a ticket, you can run your campaign. Do you understand me? What did Jonathan do? It's just that there was a kind of have not learned how to, situate where they belong.
But Atiku made one statement, sir, that Ayu can only be removed by amending the party constitution. It's one of the things he said yesterday.
No, that's not correct. Any man at any time can decide, in the larger interest of this stuff, let me step aside. It's a personal decision. It's a sacrifice in the larger interest of the party. A decision has been put already. Okay, when he leaves by right, the person that should take over is the deputy. Okay, right. Now that deputy is an understanding. Politics is understanding. You understand me? That deputy can step aside so that the next person comes up and then he can be brought back. It's negotiable. Politics is negotiation. That's what it is. Is understanding between them.
We have to say thank you. Fantastic analysis from you this morning, as always. And we can't wait to have you back. I appreciate your time.
Thanks so much. I'm always grateful, and God bless you.
All right. That's easy clean. I took public affairs analyst right here on the Off the Press segment on The Breakfast on Plus TV Africa. We have Today in History, of course, to tell you what happened on the 15th day in September many years ago. We'll be right back after this to dive straight into our first major conversation. Please stay with us.
In raising our kids, parents should stop playing God.
The internet is actually using the people.
But when you are looking for money to help other people, then it becomes easy.
Don't rush into marriage. I always say this. You rush in, you rush out.
Family is the bedrock of every society and the essence of life.
On Today with John and Helen, we dig deep into family values in every sense of the word.
Join us every Saturday at 9:15 a.m. on Plus TV Africa, DSTV channel 408.
With you, we play a part in strengthening the values passed from generation to generation.
for me, I wanted to change that culture. I didn't believe that until you see a white man or you see a foreigner in the kitchen before you can believe that, you know, good food is going to come out of that kitchen.
You can leverage on each other's spaces and, you know, sell. We believe in Nigeria, right? We believe that Nigeria can get better. We, the youth, are the ones that can make it better.
And my products are proudly made in Nigeria.
Made in Nigeria, showing every Tuesday at 10:30 p.m. and repeats on Saturday at 8:30 a.m.
In Nigeria, we are at baby steps, I would say. Very few schools are practicing authentic Montessori. There are some children who come from home. Children are not bad. There is no bad child in the world. What happens is they learn from you and I, who are adults around them. You and I are a product of of how we were raised, a product of our environment, a product of the people that interacted with us as children, a product of what we see on television, a product of everything that we have interacted with. You must be a professional in that field. Don't go starting a school because you have money. But if you're passionate about supporting the national development in education, yes, use your money to employ professionals to run the place for you.
What we do not understand, we will stigmatize.
What you can see is the remaining of the tanker that exploded.
The suspect equally confessed.
A 500 naira they collect am. If you no talk, dem go beat you. Na 2,500 they pay.
Businesses in Africa can be very challenging. In Nigeria, it is particularly intimidating, and successful builders have learned how to navigate a hostile environment to unlock opportunities. But one major challenge businesses face is how to filter through the noise and identify where their ideal customers exist. Get insight and practical steps from industry players and captains of industries. Hear success stories to help you make informed decisions as you scale your business in Nigeria. Watch Business Insights at this time on PlusTvAfrica.
Nigeria's Niger Delta region, from where the black gold fuels Africa's largest economy, where the lines between wealth and poverty has never been thinner. Conflicts, poverty, insecurity, and environmental challenges daily confront the region. How can the Niger Delta story be changed for the better?
Join Mamude Akuga at 9 p.m. every Friday evening on PlusTvAfrica as he probes deep in search of solutions.
Inside the Niger Delta with Mamude Akuga, the authentic voice of Nigeria's oil-rich region.
And we're back with conversations. So diving into our first major conversation right here on The Breakfast on Plus TV Africa. Our guest is already poised to do justice to this topic. Well, 19 northern governors and traditional rulers in the region, that's northern part of Nigeria, have called for the amendment of the 1999 Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria to give legal backing to the concept of state policing. Now, this, they said, is the only way to tackle the myriad of security challenges facing the region and the country at large, according to them. And they're saying among these are banditry, insurgency, kidnapping, and other forms of criminalities. This recommendation was contained in a communique issued at the end of the meeting of the Northern Governors Forum and Northern Traditional Rulers Council held in Abuja, according to reports that we have. The outcome of the meeting was released on Tuesday, and it was the first time the Northern Governors, sitting together with traditional leaders in the region, made a strong case for the need to allow states to establish police forces. Now, glad to say joining us to discuss this all-important issue is a legal practitioner with the Bar for International Law, Chief Festus Oguche. Good morning to you, and thank you very much for your time.
Thank you very much, Kofi. Thanks for inviting.
All right. We're glad to have you, not just because you're a lawyer and you're really very well poised to do justice to this subject, but also because you come from the northern part of the country, albeit the middle belt. Are you surprised by this call by the 19 governors of the north, we can call them the kings of the north, and the traditional rulers of that part of the country saying enough is enough, we want state policing now?
No, Kofi, I'm not surprised at all. I would say that it's coming a little too late because this is something that ought to have been done for a long time. I think the governor of the practical forces armed for communities against these Avengers, these bandits that are attacking communities all over the place and killing people with what abandon. The call for state police has been there for quite some time. And I think with the problems that are besetting this country, it should not have been a call for state police alone, but a call to decentralize the power from the center to the state. You know, in so many areas that also are still confounding such manner that states are just used to nothing but their salary paying entities and what have you. I would say that the call is proper, it's in order. I'm not surprised it's something that will inevitably come to be, because we cannot expect these people to be helpless and wait for the Nigerian police that is bogged down with incompetence and inertia to come in to stop these attacks and what have you. The communities, they also have a right to protect themselves, whether police or no police. So even those who are questioning the rationale for this government to provide them arms and saying it is criminal or it is against the laws, I don't think they understand what it means for self-defense, somebody whose life is at stake. You know, the right to protect themselves can be exercised in several ways, and that means bringing in several which is also sophisticated weapons. And they came with those weapons that nobody knows how they ought to the community. They're going to have the same problem like the United States that are now running over themselves on how to have a gun control everybody only has arms. So the proper thing is to bring it within the law and allow states to have their own police forces regulated by certain conditions and in a manner that will be stable, in a manner that will be very much in tune with the laws of the land. I think it's a very good call and something that should be looked at very seriously. Okay.
All right. We recall that a certain governor or government, state government, Zamfara State, had said they're going to, had told residents to buy guns and defend themselves, in Zamfara State. And they said that the government later came out to clarify that they meant they were going to do it within the ambits of the law. Even if they had to do the purchasing of the guns and weapons for their citizens and residents in Zamfara State. Also before that, Governor Aminu Bello Masari of Katsina State had also told his citizens to arm themselves against invaders and against those who are bandits or terrorists or those who are threatening their security. And before that, about 2 years ago, the governor of Benue State, Samuel Otom, had also asked his citizens to carry up weapons, to take up weapons and defend themselves. What is going on in the northern part of the country? Let's just look at that in the context of that situation. And is this the solution in the context of what is going on in the northern part of the country? We've been privy to the BBC documentary on bandits of the north, the Daily Trust report and documentary on banditry in northern Nigeria, to give a bit of an expose as to what's happening. But I'm sure you'll agree that it's not the same in the middle belt or even in all parts of the northeast, northwest, and north central, different situations and scenarios. But can you just take us through what you think is the problem and whether this whole issue of taking up arms to defend yourselves and state policing can address these problems?
Well, it is rather awkward that a modern government will tell this to take up arms and defend themselves. In a modern world, it has the arsenal of political power, military power, and protection of citizens. The protection of citizens is one of the primary requirements for the existence of cities. When that fails and is not protected, they are saying it can also drown because things that is when someone of the state is there, citizens come arms and fight for themselves. That is the responsibility of the state. And I think in the Kakoko of fault in that direction, and the federal government also have taken very decisive measures to ensure that the citizens are protected wherever they are. But you find yourself confounded as a governor, for instance, if you wake up in the morning and see people beheaded, people killed, leaders invaded, and people who have rape is going on from bandits who come from God knows where. And you are totally helpless because you cannot, as a single individual, go into the villages or into the forest to fight them. And you find that the security architecture of the country is totally also helpless or maybe emasculated or weakened by whatever it is that is weakening them and making them not to be very responsive and agile to the lives and property of Nigerians, which they have civic and constitutional responsibility. So it's a very rather terrible situation going on in the north. Those of us down the south here are very lucky that we wake up in the morning and there's not beheadings, not evictions of communities all over the place. And that has been on the basis of the explanation given by the president that these people came from Libya. And I would not want to say that in Nigeria, to reply to the Nigerian people to ensure that these people are ready or stopped in whatever manner is possible, because that's their first constitutional responsibility. Every day we hear that they killed that person, the number of Boko Haram and bandits and all that. But in the practical sense, we don't see anything on ground. And these people appear to be gathering more strength from strength to strength every day. The situation in the north is really dire, I must tell you, Kofi. And it behoves on the authorities responsible to take a very good course towards ensuring that that situation is abated. but there isn't much coming from that direction. So it's not out of the place for the governors and the traditional rulers to meet and demand that state police be allowed to function. They can do it contemporaneously with the federal police in whichever manner, subject to certain regulations and conditions over their conduct and modus operandi. But it is also important to point out that it's not just the issue of the police alone. We must define certain aspects of it in terms of the structure, in terms of the central allocation of power, the state, the federal government, the company, not just be there to receive allocations at the end of the
Chief of Defense Staff.
or legislative competence or areas, and the federal government has everything. Then it makes the whole central structure, which I talked about, a knowledge, makes it a laughable. So there must be a go at the structuring and not just the establishment of state police. The sense of engagement of the military has to be redefined in such manner that every Nigerian will have access to their protection and security in terms of internal interaction and external aggression. All these things must come into play. But like I said earlier, the situation in the north is very dire.
The Chief of Defense Staff, General Lucky Rabo, had responded to Governor Bello Matawale's government's call for residents and citizens of Zamfara State to arm themselves, saying that the security agencies, including the military, were there on ground and capable of defending the people. Now, some, experts have said, time and time again, that Nigeria's security structure is capable of dealing with the current threats being faced by the country. Shouldn't we be looking at that and looking at why they're not doing their job, the job that they have done successfully in other parts of the world, including Liberia and Sierra Leone, we normally would say? Shouldn't we be looking at the issues, the core issues behind what's going on, why a certain Kaduna state will be overrun in a way by bandits, where they can go pick people up and hold them captive for 186 days without any hope of government rescuing these captives, where they can, snatch people at will on the popular Abuja-Kaduna highway in a state that has military establishments and institutions of repute. Should we not be looking at the core issues, the root causes of why we're where we are?
Your question has given the answer, and there's an indication that they're more than the eye than what we are seeing typically. I would not ascribe to a situation where we go into self-help in trying to defend ourselves when we have a government on the ground and we have this very large amount of money that's allocated to security every year, gulping almost the entire national budget. We have a military structure, a military system that's properly modern and on ground and has all the arsenal where we go to answer the terrorists or the insurgents or whatever name you give it. The situation is more than the government of the day. It's responsibility to protection. How did these people get into this country? Because from my own analysis, from what Mr. President said, these people are foreigners. They come from another country. And if you look at them physically, they are not even Nigerians. A couple of them are met at Abuja. We are arrested. We are speaking mostly French language. And you see, these people just penetrated our hinterland and came destroying our communities and villages, and government appears helpless. That was how this thing gradually started from Mogadishu in Somalia until it became a failed state when the security architecture almost collapsed. And that's the gradual direction this thing is taking towards the circle of destruction and helplessness. I will say that the government has not been very thorough or very exacting in its drive to ensure they are to provide to the people. It has been half-hearted measures here and there. For instance, I can tell you that when the herdsmen entered the forest in state, if I'm not mistaken, the forest reserve, and the governor, Akere Dolu, raised up arms and was shouting, saying all manner of things. It went in defense of the Fulani. They say they have their right to freedom of movement. Freedom of movement, does that right allow me to move in the deepest forest, carrying dangerous arms all over the state? And there are several instances where these things have not been clearly shown that the government has a good sense of responsibility and is very much committed to ensuring that Nigerians are safe. In Benue State, for instance, where killings will go on for a long time. In Plateau State, killings, a lot of destruction will go on before the military men come to show their heads. I will begin to even hear allegations here and there of certain complicity. So it appears that the government is not properly situated, as it says, to go after the bandits for their own self-service inside. Do not know, but I think there's more to it than meets the ordinary eye.
All right. President Buhari, sometime this year, had opportunity to sit down, for an interview, and this issue was brought up, and he simply said it wasn't an option in the search for remedies for the country's current security situation. This is centralizing of a policing system in the country, or creation of state police, like it's normally called. President said it was not an option; it was a no option. So, are these calls not a waste of time, since the president has already said no, this cannot happen?
It is not clear for the president to take it like that and start and complete. We are not the tyrant. If there's any requirement to allow the police system to operate in the state, or maybe what we call state police, it's not the decision of the president, whether he likes it or not. We know to a large extent that we have a very compliant National Assembly that almost pandering to the interests of the presidency, no matter how bad it is or good it is. The presidency cannot decide a total fiat that no, it will not be allowed. The National Assembly gives approval for the state police, and the pass and seal, and they bring it before him and reject it, or refuses to, or declines to put it into law. It goes back to the National Assembly. In both houses will meet, think that an override to this. That's how the democracy works. That's how the system works. So it's not that the presidency will say absolutely. It's not like the same thing he talked about restructuring, that he didn't understand what the structure is all about. For 2015, it was all over the place, banding, restructuring, and the very single solution to the problems of this country. Now he said, no, I don't want for the president to decide. It is for the people to decide. Sovereignty resides with the people. It's only a symbol of that sovereignty. And a part of that, he is subject to whatever he does is subject to whatever the National Assembly tells him or gives him or recommends for him. So I think it's very, very clear that there must be a very objective stance to some of these very core issues, vital issues of national interest that must be taken from the perspective of prism of the democratic system, understanding also that we have a constitutional system that operates in the manner that makes it very supreme and over time overrides and overrules any other constitution of the state. So if the National Assembly is very much interested in something, these are parties at the deal. If the president does not like it, he can decline to accept it as law. It goes back to the National Assembly and they get it passed and it becomes law. But I think it is very, very important. And also, if you are looking at it from the other side, you're also saying that there's a possibility of having these state police formations and leaving them in there. Desperate governors who may use it as a symbol of vendetta against their perceived enemies. That's one of the fears, and that was what happened with the native authority police system in the first form where politicians started to use such fast their enemy. We put in the right people in the political affairs, people who are out to add value to the democratic process. We see this kind of things happening here and there. They are saying what is happening in Imo State, how these other outfits that was the staff is trying to use to fight off people who are opposing.
Yeah, talking about Ebubeago. Of course, Otom, who called on the citizens to bear arms, has since created his own internal security vigilante group of sorts, a neighborhood watch. You know what has happened in Rivers State in the past, so the governor tried to set up a neighborhood watch. Maybe we're inching closely, ever so closer towards that inevitable point of having a state police. And like you said, Festus Oguche, Chief, that power resides in the people. And you said even if the president says no, ultimately you're saying it's the people who will decide. Thank you very much for your time, Chief Festus Oguche, a legal practitioner, joining us all the way from the oil city of Port Harcourt, Rivers State, Nigeria. We appreciate your time.
Thank you very much, Kofi. Thanks for inviting me.
Appreciate it. All right, Nigeria's federal government has recovered 2.6 trillion naira in all revenues from all companies in the country. What's up with this and what does this portend for the Nigerian economy? We'll talk about this with Professor Ken Ife, an economic consultant, when we return from this break. Please stay with us.
It is engagement we need to have.
Those who suffer miscarriages are never taken into account.
Members of the National Assembly are also influence peddlers.
You are sitting on Nigerians' money.
From the Babin, I pay my rent. From the Babin, I send my children to school.
A consultative engagement.
No any tangible notification before they ban us.
It's one thing for people to be at your back and the heat of the moment, and another thing for them to still be with you when push comes to shove.
I will do everything to take Lagos out of the national grid.
I had no desire to study law, none whatsoever. I was more inclined to fine arts. My only ambition, I would say, was to become the chief prosecutor. For me, politicians are a bit too playful. That's what I believe. And since '99, we've seen how much investment in social events, in launching some streets that you just started, and the whole day will be spent on this occasion. British people are generally law-abiding. We are not law-abiding. So another problem of administration is that people don't follow the rules.
Timeless Conversations, airing every Sunday at 8:30 p.m.
Life can be fun and rewarding, but it also comes with some risk. As in business, you win some, you lose some. And that's why you need to be wise in the choices you make. It's like placing a bet. Again, you need to be wise. Wise in choosing an innovative platform with the highest market options and highest odds ever. That's why Winners Golden Bet, the leader in online, in-shop, virtual, and live sports betting, gives you enhanced platforms that offer you the best chances of winning. For betting on live soccer matches, live dog races, and virtual games. Winners Golden Bet is your best bet. Instant payment of winnings guaranteed. Play online or in any of our numerous shops nearest to you.
Hey guys, be wise. Play on Winners Golden Bet.
Winners Golden Bet, the wise choice.
Nigeria's Niger Delta region from where the black gold fuels Africa's largest economy, where the lines between wealth and poverty has never been thinner. Conflicts, poverty, insecurity, and environmental challenges daily confront the region. How can the Niger Delta story be changed for the better?
Join Mamude Akuga at 9 p.m. every Friday evening on PlusTvAfrica as he probes deep in search of solutions.
Inside the Niger Delta with Mamude Akuga, the authentic voice of Nigeria's oil-rich region.
Nigeria, by extension, Africa, is faced with a lot of challenges. The growing youth population with little engagement, that is a ticking time bomb. We are a blessed people with diverse culture and highly cerebral minds who have a lot to say. And yes, we are talking. It is important we drive the right conversation that informs, inspires, influences thoughts and action. If we say there's beauty in our diversity, then let us embrace our diverse culture. We must continue to courageously be the voice of transformation as we are the hope for the future. Yesterday's conversations shape today. What are you saying to shape your tomorrow? We know you have a lot to say, and we are here to hear you.
We're back with the Breakfast on Plus TV Africa, and of course, our second major conversation this morning. We have Professor Ken Ife, economic consultant, standing by to the justice of the topic. Well, let's quickly inform you that the federal government of Nigeria has recovered a total of 2.6 trillion naira in revenue from all firms in the country following the Nigeria Extractive Industries Transparency Initiative National Assembly intervention. NATI said a total of $2.6 billion remained outstanding in the hands of companies as at March 2022. Dr. Orji Ogbonnaya, Orji, Executive Secretary of NATI, had said on Tuesday in Abuja at its civil society organizations and media engagement on Extractive Industries Transparency Initiative validation. The AET validation, which is conducted every 3 years, is a quality assurance mechanism to ascertain level of compliance and progress in implementing its standards among members or member countries, including Nigeria. Now, what does this development mean for the Nigerian economy? Professor Ken Ife joins us now. Good morning to you, Prof, and thank you very much for your time.
Oh, hi, good morning, and thank you for having me.
Right. The Nigerian Extractive Transparency Initiative was really a big talking point and a highlight when Madam Due Process was in charge. It seems that we've not heard too much about it since then. What are your thoughts on this new development of this NATI kicking in and recovering such amount of revenue in the hands of all companies?
No, that you haven't heard is because of the cycle. It operates on a 3-year cycle. It carries on its investigation. First of all, NATI is a Nigerian extractive industry transparency initiative. Nigeria joined that initiative. It's a global initiative called Extractive Industry Transparency Initiative. So Nigeria joined. And what it does is that it carries on with its investigations and auditing and reporting and accounting and making sure that they are investigating every opaque transactions and deals. And then over a period of 3 years. And then when they now finish their work over 3 years, they would go for validation, because you must give opportunity for the companies that you are claiming have infractions to come and defend themselves. So after that validation, then they'll publish their report. And they had to see the assembly to explain to the assembly how they got to where they are. And then that's the further opportunity. So what happened was that in 2019, when they did the last publication, 77 oil companies and gas companies were owing the government $6.8 billion. And what then happened was that all these were from tax collections, from VAT collected by FIRS, from royalties paid by oil companies, which were being collected by the National Upstream Regulatory Agency, and all of this. So they were investigating and going through all their papers. And don't forget, one good thing though is that while they look at this end of the export of crude and whatever, they also get record of the destinations of this crude. So the records must match. And quite often they don't. So what you declare here doesn't quite agree with what was received by the country. So that's one of the ways they're able to pick up these things from member states. So what then happened was that when they did their validation and then published their report, by the time they published their report, 77 companies that have infracted have reduced immediately to 59 companies. And then the money that they were owing, which was $6.8 billion, quickly dropped to about $3.6 billion. And what was it? Nobody contested the report because they know that they were standing on facts. All that you had were excuses, all kinds of excuses that, on why the remittance was slow in coming and all of that. But the whole thing about the NATI is that they want to enthrone a regime of transparency and have quality assurance mechanisms that enable them to monitor and get to, so that people will be more accountable. And in that way, they can inform public debates on policy and strategies in the use and application of our natural resources and mineral resources. So that is it. But on this particular occasion, now they are now going to do the report. They've done the report, which they are about to publish now, having gone to validation. And what happens is that once they publish that report, they will hand over the case to EFCC, and it will now be treated as economic crime. So that's why the monies are coming in right now. As you saw, that as of March this year, 2022, they said that Nigeria is being owed $2.6 billion. And the federal government has recovered 2.6 trillion naira from those infractions. So that's where we are right now. But the next thing now is that they're going to hand over this to the EFCC to pursue as an economic crime.
Right, quite interesting. I was going to ask you, how the NATI would go about getting these monies back, and like you've rightly said, it's a 3-yearly audit report conducted, and it's gone down from about $6.48 billion with about 77 oil firms down to about just over 50 of them. How is it that this happens? Because as of the last year, when there were discussions about the 2019 NATI audit report, some organizations, including civil society organizations, lamented, that these remittances are from taxable, in contrast to what we have as tax to poor Nigerians, and that if we had some of these funds being owed the federal government paid or collected, that the tax burden on the poorest of the poor by government in its drive to increase internally generated revenue will not be that high. So how do we get to these points where with all the agencies of government, and today we're talking about, the implementation of the Oronsaye report, and the federal government through the national assembly in a hurry to now finally reduce the number of ministries, departments, and agencies because of dwindling revenue, that in the midst of all these things going on, that with all the agencies, ministries, and departments we have in the country, more than 500 of them, that companies are able to get away with owing such an amount of money to the government?
That's true. But the thing is that the method that they use in collecting the data is unassailable. Because if you join as a member state to the NATI, to the EITI, then they will cooperate with you. So in other words, if a company declared that the crude that they took away was 2 million barrels, and then on the other end where it entered, they saw that it was 2.5 million barrels, then a lot of things come out. That extra half a million barrel, you haven't paid tax on it, you haven't paid royalty on it, you haven't paid VAT on whatever needs to be paid. So that's how, that's one of the ways in which they pick. So they audit the books here and they find discrepancies. They go to auditors' reports and see what the auditors have already identified. They look at primary source of information on transactions, and so they get all that, and then they collaborate them with the destination end country. So there's absolutely no question about that, because they can't dispute. Some of them may be minded to, but the fact is that they haven't come to dispute those figures. The second question that arises is, what are the punitive measures? If we don't have punitive measures, they will continue to reoccur. So I think we may have to go back to the law, to the act, setting them up, and then see whether we need to tighten up. And we have the same case with the Fiscal Responsibility Act 2007 that was very, very soft on penalty. Now they have rejigged it, and it is absolutely tough on penalties. The wording is, if you are found to infract, you will be going to jail on pay 1 million naira for each offense, and whoever collaborated with you is going in with you. So those kind of draconian legislation need to be passed so that you can punish people who
but
Prof, there should also be arrears, because that's another thing. Because the FIRS, once you are found culpable, then they continue to the penalties go on for some percentage. So you should be recovering a certain percentage of this money that has been, assuming we had that money in a savings account and it's earning us interest, then they have held it for 3 years. So you have to pay the interest on that money, plus the penalty.
Yes, Prof, I was going to say, because with the mounting debt the country is piling up, running a deficit budget as well, we don't know how we're going to get out of this trap. Is it not wisdom? We have bodies like the Federal Internal Revenue Service that are going hard on private businesses that are not in oil and gas. They're going hard on them. Why do we have players in the oil and gas sector being able to get away with this for 3 years, 4 years, 5 years? Even till now, 50-something of them are still owing in a country of rules. They're not tried this in other countries. Is it a failure of the regulatory authorities like FIRS to really do their job in this sector, oil and gas sector? I don't know if we can even bring in the former DPR, which is now NMDPRA, Just very quickly, please.
Yeah, but there are two things. One is plugging the leakage. Two is what does the regulation allow you to take far more stringent actions? And if it does, then you come to the level of the individual that is supposed to apply the law. Has he failed to apply the law? And then the other one is to get to the 90 side of the Act to see what could be done. So you've got the Act setting up FIRS and all of that, and then the new one anyway, the new body. So you have to look at both the Act and the operational competence of the individual and their willingness or lack of willingness to implement. So that it's not one single answer. That you're going to look across the value chain to see where we need to tighten. We need to tighten the news, and where the penalty will begin and where it will end. So that's it's not a one-off answer.
All right. Indeed, you've given solutions to this, one of which is stringent penalties for those who are defaulting to serve as a deterrent to those who may want to withhold the nation's money in the future. Professor Kenife, thank you very much. It's always a pleasure having you on the program.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. All right, then that's the size of our package on the breakfast this morning. Don't forget, you can always follow us online across all the social media platforms at PlusTvAfrica, Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram, to be precise. We're online at PlusTvAfrica.com and, of course, on YouTube at PlusTvAfrica and PlusTvAfrica Lifestyle. My name is Kofi Patels. The program returns tomorrow. Good morning.
For upcoming artists to blow in Nigeria.
welcome to Plus Trending. I am Bookie November, your host, saying thank you for joining us on today's episode.
Welcome back. It's tea time on PlusTvAfrica.
Practice makes perfect. I'm not perfect yet, but I'm a lot better than I used to be.
He's a king. He's entitled to marry 100 if he wants to.
It is engagement we need to have.
Those who suffer miscarriages are never taken into account.
Members of the National Assembly are also influence peddlers.
You are sitting on Nigerians' money.
From the barbing, I pay my rent. From the barbing, I send my children to school.
A consultative engagement.
No any tangible notification before they ban us.
It's one thing for people to be at your back and the heat of the moment, and another thing for them to still be with you when push comes to shove.
I will do everything to take Lagos out of the national grid.
I was pushed to the point that I had to start something not numb. And I'm a big risk taker and I enjoy doing things that nobody really does. I wanted something different from every other art form that has been pushed out there. I didn't have that fulfillment in what I was doing and I really wanted to express myself more as an artist, and I decided to resign and go into practicing art full time. I loved subjects that had illustrations or drawings in them. I just kept pushing it and went to the extent of studying art in school, so it's been art all my life for me. I try to conceptualize what I want to create in my head. Even in as much as scattered as it might be, I create it in my head first, then I put it on paper. I sketch, then I try to pick colors, and I proceed to the main piece. A friend of mine told me, like, there's really nothing that could be achieved with graffiti here. The piece behind me is titled Bold Steps. So I'm just trying to put my own, it's an abstract journey of African fashion has come so far. The word there is Ikeakpa. Ikeakpa is a Bini word for movement. So we are it's just a movement, and you know, we have the shoes here which shows the flow and the storm which the movement creates, you know, while working. I'm Osa 7. I'm an African urban artist and design consultant.
Good morning, I am Khadijat Balogun, and this is the news brief. President Muhammadu Buhari will present the 2023 budget to the joint session of the National Assembly in October. The Speaker of the House of Representatives, Femi Gbajabiamila, disclosed this to journalists shortly after inspecting hearing rooms 028 and 234 in the House. The Speaker said that the configuration of the temporary chamber would be done ahead of the House resumption of plenary on September the 20th. While the former Inspector General of Police of Nigeria, Musiliu Smith, has resigned as the Chairman Police Service Commission, PSC. The PSC spokesperson Ikechukwu Ani, who confirmed his resignation, said that Smith's resignation was on health grounds and that President Muhammadu Buhari has accepted it. His resignation came amid a long disagreement between the Commission and the Nigeria Police Force on recruitment exercises, but Ani noted that the Commission was yet to issue an official statement on Smith's resignation. Staff of the Police Service Commission have taken their protest to the National Assembly, calling for a halt to the interference in its powers and functions by the Nigerian police. The protesters stormed the National Assembly in Abuja, carrying placards of various inscriptions to draw the attention of relevant authorities to the plight of the Commission. According to them, the core mandate of the Police Service Commission, which is recruitment, promotion and discipline of police officers, has been usurped by the police force with the aid of current Chairman and Inspector General of Police Musiliu Smith. The Chairman of the Nigerian Civil Service Commission, PSC unit, Adebayo Anthony, and his Vice Chairman, Mbanugo Nedina, said although the union took the matter to both the High Court and to the Appeal Court, where it got a favorable judgment, the police had continued to disregard the court's judgments.
Consider this Police Service Commission is a constitutionally instituted body to interfere in this matter with the Inspector General of Police and the Nigerian Police Force, because over time they have been interfering in our mandates. That is our constitutional mandate. So that is basically the issue of recruitment. We have three core mandates: recruitment, promotion, and discipline of all police officers, with the exception of the IGP. But over time, since 2019, they have been interfering in this issue, where Police Service Commission had gone to courts, High Court, and then Supreme Court, Appeal Court rather. We won our case in Appeal Court, and ever since then, they still do not want to step aside on this mandate. They have been interfering, like I said, on this mandate. So the Police Service Commission staff think it's the right time we'll retrieve our mandate. And that's why we're out here, to make the world to hear us, the public to hear us, the National Assembly, Mr. President to hear our plight.
So tell us what the mandates are.
The mandates are recruitment, promotion, and discipline, with other orders, but the making of policies. But these are the three core mandates.
Before we reach to this level, we have been trying to have a dialogue with our management, which we have even served them the notice of our strike, that if the needful is not being done, if there is no respect for the rule of law, this is the machinery that the union movements used to use in the last resort. So we served them the ultimatum. Even this struggle has been on since 2019, and we are on it, which we have already embarked for over 6 weeks strike, and the dialogue with us with an understanding. But then we feel that we should be able to trust each other. We assume duty, we call off the strike, and the worst thing always occurred, that our mandates will be given to the Nigeria Police Force. And that is not the way the Constitution of the Nigeria stipulated it. The Constitution established the Police Service Commission as an oversized civilian functions, that we should coordinate the recruitment, which is the appointment, the discipline, and the promotion of the rank from the rank and file to the DIG.
Why did you bring the protest here? What role?
Now, the Minister of Works and Housing, Babatunde Fashola, has said the blockage of a section of the ever-busy Lagos-Ibadan Expressway by a protesting student is a violation of the Constitution. He said this while responding to questions from State House reporters after the Federal Executive Council meeting presided over by President Muhammadu Buhari at the Presidential Villa, Abuja. Protesting the 7-month strike of the Academic Staff Union of Universities, some members of the National Association of Nigerian Students, NANS, blocked the Shagamu interchange section of the expressway, causing gridlock that affected motorists and passengers. Fashola was asked a question on the recurrent gridlock on the uncompleted sections of the highway, appealed for more patience from Nigerians. He said there was no alternative route in the already built-up areas. Meanwhile, the Academic Staff Union of Universities, ASU, has raised concerns over the exodus of lecturers from the nation's universities for greener pastures abroad. Reacting on our flagship breakfast show, Professor Abiola Awoshika says the issues are systemic.
All right, thank you very much. I think the answer is already blowing in the wind, as the song goes. When you work in a place and you are not encouraged, I'm sure, as you work in the TV station, if there are no incentives for you to stay there or to continue staying there, you have this challenge of whether you want to stay or whether you want to look for alternative means of survival. Definitely in the university, I'm in the system, and I know that at the junior level, those who are entering the system, junior lecturers actually are leaving. For those of us who are about to enter the departure lounge, you have of staying, and that is not good for the future of this country, because when you have the best hands living, it's not good for education. For example, somebody like me, I came into academics because I was invited back. High school in Ibadan, and I was one of the best students in the economics department when I graduated. And there's a policy of inviting your best candidates to come back to make sure that the quality of the faculty is very good, it's excellent. And many of us actually joined because of that. And then we came in and we had all the encouragement, we had all the scholarship and all that. And after some years, if you see how things are decaying, I left. I went into banking and I came back later. So it's a problem. When you don't encourage the younger ones to stay, they will find their way and they will.
Meanwhile, the Joint Admissions and Matriculation Board, JAMB, has requested the House of Representatives Committee on Finance to exclude it from the 2023 budgetary allocation. JAMB Registrar Ishak Oloyede, who made the request when he appeared before the committee at the interactive session on the 2023-2025 medium-term expenditure framework in Abuja, said that there is nowhere in the world that government funds an examination body like JAMB. He, however, asked that JAMB should be allowed to make an upward review of its examination fee. Disturbed by the current wave of medical tourism, which has led to brain drain in the medical sector of the country, the Medical and Dental Consultants Association of Nigeria, MDCAN, has called on the government to act fast in putting in place necessary measures to check the ugly trend. The professional body made the call at the end of its National Executive Council meeting in Benin City, the state capital. Emphasizing the need for the encouragement of healthcare workers, President Dr. Victor Makojola charged the government to take serious the increment of salaries and other hazard allowances for healthcare workers in the country, like their counterpart across the world, in order to prevent the migration of healthcare workers to other countries. He also charged members of the Association on professionalism while discharging their duties.
We observed a drastic shortage in medical manpower, cutting across all levels and cadre of health professionals, with various health workers failing to accept positions advertised by most of the government hospitals. Furthermore, some tertiary health institutions lack heads in some clinical departments due to this ongoing massive brain drain in the health sector. This shortage in healthcare manpower has impacted negatively on the quality of healthcare services offered to the citizens, and this has also negatively impacted on the well-being of the remaining healthcare workers who often suffer burnout. The government has refused to address this despite repeated negotiations and pledged to resolve these issues. Something was frowned out seriously if you abdicate on your duties in favor of a private practice. In fact, any abdication of duties, whether for private practice or for luxury or for anything or for vacation, we seriously frown at this. And we encourage the chief medical directors to be very vigilant in monitoring consultants and their attendance to their duties in the government.
And away from those, it was a two-day capacity building workshop for journalists who are members of the House of Representatives Press Corps. Theme of the workshop is deepening legislative knowledge through critical reporting. The purpose, according to the organizers, is to brainstorm on how to enhance legislative reportage and promote issues of national development. The speaker, Femi Gbajabiamila, and the clerk of the House of Representatives, Dr. Yahya Danzaria, in their various capacities, delved into the importance and the role of the media in nation building, while also cautioning on the need to avoid fake news and false reportage on the activities of the National Assembly.
The role of the press in a democracy is multifaceted. You inform the public and you educate them about the law and government, politics and governance. You record history as it happens and preserve the national memory as a guide and warning for the future. And you hold power to account, ensuring that those who are chosen to serve the public interest keep faith with the citizens who depend on them. Democracy will not long survive without a vibrant, independent, innovative, and patriotic press.
The media is central to the success of any democracy and indeed any legislature. Because the media represent the people when it provides them with information and report of activities in governance and representation. Without the media, there cannot be a functional democracy or political participation in any democratic society. In your press week, it is important to take time to reflect on your relationship with the National Assembly in general, the House of Representatives in particular, over the years. It is true that the media owes the people obligation to report development in quality. It is also important that such reports are not born out of desperation for sensation that destroys the democracy that we intend to build or protect.
Coming to the House to do his duties, you call them out. What I'm saying is that the standard should be, you should uphold the real standard, which should mean that those who don't come to the House, those who don't attend plenaries, those who don't attend committees, those are the laggards. Then you should promote those who are working behind, who are doing their work diligently. That's what I'm saying. So the standard should not be those who have money to throw around. I hope I'm making myself clear. Because that's not the job. The job of a lawmaker is not the one who should be. It's good if they have the money to give scholarships, if they have the money to take to do a couple of those things, and if they can also, by virtue of their work, take projects to their consensus. There's nothing wrong with that. But what I'm saying is that lawmakers who are doing the real work of legislation, we should promote them.
This critical time where we have fake news and persons parading as journalists all over the world, particularly, not particular to Nigeria. So we'll continue to do our best, and that goes a long way to tell you that the need for training and retraining of journalists cannot be overemphasized. We'll continue to do our best together with NAS management to see that we weed out quack journalists amongst us in collaboration with the Nigerian Union of Journalists. We know we face this a lot, particularly when committees are going on, am I right? Yes. So
in Ebonyi State, the Supreme Court has declared Ifeanyi Chukwuma Odi as the validly elected People's Democratic Party's governorship candidate in Ebonyi State. The Apex Court delivered the verdict in its ruling on an appeal filed by Odi on the PDP governorship ticket. Odi and Senator Obinna Ogba had been locked in a legal battle on the right to represent the major opposition party in the 2023 governorship election in Ebonyi State. The Federal High Court Abakaliki had in June declared the former as PDP governorship candidate in the state. However, the Court of Appeal Abuja on June 19th set aside the ruling and pronounced Ogba as the party's duly elected candidate. Dissatisfied with the ruling, Odi approached the Supreme Court to overturn the verdict. Governor Seyi Makinde of Oyo State has insisted on the resignation of the national chairman of the PDP, Dr. Iyorchia Ayu. Makinde speaking at the Emeritus Professor Theophilus Ogunlesi Hall in Ibadan during the PDP Southwest Stakeholders Interactive Session with Atiku Abubakar, the presidential candidate, and Ifeanyi Okowa, the vice presidential candidate of the party, maintained that the national chairman of the party needs to step down to give room for fairness and equity, which, according to him, will enable the party to move on, most especially in its electioneering campaign process ahead of the 2023 general elections. Makinde admitted that there are still some issues to address in the party before the general elections, which the party must do to get to its desired destination.
He's asking that the National Working Committee of PDP should be restructured such that what you have in the face of Nigerians right now, which is our candidate is from the Northeast, the PDP national chairman is from the North Central. What was floated a few days back, where they said my brother, Governor Aminu Tambuwa, is the DG of the campaign, is from the Northwest. Maybe that has happened, maybe it has not happened, but he has the quality and the capacity to be the DG of this campaign. There's no doubt about that. But we must resolve the issue of what we have in the face of Nigeria by asking the national chairman to step down so that PDP in the southern part of the country will feel included in the top hierarchy of PDP.
PDP has developed its constitution, electoral processes, zoning of offices, power sharing, talk about everything which will bring about the unity of the party and the unity of the country. I have no problem from wherever any member of the party comes from, but it must be done in accordance with our constitution, our regulations, and our practices. Therefore, what governs our procedures? So those institutions must guide to whatever changes we make. That's why we cannot do anything outside the Constitution unless it is amended.
And I will take you to other parts of Africa. Ivory Coast has accused Mali of blackmail over 46 Ivorian troops who have been detained by Bamako and called for West African leaders to discuss the crisis as soon as possible. The government's National Security Council said in a statement that Mali's ruling junta last week tied the troops' release to the extradition of Malians living in Ivory Coast, a condition that amounts to unacceptable blackmail. It reiterated a call for the soldiers' immediate release and urged a meeting of leaders of the regional bloc ECOWAS as soon as possible. 6 people when a group of residents tried to extract fuel from an overturned tanker. And now outside Africa, Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky has said the towns and villages recaptured from Russian forces had been left in disrepair and that there was evidence of genocide against Ukrainians. Zelensky, who made the comment in his regular nightly address, also handed out medals to soldiers who freed the Balaklia area, another town retaken in recent days. Russian forces suffered a stunning reversal this month after Ukrainian troops made a rapid hammer thrust in Kharkiv region, forcing a rushed Russian withdrawal. A woman believed to be the mother of 2 children whose remains were found in suitcases in New Zealand last month has denied allegations related to the case. The Korean National Police Agency reports that it arrested the woman, a Korean-born New Zealander, suspected of fleeing to South Korea in 2018 after killing her then 7-year-old and 10-year-old children in Auckland. in the southeastern city of Ulsan earlier in the day, after global police agency Interpol issued a red notice. Officials have said that a South Korean court will review whether to extradite the suspects to New Zealand. And in business news, total deposits in the banks rose by 24.17% from 33.85 trillion naira as of the end of June 2021 to 42.03 trillion naira in the corresponding period of 2022. The Deputy Governor of Financial System Stability Director, Aisha Hamad, who disclosed this in a personal statement at the last MPC meeting, said that key industry aggregates also continued their year-on-year upward trajectory, with total assets rising to 65.48 trillion naira in June 2022 from 53.64 trillion naira in June 2021. She added that while total deposits rose to 42.03 trillion naira from 33.85 trillion naira over the same period, gross credit has maintained an upward trajectory since 2019, rising by 5.02 trillion naira between June 2021 and June 2022, with significant growth in credit to manufacturing, general commerce, and oil and gas sectors. An entertainment news, and Ikeja Special Offences Court will on Monday rule on a bail application filed by Olanrewaju James, also known as Baba Ijesha, whether the convict has met special circumstances for the court to grant him bail. Justice Oluwatoyin Taiwo fixed the date after taking arguments from both the prosecuting and defense counsel. The bail application is equal to the jail term that was handed down to Baba Ijesha by Justice Taiwo, who sentenced him to a 5-year concurrent jail term. However, his legal team is in court to appeal the judgment. R. Kelly has been found guilty of sex crimes, including producing child sexual abuse imagery and coercing minors into sex acts. The 12-person jury in the trial convicted Kelly of 6 out of the 13 charges brought against him, as he was found guilty of coercing 3 minors into criminal sexual activity and producing 3 child sexual abuse videos, all of which prosecutors said involved the same 14-year-old girl. He was acquitted of attempting to obstruct an earlier investigation into his abuse, as the jury also found him not guilty of receiving child sexual abuse imagery and conspiring to receive such imagery as part of an alleged scheme to recover missing videotapes. And in sport news, former Nigeria international Emmanuel Amuneke has been appointed as the head coach of Zambia Premier League side, Zanaco FC. The former Tanzania head coach is expected to travel to Zambia from his base in Spain to take over as the new head coach of the 7-time Super League champions. Amuneke led Tanzania to break the 39-year jinx after he qualified them for the 2019 African Cup of Nations in Egypt. He also led the Golden Eaglets to win the 2015 Under-17 World Cup in Chile. And that's the news brief. For more stories, please follow us on our Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram. And just subscribe to our YouTube channel at PlusTvAfrica and PlusTvAfrica Lifestyle. You can also view us from Limex on www.limex.tv and Glow TV apps anywhere in the world. I am Khadijat Balogun. Many thanks for watching.
It for upcoming artists to blow in Nigeria.
Welcome to Plus Trending. I am Booking November, your host, saying thank you for joining us on today's episode.
Welcome back. It's tea time on Plus TV Africa.
Practice makes perfect. I'm not perfect yet, but I'm a lot better than I used to be.
He's a king. He's entitled to marry 100 if he wants to.
Good morning. You're welcome to Plus Sport. It's definitely going to be an exciting moment on the show today. We all know it's several weeks and days to the 2022 Nigerian Football Federation election. And we know on this program we've spoken to two aspirants, and one is joining us right now to talk about his vision and mission for the Nigerian Football Federation election that is taking place in Benin City, September 30th to precise. And we'll be talking to Musa Amadu, who is the former Secretary General of Nigerian Football Federation. Good morning, sir.
A very good morning to you, and I'm happy to be on your program this morning.
Thank you very much. All over the news, we have you, Musa Amadu, that you have a vision to restore Nigerian football's glory. And it seems that you are the closest to that position, if Amaju, from our own analysis and statistics and achievement, it seems you are the closest to that position. Tell us what you mean by restoring Nigerian football's glory.
Right. What I mean by restoring the glory of Nigerian football is to say that we have been in better positions. I remember in 1994, after the exploits of the Super Eagles at the Africa Cup of Nations in Tunisia, they traveled across the Atlantic to go to the North America, to the USA to be precise, and they were able to get to the round of 16, and were also able, the Super Eagles, to qualify to win the gold medal in the 1996 Olympic Games in Atlanta. Now, we were ranked during that time as the best country in Africa and number 5 in the world. And this abysmal slide that we have had in our football, where now Nigeria is ranked number 4 in Africa and number 31 in the world, is not good enough. Nigeria is supposed to be the leading member association in Africa, and we should be ranked in the top 20. And this is a position that is being held by Senegal. Now, let me put this in proper perspective so that people understand what I'm talking about. Nigeria produces more young talent to the continent of Europe seasonally, more than all the African countries put together. We're a large exporting player nation. We're a net player exporting country. We're the Brazil of Africa, in the sense that Brazil exports more players to the continent of Europe from South America. And it's the same thing with Nigeria. So we really do not have any reason whatsoever not to be the leading member association in Africa and in top 20 in the world. And so the mission that I have is to restore Nigeria's football glory. Even with the women's game, we have slided. We used to be the best country in Africa. All the countries are scared of the Super Falcons. But now the situation is different. We have been complacent. We have allowed other countries to catch up with us. We get beaten regularly now by South Africa. And even countries like Zambia can pip us to the bronze medal in the recently concluded AFCON in Morocco. And we just really need to get it right. We have the talent. We have to restructure our game. We have to ensure that the girls that have played for this country and are becoming surplus to requirement with regard to their age, we need to phase them out and bring in players from the league and younger players that are committed to now taking us to that place where we want to be. So that's what I mean by restoring Nigeria's football glory, and I am confident that if I'm elected the president of the Nigerian Football Federation, we will be able to do that. Now, when I was the General Secretary of the Federation from 2010 to 2015, Nigeria was able to win 13 trophies globally, and one of them is the biggest diadem, which we have not had since 2013, 9 years ago, when Nigeria won the Africa Cup of Nations in South Africa. We played in the Confederations Cup. We played in the World Cup. We got to the round of 16 against France in Brazil. So our girls in 2010 got to the final of the Under-20 World Cup in Germany. And these are the sort of things that we can be doing regularly if we put our structures in place and we do all we can to support the teams the way they should be supported by the Federation to bring glory back to our country.
Okay, well said. You and some others have been cleared for the election in Benin City. How positive are you? Because we also have former administrators like Sheyakiu Mishewu Diko and Ibrahim Guzo. One of those are the popular names, including your name. How positive are you that you win the election? Hello, sir. Hello, sir. We're still speaking with the president, the former Secretary General of the Nigerian Football Federation, Musa Amadu, who is telling us about his vision, how to restore Nigerians' football glory to the days that it belonged to. And he analyzed the old glories, like we do call them, in 1994, where the Super Eagles was the first African team in the world after our exploit. He also said that he was in charge those periods as the Secretary General and those periods of Atlanta 96. And he also analyzed and mentioned the... Hello, sir. Okay, we are open.
I apologize. Someone was calling me. I ought to have put the phone on. Do not disturb.
Okay.
I apologize.
No problem. Our viewers are happy with you. But now, let's not put it. How positive are you that you're going to win the election, knowing that there are other candidates there?
Well, in every election, there are other candidates. It's not smooth sailing. Other candidates, of course, credible people. Stakeholders that have also contributed their best to Nigerian football, want to be part of the leadership of the Federation. I believe, given my pedigree, as the most successful General Secretary in the history of Nigerian football, and given the fact that I have skills and competencies and a commitment, backed by integrity, I will be able to deliver on the promises I made. Now, football administration is not rocket science. We're not going to the moon. We're right here in Nigeria. But we need to do the right thing and be committed to ensuring that we bring glory to our country. The moment we try to put any interest apart from the national interest, we will not get it right. And I want to let you know that the way we can do this, we will have a short, medium, and long-term plan. And we will work with the state football associations. I have been discussing with them, on a zonal basis. The last meeting I had was actually 1 a.m. this morning here in Abuja. And we're trying to let them know that the relationship between the Federation and the state football associations now is more or less like a master-servant relationship. They only get what the Federation wants to give them. There is no planned budgeting for the state football associations, unlike what we had when I was General Secretary. So we're telling them that we need to create new revenue streams for the state football associations, the most critical vehicle we can use for grassroots and youth football development in their various states, for them to be able to get into their local government councils, to be able to now generate and get all the football talents that we have in Nigeria, and nurture these young men and women, young boys and girls, to now in under 13, under 15, and under 17 competitions on a state basis. And they will also have, like the last zone I discussed with was the Northeast zone. And I said to them, you can also have a program where you have zonal competitions for your under 13, under 15, and under 17. Now, if all these zones are doing this on a seasonal basis, Nigeria would have so many players and they will have their data captured so that anytime we have competitions, these various teams in the various zones are already set for them to now go into international competitions to, represent Nigeria. We also have to bring back the concept of football in schools. Even FIFA itself recognizes the fact that football needs to be promoted in the schools. That's why for now, among their 211 member associations, 13 of them have started the Football in Schools program. The latest one was during the Under-20 Women's World Cup in Chile that just finished 3 weeks ago. And this is the sort of thing that we should also be doing with our state football associations. We need to create new revenue streams for them. We are discussing with a sponsor that will guarantee sponsorship. You know, they will get quarterly subventions from the NFF that they will be using for their activities. We'll also, interact with the state government. We will show them the programs and activities that need to be executed by the state football associations. And we will go on a courtesy call to the governors and convince them about the short, medium, and long-term benefits of using the state football association to drive the process of youth football. The benefits are immense, both on the short, medium, and long term. And we will also be able to also convince corporate organizations that make their profits and revenues in the various states to do corporate social responsibility. We don't really need them to give funds to the state football associations, but they can look at an area infrastructurally in terms of facilities, which they can help the state football associations to build. And this is the way we have to go. We have to plan from the grassroots, bottom up, and make sure at the end of the day, we have a reservoir of players that Nigeria can call upon at any time, to execute its programs and activities internationally on the field of play.
It's obvious that I'm engrossed. I need to let you know that it's obvious that if you become the NFF president, you'll see the old days of football back. Lastly, before I let you go, what's your plan for the local football? Because, it seems that that needs also needs to be restored to the glories days. So what's your plan for the local football?
Right. We need to repackage and rebrand our leagues completely. I remember some years back when I was with the Federation and when we were at the saddle of leadership, the Premier League in Nigeria was among the 5 leading football leagues in Africa. But you cannot say this. I really do not even know the position now, whether we are 10 or 15 in Africa. And it's not really good enough. That's why we always have issues with our teams not being able to qualify for the group stages of the Confederations Cup, of the Champions League, and such competitions that take place in Africa. This is not good enough. The talents and the players we have in the league are enough for us to build a brand. We have to build a product that will be attractive to sponsors, that will be attractive to the fans and get them to come back to the stadium instead of being glued to their TVs and watching English Premier League and such other leagues. The change has to start from here. And I know that the biggest problem we are having in terms of rebranding this league would be we have to bring back integrity into the game. We have to ensure there's a level playing field for all the teams, and we have to ensure that we have the best for our referees. Our referees are being put under so much pressure by clubs, in order for them to change or to favor teams that are playing, either at home or the guys that give them the highest, amounts to change the outcome of every game. So we must make sure that we change the way refereeing is done in Nigeria and ensure that the best and the most elitist referees, well remunerated, are the ones that will be in charge of our games. We have to ensure that they get well remunerated, not the 35,000 naira they are giving for every game in terms of indemnities. We must make sure they get allowances in the region of 400,000 to 500,000 naira a month. We must also ensure we will get their accommodation, security, insurance, and travel arrangements properly done. And I tell you, if we are able to do that, we will be able to put a brand for the Nigerian Premier League, the Nigerian National League, the Nigerian Women's League, and also the Nationwide League, which is actually the largest amateur league we have in Africa. The talents abound. And we just have to collaborate. Every stakeholder, whether you're a player, a club, an administrator, a referee, the fans, every person, we must cooperate. In fact, even the teams themselves that are playing on the field of play are doing some sort of cooperation to produce a product that will be the envy of all. That's why the packaging in the English Premier League is so good, and that's why everybody is attracted to that good product. And we must benchmark against the best in the world for us to be able to produce what we can offer and get there at the end of the day. And I want to say that our clubs have started well in Africa. I mean, they're having their return legs this weekend, and I'm confident that the 4 teams representing Nigeria will get to the next stage. And I wish them all the best in this regard.
Yes, thank you very much, Musa Amadou. I'm sure Nigerians wish they can come out and vote. Thank you very much. But unfortunately, the vote is just within the state FA chairmans and some executive. Thank you very much for your time. We can only wish you the best when it comes to the election, September 30th in Bay City. Good luck in your election, sir.
Thank you for having me on this program. I appreciate your invitation to me. Thank you.
With that, the former Secretary General of Nigerian Football Federation, and away from that, I hope time will permit us. We have Toby Amusan and Esebume. For the first time, they came to the country from July that they'd had the World Indoor Championship, to the Commonwealth Games, to the Diamond Leagues and all that. Yesterday, they came to the country and in celebration and unveiling for their performances and putting Nigeria on the good light in terms of sport. We had them talking to us about their next plan for the next season, now that the Diamond League is over, and what will be the next project for themselves.
It's all centered around work, hard work, and it's just a great privilege to be alive and doing what I can do with my God's-given talent, and it's an awesome feeling. Trust me, it's an awesome feeling, and I'm just thankful to be out here showcasing what I can do and what a girl child can do, and I couldn't be more thankful for that. You don't want to hear all of that, but let me tell you, the struggle has been real, but with God, I've been grounded on my goals, and with the help of, my support system, my coach, and, a lot of prayers, I was able to, come out on the top of everything I did this year, and I couldn't be more thankful, like I usually say. I don't know.
A long time ago, while I was in high school, and ever since then, I've been doing so well, thanks to God, and I'm super happy that so far my performance, has brought me, this package, and I can't contain my joy at the moment because Trust Bank has, brought this platform, this initiative, to throw light into track and field in Nigeria, and I'm happy to be part of it. And hopefully, by the grace of God, we pray that this keeps going on and things get better in the future. Right now, I am looking forward to the World Championship next year, and the World Indoors is cancelled, so it's just the World Championship next year and all other meets. It feels great, to be an inspiration, to be able to impact in the lives of other young ones, and I'm glad I'm doing this, and I pray that God give me the grace to continue to do so. The last jump was the highlight of it all. I'll say it has always been inside of me, but then I needed something to bring it out of me, and that was determination. Because I was determined, I was focused, I was able to bring that out of me, because that was actually the goal. And thankfully, we got a 7 minutes.
Yes, the first speaker, as we all know, that is Toby Amusan. Plus Sport was there live at the unveiling that took place in Lagos yesterday. And we'll be giving you more on what you know as they unveil their plans for next season. Plus Sport is in touch with Toby Amusan and Esebume to give you the latest update in what they intend to do for next season. And this is all we could take on today's program. Thank you very much for joining. And don't forget to join us on all our social medias and do as the conversation will always continue on that platform. Thank you very much. I'm still Mudashiru Shitu.
for upcoming artists to blow in Nigeria.
Welcome to Plus Trending. I am Bookie November, your host, saying thank you for joining us on today's episode.
Welcome back. It's tea time on PlusTvAfrica.
Practice makes perfect. I'm not perfect yet, but I'm a lot better than I used to be.
He's a king. He's entitled to marry 100 if he wants to.
My signature on my paintings are Kike Johnson, but I mean, yeah, I think so. Thinking about it now, I'm not even sure, but yeah, I think so. Most of them have my name on it, apart from my fashion brand though. My name is Kike Johnson. I am a visual artist and a fashion designer. My art is inspired by a lot of things, by Black women, by colors, animations, different things, a lot of things that like inspire me, but I naturally enjoy drawing Black women. I think it's amazing. Yeah, sometimes I have artist block where I want to draw something but I can't. I just get like, okay, I don't know what to do, or I just get, it's just a block, you know. So sometimes I have to get out of that phase by either drawing something else or creating something different, or maybe getting inspiration from something else totally different from what I am doing at the moment. So that way I get inspired again and I get to draw and actually do something. Black women are amazing, number one. We have a lot of amazing features. You know, as an artist, there are different things I see. Like I can see someone's face and I'm like, oh my God, I need to draw that, the angle, you know, just different things on the face that makes it very interesting, you know, to visualize and to draw. You know, and then we have different skin tones. So it's just amazing to see how you can blend colors together to get a particular tone, you know, and you can have 5 different women with 5 totally different skin tones. And it's just, every time I see someone, I always look through, you know, look at those things, the shadow, the light, you know, and all of that. I think I enjoy the process most about expressing myself through art. I enjoy how it's done. I enjoy seeing the finished product. After spending like 6 hours drawing something, I'm like, okay, I think we're good to go, you know. I enjoy the entire process generally. I just like doing, so there are days where I don't want to create portraits. I draw maybe something minimal. I can do like a minimal line art. And it's okay, this is all I'm doing today. You know, and I enjoy the process of that. That might take me 30 minutes, but I still enjoy going through that process. The Nigerian art space is amazing. It's growing and it's just very broad now. There are a lot of opportunities for people like me in the industry. We are doing so many amazing things, from digital art to traditional art to even NFTs. You know, there's just so many things that Nigerian creatives are doing now that I think it's just amazing. to see that Nigeria went from not appreciating art as much to now appreciating art is a good thing. Love it. I actually wish I did go to an art school. I think that way maybe I'd have been like Picasso right now. But no, I didn't go to an art school. I learned everything myself. I've always loved drawing. When I was a child, I would draw Mickey Mouse. I would draw like just different cartoonish things, you know. So I've always enjoyed drawing. I've enjoyed the process. Yeah. All right. So for young female aspiring artists in Nigeria, I'll say they should go for it. I mean, in this industry, I've come to understand that there are not so many female artists as much as there are men, you know, so it's a good thing to see women want to become artists and actually do it. You know, one major thing is you just have to keep practicing, just get better at your craft, and that's it. Yeah, there are a lot of opportunities out there. Art has influenced my fashion in different ways, from colors to patterns to just creating something. Sometimes I just do a design, I'm like, okay, this is not what I wanted, but at least we tried it, you know. So art for me is life. Everything around me is art. I look at every single object and I see shadows, I see lights, I'm looking at the way it's done, you know. So art has influenced my fashion in different ways, and I'm excited about that. I mean, I enjoy it. So in a few years, I see myself doing amazing things, bigger things than I'm doing now, you know, in the international workspace, nationally, and you know, just doing, I hope to have a major studio in a few years' time where, you know, anybody can just come to us and say, okay, I want to create this type of art, and we can have someone working in the studio create it. Different things, from animation to illustrations to different type of artwork.
Welcome to another interesting episode of Space and Style. It's a television show designed to provide realistic solutions for all your real estate needs by providing you with trends, tips, and also engaging experts to discuss topical issues affecting the industry. My name is Olamide Onifade, as you know, and on the show today we're also still talking to our expert from last week, discussing the intricacies of home insurance. We shall also share some interior design tips with you to keep you abreast of various trends in the interior design fair. On the property of the week, we'll also showcase a property that we hope to inspire you to join the real estate ladder if you have not. And lastly, the artisan sport, where we will be talking to an artisan on his craftsmanship. So sit back and ensure that you enjoy the show. Welcome to the Expert Insight, and Dr. Ayodeji Johnson is still in the studio with us again this week for the concluding part of the intricacies of home insurance. Recall that Dr. Ayodele Johnson is a seasoned professional in the insurance industry with a proven track record of over 24 years. He has worked with companies such as Guinea Insurance PLC, the Nigerian General Insurance Company Limited, ICO Insurance, Mutual Benefits Insurance, ARM Life PLC, and J. Akinjorge & Co., amongst many other firms. Thank you for coming again.
Thank you for having me again. I'm excited to be here.
And I enjoyed last week's topic. I really enjoyed it. So, taking it from last week, I hear insurance brokers, insurance companies, and I wonder, why do we have brokers? What do they do, and why do insurance companies use them?
Okay, so the role of the brokers is actually to be able to explain the fine prints and then help you take the worries off you about insurance. So basically what they do, because they are experts in their own rights, they understand the wordings of the policy, they understand various policies that each individual needs, and they are able to advise individuals based on that knowledge. So and the beauty about this is the person buying the policy does not pay the brokers.
Oh, it's the insurance company
that pays? Yes, it's the insurance company that pays. So if I get a transaction off you, I don't charge you for doing all of those services. It is where I take the business to. So for bringing the business to them, they pay me.
But a lot of quacks masquerading as brokers. When it's time for your claim payouts, you don't see them. How can I decipher who is a proper and an accredited broker?
The brokers have an umbrella body, which is the Nigerian Council of Registered Insurance Brokers. We have a secretariat at the National Secretariat at Saboyaba. And then we've got area offices across the country, where we have area committee chairmen that supervises these brokers. So once anybody comes to you and they are not part of this body, it's always very likely that you won't be able to get a lot of things out of them when a claim occurs. I'm not saying there are no professionals out there that are not members of the Nigerian Council of Registered Brokers, but we've always admonished everybody to be part of this. Now, we also have the National Insurance Commission that regulates all insurance practices, and we also fall under that. So for you to have any registered insurance broker come to you, be rest assured that your claims will be dealt with when they come up.
So why do claims take long to be processed? It takes forever.
Claims usually do not take forever. Now, if you've been told to provide items A to E to be able to process your claim, and you only do items A, B, and E, leaving C and D out, there's no way your claims will be processed. The C and D might be police reports, might also be your, estimate of repairs. Without all of this, there's no way anybody will be able to successfully process your claims. So if you've been told, do this, please follow it. And I can assure you, insurance company pays claims within 1 week.
Are you kidding?
I am telling you.
Are you kidding?
I am telling you. I've got testimonials. One of the things the Nigerian Council of Registered Insurance Brokers is trying to do right now is even to have a compendium of all of these claims that's been paid from people. So we're asking people, sending your testimonials, how have your claims experience been? We want a situation whereby we get the positive feedback and we also look at the negative ones.
And use that to sensitize the public.
Those are the things that we're trying to do right now. That's part of the cardinal points for the new president that's just coming.
So I've seen times when active insurance policy holders get their policies cancelled by companies. What can inform that? Why would an insurance policy, an insurance company cancel my claim, my policy?
Your policy, great. So I told you before that you needed to fill a proposal form. Now you fill the proposal form. If you were dishonest at any time within that period, even though a contract has been issued to you, by the time it's discovered that you were trying to play smart or anything, the insurance company has the right to cancel that policy and return your funds to you. So these are areas, these are times where policies are cancelled. Once the insurance company realizes that you've been trying to play smart, I'm choosing my words carefully, you've been trying to play smart, that's when they come, and then if they've had discussions with you and you're still not owning up to whatever it is you've done, in their best interest, they will cancel that policy.
So because we're going on a short break,
yeah.
But before the break, I was also going to quickly ask you this question. Is there a statutory limit for when claims are supposed to be paid?
Well, once all your documentations are complete, once you signed your discharge voucher, the discharge voucher is what the insurance company gives to you to say this is how much we're going to pay you for your claim. Once you sign off on that, I can assure you most insurance company pays within 48 hours. Some might pay within 24 hours.
But is there a statutory limit?
Well, it's not industry hits like that, but everybody tries to, because they also want to gain clients using that.
Okay.
So at least that's what they'll publicize. Oh, we're able to pay claims within 12 hours after EDV. We're able to pay within 24 hours. So by the time they go to the market with that, a lot of people tend to want to use those kind of companies, unlike the ones that delay claims payments.
There's a whole lot of dishonesty going on in that industry, but we'll be back. We'll be back to talk about that. Thank you for staying with us. We're going on a quick break, and please stay with us.
Space and Style.
Thank you for staying with us, and I still have Dr. Ayodeji Johnson in the studio with me, and we are still talking about home insurance in Nigeria. So before we went for the break, we were talking about dishonesty in the, and you're trying to exonerate the industry. So it's fine. The issue of premiums.
Yeah.
Is it static, or it goes up every year? And what informs it if it goes up every year?
I remember the last time we were talking, last week when we were talking, you talked about properties appreciating. Now, so every year, because of the trends, because of this so-called appreciation, we expect every homeowner to what's that word now? To
renegotiate
building again,
okay,
and then do revaluation on those buildings based on the fact that it might have appreciated. Once that appreciates, naturally your insurance would increase. So if you've paid on 150 last year and you're coming to insure for 250 this year, naturally your premium would increase, because you've increased your sum insured. So when people come and they say it's always increasing, it's because they are also increasing. So every time an insurance broker sends to you your renewal notice, there's a caveat there that says because of the change in the trends and property valuations and everything, that you should look at yours and see if you want to increase. So by the time you increase, naturally your premium will increase to take care of the extra you've added to it. So that's what informs what those increments are. Okay,
another question I'd ask is rates. How to get the best rate available? Because I know for once that not all is not standard. What I get from a particular company, I might not get. So how am I able to get the best rate at the best from the best company?
We had talked about the rules of the insurance brokerage firms.
Okay.
Now, because, for example, Nikon Town Estates, an insurance company is insuring maybe about 50 houses out of the houses there, they can come together and put the association together and say, if we can get all of you on board, you get a group discount. So all of this discount come when you have associations, you have people coming together and doing the same thing. But at the same time, the insurance brokers, because they have relationships with all of these underwriting firms, they know who and who will give you discounts for bringing this, for bringing that. So that also helps with getting reduced rates. So for example, I know for a fact which insurance companies 60% of my transactions go to. So if I go to them and I'm saying, please help me accommodate this, they would naturally want to accommodate. So they might give discounts here and there based on the business relationship that I have with them. That's why we've always said that using a registered insurance broker would always help you with all of this. Not at the time of placing businesses alone, but when a claim occurs.
Okay, when it comes to the issue of fire, and for instance, a policyholder's house got burnt, but it's extended to his neighbor's house, who takes liability for that?
Well, the insurance company will take liability for that because the proximate cause of that fire emanated from their clients.
Okay.
So if this building is insured and then there's a fire that's happened and it drags to the next house.
Even if it drags up to 10 houses?
The insurance company is supposed to, but there's always a limit to all of this. So it also depends on what kind of policy that you've bought.
What if it's comprehensive?
Yeah, the insurance
so
company
what if
will take care of all of this.
I park a car
Yeah.
in the property and it also gets burnt?
Everything that is insured in that building will be dealt with. Because like I said, the main proximate cause of that fire is the main proximate cause of that event is the fire to that building. So if the person has a comprehensive fire insurance, you'll be extended to cover all of those. But like I said, it's to a limit. It might not be total 100%. Now, I'll give you another scenario. So Mr. A has his house insured, Mr. B has his house insured too. Mr. A's house the fire starts from Mr. A's house, pulls to Mr. B's house. Mr. B can actually bring his insurance to take care of his own fire needs. And then the insurance company will go to Mr. A's insurance company to get a refund for having fixed Mr. B's house. So basically that can be done. It speeds up whatever repairs that needs to be done on Mr. B's house because maybe his own insurance is more proactive or something and they're not dragging their feet. So basically that's how this really works when a fire occurs.
Okay, so when it comes to markets, in the last 6-7 years, a lot of markets have been gutted by fire. So if Mr. A insures his goods and his shop and the whole and fire starts from his shop and it raises the whole market, what happens? Still the same thing.
Insurance will come to play.
Oh,
that's why insurance comes in.
So where does insurance get their money from?
One of the things, I'll explain that. One of the things we try to do is, if I'm going into a market to insure, what I try to do is not just ensure that one market and go away. I try to get the whole association to come together so that we insure the whole thing at the same time. That helps in mitigating the losses. Because now it is everybody pulling their resources together to help when the need occurs, not just one person out of 50. So that's where this happens. Now you're talking about where insurance company gets their money. Insurance people do not have that money. Insurance is a pool of funds of everybody pooled into the insurance company. They are just managers of these funds. So the way they get their money is how they invest these funds. So there are portions that they leave out for when a claim occurs. This is what we use to settle claims. There are others that they use for investments, long-term investments, short-term investments. So it is the proceeds from these investments that they use to sort out operational costs at their end. So they are basically managers of these resources. So in an insurance company, that's why you have investment managers, accountants, actuaries, and people like that. So everybody comes together to see how best to manage these funds so that when the clients need those funds, they'll be able to have access to it.
Wow. I am so... I really enjoyed myself and I have a deeper understanding of home insurance. And I hope people take the cue to do more home insurance.
Yeah.
Thank you very much, Dr. Ayodeji Johnson, and I hope you show up again when we need you.
As soon as you call me, I
will. Thank you for that commitment. Thank you very much. We have come to the end of the segment, and I hope you had a nice time with our guest in the studio. So next is the design tip of the week. Hello and welcome to this segment. This is the interior decor segment. This is the segment where we talk to you about how to transform your spaces on a budget. And today I have with me Edna Ewudagi, and she was here the last time. We enjoyed it thoroughly, and she has given us her time again this week. Thank you very much, Edna, for coming again.
Thank you so much for having me once again.
So today we'll be talking about how to choose the right colors for your spaces. So,
okay, choosing the right color for your space can be very challenging for most. Even we as interior designers sometimes struggle with it. So, but it is very essential that you pick the right color for your space. So I've been to a lot of homes or offices whereby people have like really bold color on their wall surrounding them, and it's not so much of a good thing to have that. It's always advisable to have like a bright color on your wall. Yeah.
You said bold color and bright. Is there a difference?
Yes, there is a difference. When you talk about bold colors, those are like statement colors, like red, colors that are very, very sharp, like red, like pink, like gold. Orange, yes. So those are very bold colors. It's not very advisable to have them like on the four corners of your wall. But some interior designers have used them, but they can only be done professionally. Like it is very challenging to have that kind of space and still be able to design them properly, except you're a professional. So for the purpose of this our conversation, I would say that having like a bold color, which are those how do I put it, like the red, those sharp colors, should only be like in one side of your space.
Because I was going to say that in my living space I have orange.
Yeah,
but
it's
just one side.
Yes,
I was kind of like, but there's nothing wrong with having orange in your home.
No, it's not. There's nothing wrong. It should just be like one side of the wall. So it should be like an accent color to your space, and it's going to make it pop. So those are the things you need to consider while picking the right colors. Then a lot of designers or people love to use whites. I personally love to use white. If I'm not using white, then I have to pick a bright color. It doesn't mean that I can't use a dark color, but I have to be able to use it properly so that it can come out very nice. These days, a lot of people use black. Yeah.
In a living space.
And it's really nice.
But
when done properly, that is the key word. When done properly. So when you use a white paint on your wall, it's very nice because white allows you to throw in a lot of colors. When you have a white, so that's the trick. When you have a white wall, you can throw in pink, you can throw in gold into your space. It makes the living area very playful. Like if I had like an orange wall, it is going to restrict the colors that I'm going to use on my space. Do you get the trick?
Where I have it as an accent, and I have white in every other area.
Okay, so then what about your throw pillows?
I don't have throw pillows.
So that is what we're talking about. So that is
have you considered people that have children?
Okay. What's that?
I mean the white color that you were talking about.
Okay, the white color. Okay, that's what I'm saying.
Juggle that.
Okay, all right. Yeah, white is really nice, but you do not have to use white. There are other bright colors that are not whites, and you can still use. There is beige, there is blush. There are numerous bright colors that you can use when considering your kids in a space. So it doesn't have to be like a dark color, because you have kids, you have to use black. Oh, come on.
There's a difference between bold and bright colors.
Yeah.
So what are the examples of bright colors? Because I don't see any difference.
Okay, so there are lots of bright colors that you can use. You have beige, you have peach, you have white, you have off-white, lilac. You know, those bright colors that are not so bold, not so dark, you know, that we just make your space come alive. Just really calm colors.
Then are there colors that appear to make your area, your living area or whatever, your space, look bigger?
Certainly, those are the bright colors. Bright colors tend to make your space look bigger. Dark colors tend to make your space look smaller. So if you have a very large space and you want it to come together, then you use a dark color.
Okay. Another thought that I had was ceilings.
Okay.
Quite a number of ceilings are just painted white. But what's your opinion? Do you think you can get a bit creative with the colors of the ceilings?
Yes. The reason why most people use white is because when you use white on your ceiling, it tends to like make it bigger, like it's like an extension. Do you get? It doesn't look like the ceiling is so close to your head. But if you have like a colored ceiling, it brings it too close to you. So it's always advisable to use white. But when done properly, you can have other colors you can have different colors of ceiling, especially when it's a very high ceiling. When your ceiling is high, then you can use whatever color you want to use as long as you are doing it right. But if your ceiling is the normal ceiling or it's really low, by all means, please use white.
Just stick to the universal color of white.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you very much, Edna, for your time. I really enjoyed myself, and I hope we've been able to learn one or two things about choosing the right color for your space. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Space and style.
So we've come to the last segment of the show, and it's the artisan spot, and we'll be speaking to an artisan who will be discussing his craftsmanship with us.
Ti wà ní ẹnu iṣẹ́ yẹn sí ọgbọ̀n ọdún. Ó wà fẹ́ ti wà torí situation iṣẹ́ wa yẹn sì. Bí dọ́là yẹn ṣe ń rise ni owó orin yẹn náà wọ́n máa ń gbówó ẹ̀ sókè. So whatever ń sìn, assuming irin tá à ń rà ní bí 1,000 tí dọ́là bá rise, wọ́n lè ta fún wa 3,000. So àwọn tó dẹ̀ ń gbéjẹ́ fún wa náà ọ̀n ní fẹ́ fowó kù. Ṣùgbọ́n míì kan ti mọ̀ wá pẹ̀lú iṣẹ́ yẹn. Kò sí nǹkan tá a lè ṣe ju pé káwa náà tẹ́ wọn lọ́rùn. Challenges pọ̀ gan-an níbi iṣẹ́ yìí. Ìgbà míì wà tó yẹ pé iná máa disturb wa. A ní rí iná ṣiṣẹ́. Generator tá a dẹ̀ ń lò kò powerful bí iná. Ó ti yé yín. So àwọn challenges tá a máa ń face, tá a máa ń dojú kọ lórí iṣẹ́ nìyẹn. So táwọn oníṣẹ́ bá dẹ̀ lọ́wọ́ fẹ́ gbéṣẹ́, kò dẹ̀ sí nǹkan tá a lè ṣe ju pé ká wá means láti fi parí iṣẹ́ yẹn. Iná generator náà lálẹ́ lè lò. Àsúmì tó bẹ́ẹ̀mi ṣe wà yìí, máa ń ní program fún iṣẹ́ mi. So mo lè níṣẹ́ 3 4. So àwọn ọmọ tó ń bá mi iṣẹ́ wà. Tó yẹ pé tí bá ti níṣẹ́ tó pọ̀ bẹ́ẹ̀, màá pọ̀ pé wọ́n wá. Àjọ handle iṣẹ́ yẹn. So lórí iṣẹ́ yìí náà, àwọn ọmọ wà tó yẹ pé àti kọ́ iṣẹ́. Tó yẹ pé èmi wà nù wọn tó yẹ pé ó ń lọ school. Ó ń ti school. Tó bá close in school, a wá síbí, a wá kọ́ṣẹ́ yẹn. So ó fi ń ṣe part time. So along the line, ó dẹ̀ náà ti wà láyà rẹ̀. Client wà tó yẹ pé èmi wà ó lè lóun fẹ́ gba iṣẹ́ òun ní bí ọ̀sẹ̀ kan. Tíṣẹ́ mi dẹ̀ ti wà lọ́wọ́ mi. So mo lè fún grace fún ọ̀sẹ̀ 2. Tó bá lè afford ẹ̀, so I go ahead. So èmi ìtàn dẹ̀ ti mọ iṣẹ́ wa, so kò ní doubt. And okay, kò sí problem wọn á ṣe. So láti bẹ̀ lọ, iṣẹ́ ẹ̀gán lè má tó time tèmi wá dá fún yẹn. A gbé àwọn irin tá à ń lò, àwọn irin quality. So àwọn nǹkan tá a dẹ̀ fi ń ṣe, ó máa ń last débi pé ẹlòmíì gan tún máa padà fún yàn ni. Ìyàtọ̀ tó wà nínú foreign àti local nìyẹn. Foreign bóyá wà yẹn kò ń strong, ṣùgbọ́n wọ́n máa ń wo finishing. Tiwa dẹ̀rẹ̀ finishing tiwa ó lè farapẹ́ díẹ̀ ni, ṣùgbọ́n tiwa ó máa ń strong ju wọn lọ. Ìyàtọ̀ tó wà nínú finishing foreign ni pé materials wà tó ń mòdì kíní yẹn fún wọn lọ́hùn. Tiwa ń bí ọwọ́ làwa fi ń ṣe. Irú ìsìn ìgbà táwa fi kọ́ṣẹ́ tiwa ń gbà yẹn, àwa lo 6 years. A tún fi 6 years sin ọ̀gá. Ṣùgbọ́n ń sìn láyé òde ni, àwọn ọmọ tó ń kọ́ṣẹ́ ń sìn, grace wọn ò ju 1.5 years, 2 years. So àwọn náà ti wà, wọ́n ti gbà yàn dá, àwọn náà ti máa dáṣẹ́ ara wọn ṣe. Nígbà tí mo bẹ̀rẹ̀ iṣẹ́ yìí gbà yẹn, mo wà ní bí 19 years. Mo fi bẹ̀rẹ̀ iṣẹ́ yìí nígbà yẹn. So ẹ̀kọ́ rí méjì mo kọ̀ rí lórí iṣẹ́ yìí ni pé ìgbà yẹn náà mo fẹ́ kọ́, ṣùgbọ́n àwọn òbí tó bí mi wọ́n ti ríran jù mí lọ so wọ́n ní iṣẹ́ ìlú máa kọ́ along the line bọ́ọ̀lù ohun mi kì í gbá ṣùgbọ́n mi ò fẹ́ tàpá sí òfin àwọn òbí mi ni mo ṣe ìyànṣẹ́ ìláyò ìgbà tèmi náà dẹ̀ wá wọnú ẹ̀ wọ́n á rí pé iṣẹ́ tó rọrùn ni. ṣe rí iṣẹ́ wẹ́dà ọ̀pá àti obìnrin ṣe rá wa ọkùnrin wa gan ládé ní ayé ìsìn ọ̀hún fẹ́ kọ́ṣẹ́ wẹ́dà torí iṣẹ́ tó le ni iṣẹ́ ojú ni ó ti yẹ nǹkan tó máa fi ń sá fúnṣẹ́ yẹn nìyẹn.
Space and style.
We have come to the end of the show this week, and I hope you enjoyed yourself and learned a lot about home insurance. Join us next week for another interesting edition of Space and Style at the same time on the same station. Bye for now.
Across the world, 1 in 3 women has been bitten, coerced into sex, or abused by people they know, love, and trust. Here in Nigeria, 1 in 5 women has been a victim of abuse. Gender-based violence is the leading cause of death and disability of women between the ages of 19 to 44. Queen James, not her real name, a 47-year-old writer based in Lagos, was married off at 17. She barely knew the man who was to become her husband.
I just finished from secondary school, and my parents were like, you have to marry, that they have somebody for me. I tried to argue that I want to go back to school. My parents said they don't have money for me to further education, so I didn't have any option than to accept.
Queen enjoyed the first decade of her marriage. Her husband paid for her university education, and they had 3 children together. In 2002, Queen's sister-in-law claimed she was a witch. Her husband believed it and turned against her. She suffered financial deprivation and domestic violence.
While I was in school, everything was going well until the senior sister came into the house. The sister kept telling him different stories, that he see a revelation, I'm going to kill him, I want to give him stroke. Now, at a point, he now told him that in fact I'm a witch, that I'm going to kill him if he doesn't send me out of the house. This man started beating me every day. If he has small problem in the office, I'll come back. The sister will tell him, it's your wife. He wants them to sack you from work.
The United Nations defines violence as any act that results in physical, sexual, or mental harm or suffering to women, including threats of such acts, coercion, or arbitrary deprivation of liberty. Domestic violence is violence that occurs in a domestic setting, such as a marriage or cohabitation, committed by people in an intimate relationship against the other person.
Every night, he will squeeze my neck, tell me to confess all the wicked thing I'm doing to him, all the wicked thing I'm doing to the children, that there's a revelation I want to, kill my children. Another day he comes and they say that I've already made a plan to kill him and take over his property, that I should tell him why I want to kill him. Everything was just like a dream to me. He did not allow me to go to shop. I only go and buy things, and the girl that was in the shop was the one selling at a point. He now locked up the shop, came back to the house. When I returned back to the house, I started looking for work. Anywhere I want to go and work, he will go and tell them not to employ me.
Like many women, Queen did not file for a divorce or leave her abusive relationship. She feared for her safety and the welfare of her children and decided to endure the misery. One day in 2005, Queen's husband did more than beat her. He armed himself with a pestle and broke her bone.
It was even my husband that used a piston, this mortar handle, and hit on my leg. My leg was broken, so I managed to my sister's place. My sister took me to the hospital. When I got there, they did x-ray. They said I have bone fracture. I called my parents. They said they should send me to the village. I went. They took me to hospital where they did my bone. I was there for 3 months.
That abuse contravened the Protection Against Domestic Violence Law of Lagos State 2007. The law prohibits violence against any person. It also empowers a police officer to arrest persons suspected of committing violent offenses. In addition, it directs the police to render assistance to victims of domestic violence. More than 4 billion naira was allocated to the police for travels and transport in Nigeria's 2005 national budget. But when Queen visited the police to get a report, officers demanded 6,000 naira as transport fare. She also claims the police officers accepted a bribe from her husband to dismiss the case.
I quite remember one of them saying that they have to treat that case very well because the man has paid a lot for the case, meaning they've collected money.
A 2019 survey by the Socio-Economic Rights and Accountability Project, SERAP, reports that the Nigerian police force is the most corrupt institution in Nigeria. The report stated that a bribe is paid in 54% of interactions with the police, and that there is a 63% probability that an average Nigerian will be asked to pay a bribe each time he or she interacted with the police. With the police allegedly eating from the palm of her former husband, they accuse her of attempted murder, arrested her sister, and he served her divorce papers.
Made a statement that armed robbers invaded his house. They went away with a property worth 2.5 million, with a cash of 180,000, attempted murder and all that. They shoot gun, they shoot the sister on the head. I said, this is not true. Okay, I gave my own statement. When I gave my own statement, they were now dragging me to cell. So I shouted, I was pleading for help. Before I know it, they came, they handcuffed me this time around. And they showed me arrest warrants, and that in my arrest warrant, no bail. That is how they took me to cell.
Her experience went downhill from there. The police turned around to arrest a victim who approached them for protection and locked her up at Kirikiri Maximum Prison for almost 3 weeks.
Do you know that when the police, my senior sister was seeing period, police women could not even help, even when we were begging them, please, this lady is on her period. Can you help us bring tissue? It did not bring. And there are other women like that. The place was smelling. There was nothing. I think she had to use her hair tie to try and wrap and use. The police are very rude. They don't take care of their inmates at all. They don't want to know whether what they have accused you of is true or is false.
These details expose a breach of fundamental rights to dignity of the human person, stipulated in Section 34 of the Nigerian Constitution. We put these allegations of corruption and human rights abuse in police custody to the Nigerian police force.
It's a professional misconduct. Once I get the facts, like every other professional misconduct of our men, we do allow it to go unattended to. So let's do that. As this one now, the victim, let them get across to me. They can meet the DC, the Commissioner of Police. So can put up attention to me, to the officers, so we take action. We don't condone anything that is unprofessional unless it's not brought to our knowledge. So in this case now, don't let me get the facts and to monitor it. I will not disappoint you. All those officers that have done that, one way or the other, found culpable, they will face additional procedure. And prescribed punishment should be meted out to them.
With the intervention of a non-governmental organization, Project Alert, Queen was set free. But she has not seen her children ever since.
It was during this period that I met with Project Alert on violence against women. They took over the case, they stood by me, went through the case, went for 7 years. We finished the case after 7 years and I was set free. Meanwhile, my children was taken from me from the time they pushed me out of that house. I did not have access to my children until now.
Josephine Chukuma is the executive director of Project Alert. She condemns Nigeria's police force for breaking the domestic violence law of Lagos State 2007 and calls for these reforms in the force.
Is about the system not working. And why is the system not working? First and foremost is the issue of funding. What are they given? What funding do they get to operate? And then the capacity, the training of their officials, how professional are they? You need officers that are trained and well-resourced to respond to cases of sexual and gender-based violence.
Like many women, Queen now wears the scars of a broken leg, a broken marriage, and suffers the consequence of a broken justice system.
APC lacks capacity to win elections, says Senator Magnus Abe. And free and transparent polls a panacea for peace, stability in West Africa, says President Buhari to ECOWAS leaders. Well, this is Plus Politics. I am Mary Anacom. Senator Magnus Ngay Abe on Monday said the Rivers State chapter of the All Progressive Congress APC lacked the capacity to win the 2023 general elections in the state. Abe, however, said Governor Wike would not solely determine who would succeed him in 2023's general elections, but majority of the people in the state. Abe, who was believed to have joined the Social Democratic Party SDP to actualize his gubernatorial ambition, also expressed the hope that to be Wike's successor in 2023. And joining us to discuss this is Golden Chama. He was the factional chairman of the All Progressive Congress in Rivers State until recently, when he resigned. Well, thank you so much, Mr. Chama, for joining us. Mr. Chama, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you clear.
Perfect. Okay, great. Let's start by looking at the problems of the All Progressive Congress. I think we have had several conversations over the years, concerning the APC in Rivers State, and here we are again today talking about the APC yet again. I'll start by asking why you left the APC.
I left the APC for a lot of reasons, but the most important reason is that the reward system in the party is very abysmal. People work and they are not rewarded. Those who have the capacity to lick boots are given the best options and the best offices in the party.
What do you mean by those who lick boots and are giving the best offices in the party? What does that mean?
Yes, it's surprising to you that a party like APC that has very able and competent persons, when it comes to appointment, those who get it, for me, I consider them as being inconsequential as to what is given. So most times, the best materials are not being used to enhance the party's fortunes.
Interestingly, you and I have been here talking about factions within the APC, and those factions have held sway for almost 2 years plus, if I'm not mistaken, maybe 4. It spanned into 4 years. And you're here saying that what some of the problems in the party was, lack of fairness, in distribution of offices. But is that really the sole reason why you left the party? Because you were not given an office? Or is it that you were sad that certain things were not done right? Because to the ordinary eye, it seemed more like you were seeking for an office and that wasn't given to you, and that's why you left the party. Is that it?
No, I said party members are not being rewarded for their hard work. It's not a personal thing. I aspired to be the chairman of the All Progressive Congress. But it's baffling that the party, or the faction that was on the other side, ridiculed the office. And if we leave that and go to the others, most of the offices in the party are not being given to the best materials. Rather, only those who have the capacity to tell stories, leak boots, are given. If you remember, some time ago, the governor of the state had cause to lampoon the nomination of the minister from the state, that it was appalling to the state that that was the best the APC could give for the ministerial position. Though it is his own opinion, but a lot of other appointments that have gone on before that are laughable. So for me, politics has to do with interest.
Let's talk
and
about...
I found that my interest was no longer protected.
Okay. Let's move on to other matters before we talk about, what the senator said about the APC. Now, I remember some time ago when I brought the other side of the APC to the show, they did, of course, many times accuse your faction of, being in bed with the opposition, that is the PDP, for the longest time. And I remember even the senator himself was, points fingered as someone who was in bed with the governor. And this is reference to a Thanksgiving service that he had in the state, that the governor of the state had attended, which raised eyebrows. At any point in the life of your APC membership, was there a wooing from the opposition for you and members of your faction?
To the best of my ability, to the best of my knowledge, I'm aware that we're all politicians. Those who were in the SDP, we were in the PDP before we came over to the APC. So all those in the PDP, we know them. They also know us. If anybody wants to woo anybody, it goes on a daily basis. But what I want to explain to your viewers is that we belong to APC as at the time we were there, and we made sure we protected the interests of the APC. We had no business with those in PDP. As I speak to you now, I left for the SDP. I'm also aware that Senator Magnus left for the APC, for the SDP. We didn't go to the PDP. It is a clear vindication that we were not in bed with those of the PDP. But let me refresh your memory a little bit. Those with Amechi and his faction are those going to the PDP. If you remember, some time ago, a lot of those who resigned after me headed to the PDP. And they're all from Amechi's faction. I left the APC, I went to the SDP, but they are all going to the PDP. What does it tell you? I'm not a member of the PDP. I do not have any relationship with them.
Okay.
But those, my accusers, are those going there.
Okay, let's move on to the future of the APC. Now, I know that you speak now for the SDP, but you obviously were members of the APC. Now, the senator had been had been quoted to say that the APC will not and does not have the capacity to win elections in the state. Why do you think that? And I also want to ask, do you think that the Magnus Abe faction of the All Progressive Congress at the time has had enough power to cripple the party? Because what the senator is saying is that without him and other members of the faction, obviously the party does not have a long lifespan. But how true is that?
Yeah, I would prefer you ask me directly. I not to ask him what he said.
Well, I'm asking you. What do you think the chances are for the APC in the state right now? And how powerful do you think your faction is or was?
Yeah. The truth of the matter is that the All Progressives Congress is a great party. But unfortunately, in Rivers State, it has been managed poorly. And the success story of the party is below half. So there is no way they can win any election in Rivers State, especially that of the governor. It's not possible.
I'm curious. I remember also while there was this drag and back and forth, which cost the party all of its tickets in 2019, they blamed your faction and the senator for their inability to win elections or even run for those offices. So again, now that it seems that you all are out of the way, what are the chances? I mean, what makes you think that they might not be able to win the elections in 2023?
Yes, to be fair to you, in 2019, if the party was on the ballot, the party would have won the elections. But unfortunately, the poor management of the party scuttled the party's chances. We had a problem where we all agreed that the party do not have elected officers in the various levels of government, in the ward, in the local government, and in the state, that it will be best we do direct primaries. But unfortunately, those at the corridor of power then said that it would be better to deny the party of these chances, and they went for indirect. And those who had bought forms contesting the election to the various offices went to court. And the judge in his wisdom and the court in his wisdom nullified all of it. So it lost an opportunity.
Okay.
Now in 2022, people bought forms again. For the delegate elections, they were denied. The same pattern. So I don't know what is left of the party, but I haven't heard in very recent times that even a BLT member of the party from my state has also left the party for the PDP. It's unfortunate.
Let's come to
to show you.
Okay, let's come to the SDP now.
You're right.
Let's come to the SDP now, knowing that you and the senator and most members of your faction are now in the SDP. I wish that the senator was here. I don't know if you can speak for him, but the SDP is not necessarily a party that one would say is a major political party in Rivers State, being that the tussle has been between the All Progressive Congress and the People's Democratic Party. And now the SDP being introduced into the mix here by the senator. What is the spread and the structure of the SDP in the state, even though members from your party has moved to it?
I'm aware that the SDP as a party is registered with INEC. They also have structures in all wards, in all local governments, and in the states. So it is a viable option. But with the entrance of Senator Magnus Abe into the party and his followers, their chances are brighter.
I want to look at the issue of the upland, the power sharing formula. Let's look at the trajectory. We had a Governor Odili. We also had a governor Rotimi Amechi. We now have a Governor Wike. And there has been this conversation about, the guys in the Ogoni section of the state, and of course the guys who are in the waterlogged areas who are supposed to be given an opportunity at this ticket. Now we see that the APC is fronting Atoye Cole, who seems to be from one of the places who've been canvassing for an opportunity at the ticket. But then, of course, we have now the senator who is from the Ogoni extraction of River State. Does this mean that, let's say, the APC and, of course, the SDP stands a chance of wooing Rivers people to their side, especially for the SDP, being that Senator Magnus Abbey has been canvassing over and over for the Ogonis to be given a shot at that ticket? Again, what's the guarantee that with a Senator Magnus Abbey on that ticket, that the Rivers people would flock in his direction?
Let me explain to you. Before River State was divided between Rivers and Bayelsa State, in the old River State, we had the River Rhine and the upland. 80% of the River Rhine was taken away from River State to form Bayelsa. So the equivalent issue saying that upland and River Rhine share it in 5% doesn't hold. But even if the argument is supposed to hold, the state is structured into senatorial zones. Rivers East, Rivers West, and Rivers Southeast. Rivers West and Rivers East have held the position of governor. But Rivers Southeast have not had it. Coincidentally, all the senatorial zones have riverine elements. Now, the only senatorial zone that do not have, that have never tasted the governorship, is the Rivers Southeast. In the Rivers Southeast, we have the Okokos. They were deputy governor for 8 years. In the Rivers Southeast, we have the Andalus. They were deputy governors for another 8 years. But the entire Ogoni area have never had deputy governor or governor. And this is the senatorial zone in 2014 that the party APC, in its wisdom, zoned the governorship to.
But this has been a subject of argument. I'm sorry to cut in there. This has been a subject of argument between the senator and the minister. There have been allegations that the former governor had promised that power was going to be zoned, to that part of the state, which he didn't keep to his promise. And then there are also, disagreements on that issue, saying that there was no such thing, there was no such agreement, in the first instance. And one would think that maybe this was at the core of the imbroglio between the minister and the senator.
In 2014, it was glaring, it was clear to everybody that the governorship was zoned to the River Southeast. And the two candidates three of the candidates were the former deputy governor, Senator Ekuru, Senator Magnus Abbey, and Dakuku Peterside. The three of them in APC fought for the governorship ticket. No other person from any other senatorial zone did vie. So it was glaring.
And do you think?
And I'm aware.
Okay.
That is the only time the APC zoned their governorship to the southeast, and everybody held to it. But just with the intention to frustrate, deny the most competent candidate in the APC as at the time, it was not changed to Riverine. That's all.
Okay. Because we're almost running out of time.
The same senatorial zone has a riverine component.
Okay. I think you made that point clear earlier on. Quickly, before we wrap up, this is my last question. Senator Magnus Abe has been quoted to say that he will support the APC national presidential candidate for the 2023 elections. But then you all are in the Social Democratic Party. What does that mean? Because, of course, the SDP does have its own presidential candidate. Does that not, is that not tantamount to anti-party practices?
No, I disagree with you. Every individual has the right to vote for any candidate he wishes, irrespective of party affiliation. If Senator Magnus has said that he still supports the candidature of Alhaji Bola Tinubu Ahmed, whom he worked for while in the APC, that is his personal opinion. He's at liberty to hold that.
Okay. Well, because we're out of time, I want to say thank you. Golden Choma is the was the factional chairman of the All Progressive Congress in Rivers State until he recently resigned and moved to the SDP in Rivers State. We want to thank you, Mr. Choma, for being part of the conversation, and we wish you the best of luck in your new party. Thank you very much. Thank you so much. Well, thank you all for staying with us. We'll take a quick break now. When we return, we will be joined by some gentlemen as we discuss the conducting of free, fair and transparent elections in Nigeria, as President Buhari has told his fellow leaders in West Africa that these are what we need for our democratic process to grow in the sub-region. Stay with us. President Muhammadu Buhari has told his fellow leaders in West Africa that free, transparent and credible elections are a panacea for peace and stability in the sub-region. According to the president, democracy and good governance must take its roots in Africa to sustain peace, stability and development, even as he urged leaders to redouble their efforts to guarantee the irreversibility of democracy. He also called on West African leaders to do all within their powers to ensure that elections are conducted in their countries in an atmosphere of trust, freedom, and transparency. And joining us to discuss this is Timi Frank, former Deputy National Publicity Secretary of the All Progressive Congress, and Enefa Jodril, Chairman, Rivers State Civil Society Organization. Thank you so much, gentlemen, for joining us. Thank you very much. I'll start with you, Mr. Timi Frank. I always like the fact that, we go back to talking about, governments and leadership, the trajectory that Mr. President has put forward since 2015. Now, the president has obviously been out at an event speaking with world leaders about transparency, free, fair and credible elections in Nigeria. But then charity, they say, begins at home. Let's take a look at how the elections have been carried out so far in the country and what Mr. President had to say. The elections, of course, for 2023 is just around the corner. And INEC, thank goodness, has been able to up its game. But the transparency, the atmosphere in which the elections are supposed to happen, all of that is determined by leadership. Can we boastfully say that the president is practicing what he's preaching?
Well, let me say thank you very much for giving me the opportunity.
Oh, Mr. Frank, I think that you're breaking. We're unable to hear you. Mr. Frank, let's try again. Can you hear me? I think that we're losing connection with Mr. Frank. Well, let's go to Enefa. Enefa, you're representative of civil society in Nigeria. And just as I asked Timmy Frank, are we really practicing what Mr. President is preaching back home, looking at all of the things that have been happening in the country?
To be fair to Mr. President, there seems to be some level of improvement in our polity and our electoral process. Like the politicians who want to say that people decline that see, especially with the new the Electoral Act that has been signed into law, and of course the new innovations that the INEC had introduced. You know, so whether we agree or not, whether I like Mr. President or not, have no choice to accept. However,
now, Mr. Timmy Frank, I started by asking a question. Mr. President has spoken about free, fair, credible elections and secure, safe atmosphere for which this can happen in. Now, Enefa, before he was cut off, said that we can give the president some credit because he has allowed for certain adjustments in the Electoral Act that has made some of these things that he's speaking about to be possible. But I'd like to share your own thoughts on what you think.
Well, I can tell you clearly, the president should understand what it takes to conduct free and fair election in any nation. The biggest beneficiary of free and fair election today in Nigeria is Buhari. In 2015, the election that brought him to power was free, fair, and credible. But again, in 2019, we expected the same process. But at the end of the day, the election in 2019 was rigged. There were so many outcries at that time for him to sign the Electoral Act. But because he was not a believer of free, fair, and credible election, he refused to sign the Electoral Act. In 2020, the civil society group, the international community, mounted pressure on the president to sign the Electoral Act to enable Nigeria to participate in a free and fair process of conducting an election. At the end of the day, the president had to bow to pressure. You could see us at that time, the president signed the Electoral Act out of pressure, not because he wanted to sign the Electoral Act. Because the only way we can achieve free, fair, and credible election is when the Electoral Act is signed. But by the grace of God, for the first time, General Buhari bowed to the pressure that has enabled us today to have a certain level of, free, fair, and credible elections. But again, we are about to test the water with the 2023. The last two elections seemed to be good. Anambra was good, Osun was good, but we cannot say because Osun was good and Anambra was good, that today the process is now totally in progress. The big election is going to be in 2023. Okay. We are waiting to see what the INEC and the APC agitation that he is trying to lead of free, fair, and credible election.
Okay.
Then after the elections in 2019, 2023, they will be able to commend him.
Okay. Let me go back to Enefa briefly. Enefa, your civil society, there have been, we've been seeing people advocating for
free, fair, credible elections, a safe civic space for conversations to be had. I mean, Timmy is not in Nigeria, but Enefa, you're in Nigeria. You understand the killings, the threats, everything that's been happening in the space of 2 weeks. We've seen the kidnappings. We've seen, all sorts of things happening amidst the campaigns, amidst the back and forth between the presidential candidates, across boards. And the president spoke again on the fact that, true democracy and good governance has to take its roots in Africa, being that the rest of the continent is looking to Nigeria. And I'm wondering, as civil society, and talking about the issue of, making sure that the civic space is safe enough for these conversations to be had, what are the things that need to be done for this to happen? Are we having enough of these conversations? And when can we say that we have come to a point where people know their rights, people understand what's happening, and people know that they need to be part of, the process, the electoral process in itself?
Yes, I think this is the big challenge. I think I was coming to this before the network got bad. Because I did say that if the president or like him, his access to the electoral bill, for a lot of us, we were shocked, judging from the disposition of the president. But beyond just finding it and persuading it, it has a lot to do with the will of the political class, especially those in government, to make sure that beyond the law that it is being implemented. For example, the issue of security. Because if there is insecurity, the people will not come out. And some people, who are crisis managers and who have been complaining about the changing of the civic space, we are able beginning to suspect that this high rate of crime, especially in the northern part of the country, is orchestrated by politicians in order to scare would-be voters out of the political system. So it is in this end I would think that then signing the electoral bill, which is a good thing in itself, and we so comment, the government should make sure that they provide security and not to be closing down schools, closing down public centers. I think government is bowing to pressures of ragtag, petty criminals. On the part of the citizenry, and by this I mean society, Nigerians, professional bodies, all of us should come out to begin to raise the bar and raise the campaign, build public confidence. Of course, we have done enough. Of course, the media too have a lot of role to play, and I must commend the media, civil society, and other professional bodies for raising the bar to an extent. Whether you agree or not, the level of awareness and consciousness of our people to even get that CDC is very, very high. Even though our Igbo brothers, who we do respect, I do know insult, who are very docile in terms of getting their CDC for the first time, are getting their CDC in Joe. Even market people, ordinary people, who ordinarily don't like getting their CDC. It's going to kind of work the media space, civil society, and others have engaged the civic process. Again, Nigerians should understand that whoever remains in the different government houses determines their life for every 4 years. And because you must get the best person to fix your car, you will not check the tribe of the man. You will not check the clan of the man. You will not check the religion of the man. You will not even check the creed of the man. What you will check is whether or not that mechanic can fix your car. Once you are comfortable and can fix the only car your children will use to go to school and do other things, you will get a mechanic irrespective of wherever it comes from.
Okay.
Nigerians should have this at the back of their mind. Therefore, on that day, on the polling day, on the day of election, they should bear in mind they want to get a best mechanic to fix their car.
Okay.
Out with this mindset, they will put every other irrelevant emotional sentiments aside and begin to get the best of success with the soundness of mind, with age in consideration, and every other thing that needs for a president in the future, with a president with a knowledge in IT, with a president with knowledge with security using modern technology, with a president that is modern to aspire, to feel the solution, the hopelessness that this country is gradually caving into and collapsing into. These are the things that we feel that Nigerians should do.
All right, and if I can feel the passion. I can feel the passion in your voice, and I can feel, what you're saying. But I'm going to come back to grill you a bit on, what more the civil society space is doing. But let me come back to you, PlusTvAfrica, because you also told me over and over again that you're an activist. You're pushing for a better Nigeria from outside of the country. A few days ago, the presidency released a statement saying that the president has done his best and that the media should intervene to rescue the Kaduna train passengers. Now, the presidency put out this statement on behalf of Mr. President, saying that the president has done his best. Now, the National Assembly, in fact, senators has given the president 6 weeks to end insecurity. They've also threatened to impeach Mr. President. And on the floor of the House of Representatives, a few people walked out on the speaker, on this issue of insecurity. Now, you obviously know what's happening within the country. And if we must have elections in 2023 that will reflect the true will of the people, this issue does have to be dealt with. But going back to what Mr. President has said and the message that was released by the presidency, does it seem that we are getting anywhere close to dealing with this issue of insecurity? Or does it seem that from the body language of the presidency that we have been left on our own?
Well, for me, I just want to make it very clear. If the president or the presidency has said the president has done his best and this is the best he can offer, I think General Buhari has failed. And I can tell you clearly, this is not what Nigerians expected from a general. And when a general happens to be in charge and the country is sinking, that means he's a failed general. So I think at this point in time, what General Buhari should have done is to take a back and said, I'm going back to my village in Daura. I can no longer lead, protect, or defend the people of Nigeria because this is what I promised the people of Nigeria. So it is very clear as of today that the president has failed. The president does not have the capacity or the will or the idea to tackle the issue of the insecurity in the country today. You can see clearly how many months down the drain we have been able to make any progress on the Kaduna train attack victims. Today, the insecurity in the country is the height of impunity from the laziness of the military and the laziness of the government to fight and tackle these issues that we are suffering today. For example, even in Abuja, that is meant to be federal capital territory, Abuja is no longer safe. So I think these senators that are shouting for the impeachment or removal of the president, for me, it's coming too late. They would have done this long time ago. This should have happened like 2 years ago. But they are worried and they are bothered right now because they all live in Abuja. They know right now anything can happen to any of them. So now that the battle has been taken to Abuja, they are now shouting. Nigerians have been yearning, calling for help, calling for the National Assembly, including northern leaders have called on the National Assembly before now to say commence impeachment process of the president. The National Assembly ignored because we have a rubber stamp and are the lawyer boys in the Senate. But today, the battle has been taken to them in Abuja. The senators are now crying. How many months down the drain before this administration will be over? I can tell you clearly, this issue of impeachment right now, they cannot have the number. You need to impeach the president from the both houses of us, from the both chambers. But as I speak, with this government that I know, very clearly they are going to fight back. This government does not care whether Nigerian people are dying. Every day they come out to tell us we are winning the war. Every day they will come out to tell us that General Buhari has done better than previous government or the PDP government in the past. Remember, under President Jonathan, the insecurity was curtailed within the Northeast. But today, the 36 states in Nigeria is not safe anymore. Under the watch of a general who have all the ideas and the military background, I think General Buhari should be stripped of the name called general because he's a failed general.
Quickly,
Nigeria today is the worst. Nigeria today is the worst country. Okay. The worst.
I do not necessarily agree with that, because when you say Nigeria is the worst, I mean there are other states who are literally at war, and we're not at war. We're facing serious insecurity challenges, but I don't think you can say that we're the worst.
Listen, let me tell you, we're the worst. I can tell you clearly. In a country where you kidnap 100, 250 people every day, kidnapped in all parts of the country, in a country where people die every day in numbers.
Well, quickly, I wanted to ask for solutions, but I think we lost you there. So quickly, Enefa, I want to ask you quickly, because we're almost out of time, in 60 seconds, because we've seen all the problems, we've laid them out on the table. What are the possible solutions? If the presidency is saying, we've done our best, Mr. President has done his best, the National Assembly is saying, no, your best is not good enough. We're going to start an impeachment proceeding if at the end of 6 weeks you're unable to deal with this issue. But I'm even wondering to myself, is 6 weeks good enough time to deal with this issue if we were to deal with it? Quickly.
Yeah, I think I want to align myself with the view of my colleague in the studio. That Mr. President has failed. And outside Nigeria, there is no other country in the world where the people would have tolerated the president to stay another 1 hour. So the choice is in the hand of the girl to either go the Sri Lanka way or wait for the 2023 elections to boot out the party that have put everything to business. But on the immediate, if I'm to advise Mr. President, the proper thing to do in this circumstance is to sack all the service chiefs. Why would the administration of NA still keep his job? Why should the data director still keep his job? Why should those in customs, Kuje?
But Enefa, we pushed for these. What we pushed for service chiefs to be changed. What change took place right after changing these service chiefs? So again, if we keep sacking service chiefs and nothing happens at the end of the day, what's the essence?
No. There are young men, women in the army, in the police that are ready to serve this country. If it means for you to fight in the chain of command, for younger officers and elevate young officers to general, and let them fight. The problem with the war we are having is that there is lack of political will on the part of government. You can even see the attitude of government to what happened in Kuje.
We have to go.
You can even see the attitude of government to what is happening. Military guard of the country.
It's quite sad, but
you can't do that anywhere. You can't do that anywhere in the world. Where the president wants to have the political will to fire people he hires. I think that one thing that the Buhari must keep is the legacy and the sanctity of the electoral process in 2023. I will be advising that he should do everything humanly possible to make sure that it starts on INEC, the duty to make sure that the elections.
All right, we have to go, Enefa. Enefa, we're out of time. I beg your pardon. We're out of time. We have to go. Thank you so much. Enefa Georgewell is is of the civil society organization in River State, and of course, Timmy Frank is a former national publicity secretary of the All Progressive Congress, and he's now obviously in some form of activism to fight for a better Nigeria. I want to say thank you, Mr. Timmy Frank, for being part of the conversation. All right.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. And that's it on the show tonight, ladies and gentlemen. I hope you had a good time, because tomorrow we will be back talking about the biggest stories in our political scene. And of course, we're talking always for development. I am Mary Anacone. Have a good night.
Hello and welcome. On today's episode of One on One, we'll be focusing on writing and migration. Now, writing is a talent for some, and for some it's a skill. Now, there are different categories of people who enjoy writing on different levels, and writing has become a required skill in the 21st century to succeed, whether you're in business, whether you're in academic, career, or any sphere of life. Now, Owamma Odefa is a best-selling author of romance novels that spotlight lifestyle and social situations in Nigeria and Africa. She's a media personality as well as a human resource professional with a focus on organizational development and change management. She currently lives in Europe and is a partner migration consultant for Euronationale. Thank you, Wana. Yes, you live in Europe, but you're right here with us in Nigeria and Lagos today. Thank you for joining us.
Like it's really hot and humid right now.
Oh, well, enjoy the heat before you go back into the freezing cold.
Briefly.
So thank you. So now let's talk about writing.
Yes.
Now, how does a budding writer begin to hone his skill? His talent to become a skill. So you have this gift, you know you can write, but how do you hone it to become so effortlessly at
Practice, practice, practice. I think that's just the best you can do. Start. Some people think, I have to wait until I'm perfect or at a certain level to put it out there. But I think just start with whatever you've got, put it out, then the feedback would help you hone those skills. And then also look at your peers. It's not something I do, but I recommend it, because I always feel like if I look at what others are writing, then it can influence my tone.
Okay.
Yeah, but for most people, they find that it helps them to focus. If I'm having a specific challenge, maybe describing certain scenarios, then I can research that particular scenario based on how other writers describe it. But other than that, I'll just say practice. There are a lot of platforms for budding writers to put their work out for free. And then people read it and give you feedback, and then based on that you can, that's actually how I started writing as an author.
Oh, okay.
Writing my novels. I put it out on a free reading app, and it was just something I started out of not just boredom, but I was in a rough space at the time, and it was an outlet for me. And I put the first few chapters, and I kept getting, so when's the next chapter? So when's the next chapter? And I thought, and by the time I was getting midway through, people were like, look, don't give this thing away for free. It's too good. It's as good as any published work out there, so make money off of it. So I yanked it off from the free app.
Okay, and then?
Finished the book and put it on the major book reading platforms in Nigeria, Africa, and I guess globally, the major ones everyone knows. I don't know if I'm allowed to say their names, but they are out there. And I started making money.
Oh, interesting.
Yep.
Okay, so you've even delved to like two of my questions already.
Right.
I want to ask you, how did you develop your own passion for writing? So tell us, say you're in a difficult space, so what happened?
Well, prior to that, I've always been someone who loved to write,
okay,
even as a child. Short stories. I was always the best in English, best in literature, prize winner at school. And even in the course of my career, when it comes to writing, even adverts, job descriptions, writing just generally comes easy for me. Business plans, all of that. I mean, it was already a gift that I had. I just had to channel it, I guess, and I get easily not distracted, but my attention span I get bored easily.
Okay.
So I could start the story and, okay, I'm bored with this right now. One of my books really stretched me because it became a living thing. The story just kept writing, like, look, I'm 30 chapters in, I'm done. But for some reason, it just kept going. So the passion has always been there, I guess. I just needed to find the right push to actually create something out of it.
Okay, so let's talk about money, because you said you started making money from it. Like every other business, does writing really pay?
Now, define really pay, because for some greedy person, really, the economy is going to cripple you.
Yeah.
So you've got your day job, you've got your writing, you've got all sorts of platforms. And then because I've got them in several places, and some of those platforms pay you in foreign currency, so that helps a little.
Okay, so I know that you're a HR professional, so how do you find time to balance between doing a regular day job and finding time to write and also to read? Because I hear that for you to be a writer, you must be a reader as well. So how do you find time to balance this?
Okay, let me take the second aspect of being a reader to be a writer. I don't know, I feel like that's a myth.
Oh, really? Okay.
Yeah. Well, I was an avid reader as a much younger person, as a child to early adulthood, but I don't read that much anymore. I mean, beyond business-related books and all, but as for prose, I mean, some of the famous books out there, like, oh, this person writes, you sort of write like this person, or this author. Have you read any of her books? Do you know her? Never heard of her, or I've never read her books, you know. So I don't think that to be a good writer, you have to be a good reader. I think you just have to have imagination. And then, of course, work on your craft in terms of skills, actually understanding grammar, tenses, you know, the sentence construction and all of those things. But otherwise, yeah.
Okay.
And then the first part was, how do I find time?
To balance, yes.
I used to have a boss who did several things at the same time. I used to wonder, you know, and I used to pray, God, please just give me energy to be this kind of person. Unfortunately, I think I'm blessed with that kind of energy. I don't get that many hours of sleep, and I'm more functional at night. So I think I just find a way. I don't know. I think that if it interests you, you'll find the time and the energy for it. If it's something you've got a passion for, you do it. Of course, there are times when you feel overwhelmed because you've got lots of work to do, lots of deliverables on one hand, and I've got like, let's say 3 or 4 caps at the moment. So, but sometimes you might drop the ball on 1 or 2 things, but you have to be adept enough to pick it up.
All right. Okay, well, we have to take a quick break. When we come back, we'll talk more about this. Stay with us. Thank you for staying with us. And on this episode today, we're talking about writing. Wama is telling us of how she draws a balance and how she makes money from it. I wanted to find out from you. You write romance, and in Nigeria, this romance niche, does it really sell? Is there like a huge following for it in Nigeria?
First of all, I don't just write romance, I write erotica.
Aha.
Yeah. You know, so
don't
look at me different.
No, it's fine. I'm just saying for the Nigerian market. How has that helped in the, you know?
When I first put my very first book, Stormy Passion, on one of the, I think it's probably Africa's biggest reading platform, and before I put it there, when I started writing this book and a few of my friends read it, there's a group I belong to, some of them are quite righteous, you know, and they're like, oh no, this book won't sell in Nigeria, you know Nigerians are religious, you know Nigerians are XYZ. And I said, well, I've written it, there's not much I can do, let's see the reaction. So I put it on this platform, and in 2 weeks I became their highest bestseller.
Oh, wow.
So I beat out the business books, I beat out famous authors whose books they had on their platform. So I was telling the owner of the app that, look, I was getting this feedback, sir, you know how we are, we are religious in the outside. You know, so people read them. And then I did an anthology with about 20 other African romance writers, and they gave the same feedback. One of them is an LGBTQ writer, and her books are doing very well. So yeah, there's a huge market. It might be a closet market, but there is a market.
Interesting. So why don't you give like an advice, or what will you say to someone who is writing? And you know how with everything we always have this imposter syndrome of how you feel this is not good enough, this is not good enough, you're training to the brain. How does that person move on from there? What will you say to the person?
I think maybe say to yourself, okay, yes, I'm an imposter, so what? Just put it out there anyway. And understand that everybody has these feelings. I was having this very conversation with a friend of mine who's the MD of a major oil company in Africa. They're like the biggest, oil provider in Africa. He was just made MD last year, and he tells me when he's sitting with, these oil billionaires and he keeps pinching me like, should I be here? So if someone like him is having that, and I told him this is called imposter syndrome. Oh, that he's never even heard of it. I said, that's what it's called. So just tell yourself, remind yourself that you've come this far. You've already gotten in the room, then you deserve to be in the room. So if you've written a book and one person has told you it's fantastic, then it's fantastic. You're fantastic. Just have that at the back of your mind. Of course, that imposter syndrome will always whisper to you. Have a support system too, that helps.
Okay.
I mean, I know some of these women who are my friends who are religious, but they say, look, Wama, I won't read your book, but I know you are gifted. I've seen other writing you've done, so just run with it. So find yourself a support system.
Okay, fantastic. So now let's talk about the other side of you, because you're a woman with many moving parts. HR professional. Let's talk about migration, because I feel like it's migration season in Nigeria. You meet someone now, they're relocating, if it's not Canada, it's somewhere in Europe, they're moving to the UK, everybody just going out of the country. But also on the flip side, what I also worry about is that there are many people that are, two things. So maybe this is a two-pronged question. There's some people, as funny as easy as it is now, some people are still going illegally, because last year, for example, I interviewed some people who were, I would say scammed, but they were trafficked. They were told that they were going to migrate them to, I think, somewhere in Europe, and then they found themselves going through Kano, and from like that, they ended up in Libya, had to stay in Libya for like 2 years. Yes, like that, and, working, both male and female, What if the person has, or either of these partners have like an temper issue? There's sometimes that is not necessarily that any of these cases that your pictures you've painted is possible. I'm not saying it's not possible. I'm saying that are there situations or rare situations where this person just has a temper problem, or he has just learned this domestic style of beating, his partner, probably from what he has seen or something?
Yeah, thank you for that question. In the field of medicine, we always talk of nature and nurture. Nature is something that is inborn. Nurture is what you got along growing. So if somebody is naturally angry or has a history of anger, part of the things we do in our system is anger management.
Okay.
So if somebody is naturally an angry person, or any small thing makes the person angry, so there's that tendency that even at the slightest suspicion, it gets angry and maybe turns that anger to the partner. Transfer the aggression. Maybe he goes to work, there are issues there, and when he comes back home, he cannot handle it. Then he transfer that. But as I said, there must be some slight erosion of the earlier trust. You could not share this problem you had outside with the partner, believing that the partner will not be able to, accommodate that. So what it turns now is anger now to try to measure, maybe subdue the partner. So there's that aspect of nurture. Then that's nature. Then there's nurture now, the one you learned, and sometimes we say that children who grow up in abusive relationships tend to be abusive during their own time. Yeah, so they've learned this thing is from their parents, from elderly ones, and when they grow up also they think it's a way of life. Also they start the same cycle again. So in this case, and like most cases of in medicine, we have the nurture aspect and we have the nature aspect. So two of them come together. Yes. So somebody can learn it, somebody can also be having some issues in him that can make him aggressive or exhibit anger towards a partner at any time. Yes.
Okay, interesting. And on that note, we'll take our first break. We'll take a quick break, and then we'll be right back. Interesting points that Dr. Nkem has raised. Let's take a quick break. Stay with us. We'll be right back shortly. Thank you for staying with us. This is One on One on Plus TV Africa, and we're talking about domestic violence, the causes, the consequences, and intervention. Okay, so we're talking earlier on about how nurture and nature and children will learn about this. But I find out, so like when I was doing the research for this, I find that there's a higher percentage for men to be more of the abusers than women are. Why is this so?
I can say it depends on the cultures and it depends on the traditional role men play. So, of course, in families, men play the headship that may be ascribed to them by cultures or by tradition. So when they see themselves as the de facto heads of the families, then they tend to, of course, subdue the other partners in the relationship without even letting them. Of course, a man can be even angered by the fact that the wife asks him one day, "How old are you?" Because in some cultures, you don't ask, a woman cannot ask a man, "How old are you?" or "How much is your salary?" So all these things, the man feel, look, it's inflicting on my right as the head of this family. Who dare you? So it could lead to domestic violence too, or intimate partner violence. So it depends.
Okay, so you know, we talked about how this affects children in the relationship, in domestic violence. So you said that there are patterns that they've learned, so some of them may replicate it in their own relationship. Are there other ways that domestic violence affects children?
Oh, a lot of ways, because children who actually grow up in abusive relationships, sometimes they grow up lacking self-esteem to be themselves. And even little kids, when you watch them play, play therapy, that even aggressive towards their playmates or even their toys, because that language they understand. They understand the language of aggression. And when children play, they interplay it. And of course, it's a traumatic experience. So some of them growing up, they have this inside them that, look, I grew up in this. I saw my mother or my dad being beaten by my mother or my mom. So this is also in them. And they grow up, they also lack this self-esteem, or some of them are even afraid to enter into a relationship because maybe they've not seen a very good relationship before and they are wondering, what is this? So it affects their overall growing up and subsequently what they do in life. So it takes now, extra work to them to realize that, or maybe there's a change of situation. That's why in some climates, when children are noticed to be in such families, they are taken out of them and put in foster homes where they can grow normally. Because, of course, definitely bad. The adults may actually understand what the issues are, but the children don't know. So it's like putting a stamp into them and they have to live with it perpetually. So some of them, even when they grow up, it becomes a repressed memory. When I was growing up, I knew my mother was being beaten, or I knew I grew up in. And sometimes also the perpetrators of this domestic violence transcend it to the children, not only to the partner now, but look,
they start hurting
you're having an issue with your wife or your husband and a child comes in between, want to ask for something at that particular moment. So I want to get out of this place. Of course, it shouldn't be normally. So that's where the children are. When sometime in Nigeria we say that where two elephants fight,
the grass suffers.
Is grass that suffers. So where there is a domestic violent relationship and the children are involved, that the children that suffer most, not the adults.
Okay. Yep. So I have I have a question, but it's two-pronged.
Okay.
Now, how do we, because you're a psychiatrist, how do you help children who have experienced violence, from living this life and everything? And what happens when the abuser comes to you and say, look, Oga, for so amount of years, I've been beating my wife. I want to change. How do you help this man or woman to say, you know what, these are the steps? And first of all, is change possible for an abuser, for a grown adult that has been beating his partner? He or she has been beating his partner for a long time. Is it possible for change to happen?
I think the only thing that change is constant. So change is always possible in everything. But the person has to make up his mind he wants to change.
Okay.
So it's assuming the person comes up to us and says, look, these are the issues I want to stop. Of course, that's a very good movement the person has made. But we don't just stop at that because the person has made that movement. We have to now